last we left off, I'd been getting my money off. I'd done some things. Grabbed some officers that we now have stories to deal with. Well, I was at a decision point in terms of how much money I had and what I could possibly spend on it in terms of ship upgrades, which I have reached a conclusion on that. The conclusion is I want to get some things off my list first before I invest into the merchant ship. It's like, I'm there, but I think I need a little bit better margin of echoes. And I think I have a way to execute that. As well as that, we have our little outstanding issue with the brisk campaigner in terms of her collapsing last time. I want to do some things about that. And it should sync up with some of the other things I want to do. However, our key thing here is have my list of things. But right up here on the other screen. And, well, part of that is going to rely on finding a certain deal. That certain deal being a place I have yet to discover, but I do need to discover. However, first things first, we can do some things along the way. And that involves going down to the other shroom. And by other shroom, there's only one thing to do revolving around the other shroom, and that is Blemigans. They're just Blemigans. Some things to do with the Blemigans. And for that... London... Did everything I need to do at London. Cargo hold is full of shenanigans at the moment. Okay. Okay. So, I'm gonna need some cargo space. With that, since I currently have an exploration set up at the moment, I should probably execute it as an exploration chain dig. Okay. So I do not need... Do I? No, I do. I do need that because I think I might need to go back to Iraq at some point still, yes. I do need these mushroom wine casks because that'll be needed to enter Iraq again. For one thing I need to do. Okay. We'll grab down one thing from the other shoe at the moment. I do have one honey I need for that. Let's work our way down because the place I'm looking for is going to be somewhere off to the east of it. Somewhere in this range, based upon everything else we've already found. So, I'm going to take my gambit on that. And, well, hope for the best. Let's find the place. The shroom, we want to start going down. But not too close to the Iron Republic. Yet, anyways. I do need to go to the Iron Republic. I mean, and I will. After that, it is exploration. Come here. Ease along here. We'll stop by Mutton Island for a report just because we can. No reason not to. Speaking of no reason not to, hello, crab. It's time for you to regret everything. It's eyeing us. Would have been coming right for us. Yeah, we'll just teach them if they say sure, no harm in that. It waits you in port. Yes, it does. Here I don't don't have any particular need that I need to do anything here. Yeah, I'm just stopping here because it's here. I don't want that. Do you want a port report? No news here. Everything is fine. Alright, if I walk by Abbey Rock, then go down some more. Yeah. Can snag the deal at Abbey Rock, then go down to the other shoe. With minimal fuss. I wish there was a convenient way to up pages, but there really isn't. Something I tried to look up to remember, and it's like, nope, nope, and, no. It's unfortunate. But it's fine. We still have a plan. Course of action. That'll ideally get me both the things I need to finish some certain deals, which will then also in turn give me the money margin I need for snacking that merchant ship. Oh, what you do? Done. Turn easy and do not bonk the dock this time. I've bonked the docks way too often from time trying to take those corners too sharply. Shall not do that this time. Vision, trade supplies, one thing, report, and on weapon. Up, and then sharp turn down. Without hitting the dock or Abbey Rock. Yay! We didn't want to hit either of them. We don't want to hit anything. Our boat, it is only so sturdy. Red deal there. Not sure what that is. But it's there. I think that's a friendly ship. Yes. Yes, it is. It is a blue. The fact that it's trying to turn in my general direction to confuse me otherwise, it is definitely a friendly ship. Yep. Hi. What are you doing around here? The heck is a Conite or Trimarian doing here? I'm going underwater. I'm having... God damn it. I do not know what a Trimate war deal is going on around here. I have never seen one around the other shrew. Never. Why are you here, good sirs and ma'ams? What are you folks doing around the goddamn other shrew? I have business here. Oh gods, what did I find? Oh, oxygen. Well, okay, that works. Alright, and what's here? Cause me torment and misery. Oh, torpedo components. Oh, should be far enough away from the other shoe dock to be able to rise again. And hopefully not have that funny ship on us. Beats me why that was here. I honestly don't know. That was, in fact, not part of the equation. It was unfortunate. Alright, water shrimp. Alright, all clear. This one, which we did not get free Lemmingans, but we can trade honey for. Trade honey. Honey, a shroomer explains. Everyone wants honey. Life on the other shroom is unvarying and occasionally deadly poisonous. The shroomers are desperate for the diversion that prisoners' honey can bring, but vague about what they can pay in return. Supplies, though, at least. Blemmingans. The shroomers pile up slabs of sweet mauve shroom flesh. It's nourishing, although it does taste rather like muddy horse. Why we know what the taste of muddy horse is, don't ask questions. They also generously throw in a Blemmingan, a whistling eyeless mobile fungus thing. Problems? Throw it in the Z. No room? Throw it in the Z. She shrugs. Probably it'd swim. If not, plenty of room in Z. You've lost a friggin' of prisoners' honey, gained the supplies, and a docile Blemmingan. Now, there's a deal we can do with Blemmingans, and I'm about to show that off right about now, as we take a minor detour to the Iron Republic, and then we will explore east. But the Iron Republic is one of the better places to deal with this Blemmingan. For good reason. And there is a reason we do need this, and it's in pursuit of one of the things that our good friend in Vanderbite needs. We will get rewarded for doing things with these Lemmingans. And once we slowly get over here, with no boats on our way, thank goodness. I'll have to try to go the underwater deal again. Did get hit by that Kane try, but I should have gone underwater sooner. Thinking I could have snuck by it, I didn't, so one hit's better than more. For now, this is a thing you can do with Lemmingans. That. Put a Blemmingan ashore. How will nature fare in a place which defies the laws? You'll notice, this is obviously triggered by having a docile Blemmingan and a propagation. Now, propagation is a thing you can do with Lemmingans. And it is effectively the measure of how many places have you put Lemmingans on. Now, there are some places that are good to put Lemmingans on. There are some places where if you put a Blemmingan on, it'll die a horrible, horrible death. Or it'll just not take. Either way, there's also some Blemmigans which are a really, really bad idea to do because they just can make things a whole bunch more difficult for you. But the Iron Republic is one of the better places in your search for getting up to propagation, which we want a total propagation of 7. This Blemmingan in the Iron Republic, fungal horror. The Blemmingan spins boldly down the gameplay. It seems startled when it meets itself on the quay. Twice. Its duplicates bob solicitously, like ambassadors greeting their peers, and can continue past it, up into your ship. The first Blemmingan vanishes into the crowd. The other two peer up at you as if to say, "Are we quite finished here?" This is why the Iron Republic's one of the better places. We gain a propagation, and we gain a Blemmingan without losing a Blemmingan. Technically, our Blemmingan left. And then we got 2 more back on the ship. Iron Republic is really, really weird. Just, yeah. The Iron Republic's the Iron Republic. So now, we have 2 docile Blemmigans that we can put off at places. And I do have a list of where I wanted to put them off. So that is... We have bot 1. Go there for that. And we can take the Iron Republic off our list. Because me keeping track of it is the better idea of doing it live. Alright, and now while we're here, touch up on some fuel while we're at it. Honestly, cheap fuel is never a bad call. Never, never, never. Turn. And now, we explore further east, in which I hope to find the place we need to go. As well, this is why I popped here to do that, then to come back. Because I have uses for these Blummigans at the place we're going to. I don't want to say quite yet, because where's the fun in that? If you know, you know. If you don't know, well, you'll know soon enough, I hope. We're not fighting that thing. Shoot, and go away unfinished, men. We shall duck underneath. Oi, what did I say? Go away. Knew that off my screen anyways. Yes, yes, be gone. No need for us to fight. Not have the beefiest ship, but I sure as hell have the beefiest gun. Maybe I shouldn't say as sure as hell when I'm dealing with the Neath, because hell is indeed a place, and honestly, hell has some terrifying weapons. I mean, we just flat out shoot things with the power of a star, but oh boy, do not underestimate hell's military capabilities. It's having played Fallen London and such, yeah, there's some stories with the weapons of hell. They're not pretty, and will very much drive folks insane. Alright, now let's see if we can't find the place we want to find. Zebat, do you see anything? Okay, not what I was looking for, but it is a place that I don't mind doing stuff at, because it is a place I haven't found. Just note, it wasn't the place I was going for, but hey. Zoomy ship. Please say you're an Alcaeus class. Ah, Alcaeus class Corvette. Detour. Oi, stop that. Get in range of my big gun. Notice a place up there, Visage. We'll explore that in a moment. After we've dealt with the pyropode here. Oh, really? One. Investigate the wreckage. And we know the drill here. 100 echoes, fuel and supply. Cache of curiosities. Ooh, another unread log. Alright, there. Alright, and now we will take a quick pit stop at Visage. Hide your face. Hide all your faces. Visage. This is the port of Visage. That might be the more proper way of saying it. Might be more French. I don't know. Where faces may not be naked, except one. You'll see it right there. A stone monument the size of a village church, serenely gazing upwards, flourishing of years. We'll create our port report. You can at least interview those who are leaving. That will have to do. A departing merchant gives you a confused account of crocodiles and honey cakes and Something about ear blockage? To this, you add your own impressions about the street layout close to port and the types of commerce here. When the lights are especially bright, it is possible to make out the details of the profile of that great stone face. What were they today? What were you? We'll find out in a moment. This place is not on my list for Blummigans. We shall not worry about that. I need that for elsewhere. Go ashore, inward and upward. Once you set foot on Visage, you may be here for a little while. Terms. All those who enter must play their parts. The sign is visible only after you've crossed the threshold. Visage is a fun place. You'll see why in a moment. It's got a lot of things. On the lower slopes, ashore in Visage, on the lower slopes, stone buildings, flat roofs, archways. In the architecture there lingers a memory of lotus and palm frond. The hill above is a face, forever looking up at the ceiling of the undersea. No one inhabits its cheeks or the hollows of its eyes. Check in at the customs house. You may not wander Visage at will. A changing room. All visitors must pass, one by one, through a room guarded by a person in the mask of a moon moth. Masks in an assortment of shapes and colors await. Choice of masks. I need to remember to read the title. Makes sense. Choice of masks. Masks in an assortment of shapes and colors await. You can ask to go about without a mask. Your own fair face will do for you. Thanks very much. You're not going to do that. Ask the significance of the masks. Maybe there's more to it than a question of aesthetic taste. You could choose the frog mask. It looks curious. Choose the locust mask. It looks voracious. Choose the bat mask. It looks threatening. We shall ask about the significance of masks. Assorted pestilences. Moonmoth explains, each mask declares a different intention towards the denizens of Visage, and may be accompanied by suitable, and must be accompanied by suitable behavior. The frog is for visitors who, though perhaps clumsy and unfamiliar with local etiquette, have come in order to observe local ways and to make uncouth comments about them. The locust is for those who seek profit in Visage and would carry away as many goods as possible. You prompt about the bat. Moonmoth hesitates. Bat is an ill-omened visitor, sent as a messenger or a spy. Bat always dies. Well, we'll get us started off with the simple route. Choose the frog mask. Moonmoth lifts the mask and places it over your head. The eye holes are large, and they are fitted with spectacles. These improve your view of the environment, though you must look bulb-eyed from the outside. There is also a mechanism attached to the mouthpiece, which magnifies any sounds you make, even your breathing. You start to thank the Moonmoth, and it comes as a booming croak. May you profit from your visit in knowledge, says Moonmoth. Its wings fold neatly over its back. Our mask is now the frog mask. Our expertise in parts hasn't changed because it's lower than 3. We'll work on that. Ashore in Visage. That is the same thing. Okay. We have the 2 things we can do. We can't leave quite yet, but we don't want to yet anyways. We can either visit the Library of Parts, so called because all the books are fragmentary, perhaps. Or we can visit the Flood Courts. The Moonmoth speaks as though you should already know what that is. We shall visit the Library of Parts. Stoop at the lintel, enter the dark. A room of heavy stone, guarded by a golden statuette of a woman with outstretched arms. The scroll niches sorted to correspond to a variety of masks: the jackal and the lioness, the crocodile and dung beetle. A woman in the mask of a lotus blossom is standing at a lectern, reading in silence. Moonmoth, the Library of Parts. Moonmoth stands to one side as your escort and tour guide. We, have some options. First things first, we shall ask about the purpose of this room. What sorts of parts are they, anyway? Filed under M for mast. Moonmoth explains. People think it means something like Library of Fragments, but this is wrong. The parts in question are like parts in a play. This is where the denizens of Visage come in order to learn how to perform their masks more accurately, more completely, with a truer spirit. Alright, there's some options now other than the basics. We can study the scrolls in a bumbling way. They look very old, after all. Steal the most valuable looking scroll for later sale. Not very frog-like, but who cares? We're not doing that because that is, in fact, not frog-like. We could also, which I love this one, so I'm gonna do it, write notes in the margins. If your frog glove will hold a pen, that is. Well, why not? Halt there. Moonmoth is startled. Apparently no other frog has gone so far as to attempt to deface the library's holdings. It gets the pen away from you, expostulating. Later you find it writing down a record of what you just did, to be added to the Library of Parts, a recollection of what can be expected from frogs. We have played their role, in a way they were not used to. But we did play our role. You'll remember, a frog is meant for good intentions, but still to blunder around their culture. Luckily, we can do that very easily. We now have one times Visage expertise in parts. Visage expertise in parts, a knowledge of roles and how they are played. Sometimes ignorance is freedom. Learning more will have complex effects. Yes, indeed. Now we might as well visit the Flood Court. The Moonmoth speaks as though you should already know what that is. High water. The Flood Court is a long stone room with 2 ranks of columns on each side. And currently the court is ankle deep in water. The water stains on the stone show that the flood has often reached higher, sometimes up to the height of your waist. It is a raised niche at the far end. At the far end of the room sits a statue of a man with the head of a ram. He holds a jar from which water flows out onto the floor. Moonmoth once again stands to one side as escort and tour guide. Ask the purpose of this room. It doesn't really look as though it's good for anything. Depth per day. From a corner, Moonmoth picks up a graduated stick. He shows you how a person standing at the end of the room may dip the stick into the water, and use it to measure the water level at a pre-selected point, and how the measurements are compared with measurements written on a calendar. If the water level does not match the calendrical position, an assembly of pipes and drains is used to adjust it. It used to be, says the moth, that the water rose and fell of its own accord, and the people before wrote down what height it reached. Now, the water is still, but thanks to their actions, we can replicate the rise and fall, so as still to be pleasing to the god of flood. Completes this explanation with a half-body bow towards the statue of the ram deity. On is not the Halo Flood, we're all good. And so, we have 2 options. We can There's two others, but it is not upon us. Show oafish enthusiasm for this wonderful indoor pool. Frogs like pools, right? There's try to steal the statue's jug. It looks ancient, and consequently valuable. We have more expertise than zero, which means we know this is not our role as a frog to do. In fact, that would probably be more accurately considered the... what was it? Locust? Yeah, something like that. Spy on the other occupants. Close watch is what they need. That is, once again, we know not to be not our role. That would probably be more accurately bat, if I had to make a guess. We can also tastelessly compare this room to other bodies of water. Frogs know water. This is indeed within our role. Have you seen the Conian Canal? Moonmoth watches inscrutably while you talk about other bodies of water that have impressed you more than this one. Deeper, clearer, colder, more densely populated with fish. Other denizens move away from you and towards one another. Your social function is well performed. Alright, we could end our roll, but there's still some things we can do, and we shall. We could also show oafish enthusiasm for this wonderful indoor pool. Croak. You exclaim at how much you admire this room and its excellent pool. Your words are, as always, amplified into a croak. Other masks turn towards you. Crocodile, lotus blossom, crescent moon, but no one speaks. You have garnered a suitable degree of disdain. Moonmoth quietly applauds your performance of froghood. It is very easy to be a frog. Although now, notice we have 3 expertise. We can no longer visit these 2 places. We could end our performance, but we have a new option. Trade masks with the moon moth. It has been making subtle overtures for some time. You only now understand them. So our expertise is indeed now 3. It is keen to go. It draws you aside into a closet in the customs house. Had enough of visage, it tells you frankly. Here, you take my mask and pretend to be me, and I'll trade in the visitor mask and get on some departing ship and get my life back. Its face, no, now you see her face, is aging but unlined. A lifetime of never needing to use a facial expression. Your visage mask quality is now 4. Moth mask. Our visage expertise is now 4. Aware of moth roll. That we are. And now we have more options. We could visit the house of the chief geometer. It is understood to be an honor. We can visit the temple of Apis. All the denizens of Visage go there sooner or later. Or we could visit the side of the face. The stone cheek of flourishing of years is visited as a pilgrimage by the inhabitants of Visage, and if you're in good favor, you too may go. One moment. Alright. Let's see. Do we have no more than 6? No more than 6. Let's... I think I want to go here first, maybe? The Wounded God. In the center of the temple is a black bull with a white diamond on its face. It is tied in place with heavy ropes and it is wounded in the thigh. From this wound it bleeds copiously without dying. At this temple, the priests gather around the bull, capturing its blood in cups. There's numerous options here. Ask whether the bowl will be alright. It doesn't look well. That doesn't seem very moth to us. Try to bandage the bowl. It's a shame to see it suffering so. Also, doesn't seem like moth. Offer to sell them a new undamaged bowl. Can arrange an import through the proper contacts. Also does not sound like moth to me. Collect some of the blood for yourself. Perhaps it is a holy relic. Perhaps it could be sold as one to unsuspecting buyers elsewhere. Also doesn't seem very us. Leave a respectful token of offering. Even wounded, it remains a god. That does feel right to me. Observe and make notes. The customs here may be worth reporting later. We'll leave a respectful token of offering. Impeccable. The tokens are small and not very valuable, as suits your lower rank in the community. The priests arranged them on a table with other small items. As you go out, you pass by the more impressive gifts. Drafting tools from the chief geometer, scales from Jackal, a heap of foreign coin brought home by Crocodile. Alright, let us now visit the house of the geometer. Lines in wet ground. Each morning, the man in the cobra mask draws lines in the mud flat with a pointed steel rod. This apparitions to each inhabitant a small trapezoidal area from which to harvest mushrooms and to scrape salt. No plot is ever preserved from one day to the next. This man is the chief geometer, the keeper of directions, master of land measures and sea measures. Now you have been invited in his home, at the time customarily appointed for him to receive those who are not his equal in rank, yet not so far beneath him as to deserve to be ignored. What ceremonial gift will you bring? There is some options. Some of them are locked because we are at 5 expertise, which means likely not the right answer. Bring a string of rats. Cobras like to eat rodents, surely. Bring a necklet of lapis beads. If they do not suit him, they may suit a wife of his. If they don't suit her, he can use them for an offering. Bring a poem concerning snakes, copied on a new scroll. 800 lines on the scaly denizens of the snake pit. Bring a comb made of bone. Perhaps he grows hair beneath his mask, which covers his whole head. Bring fresh candles. We definitely do not have candles. You've heard that he likes candles. Bring 2 honey cakes. Isn't that the proper gift for lulling snakes? Or bring nothing. It is impertinent for one of lesser rank to presume to show charity to his superior. Definitely not that one. Do not go. It is necessary for him to offer, but incorrect for you to accept. Nah. I do remember which is the proper answer for this one. Triumph. He accepts. He approves. The cakes are placed on the front table of his receiving room so that the other guests may observe and appreciate the correctness of your gesture. You are permitted to stand to one side and to watch the others arrive, but there's no one whose gift supplements yours in the place of honor. Not even the gift of a preserved lark, frozen in gelatin with a bubble of sun rising from its open beak. When you depart the chief geometer's house, he presses on you a prediction that one day when you have most need, the earth will swallow you in one place and spit you out in another. It is, of course, only a ritual saying. We have gained another expertise. 2-6. And now what do we want to do? Visit the side of the face. That's the one we haven't done. You must, of course, wait until your work with this day's crop of frogs and lotuses is complete. It would not be suitable to bring them along at the proper time. There are some options. We don't seem to have, here's options, but we'll read it. Beside the face, Up on the hillside, the buildings become scarcer and then vanish entirely, leaving you looking at the bottom of a great chin. Study ancient marks. Tiny pictures march across the stone. 22%. Offer instruction to the frog that found its way up here. That's the sort of thing your moth would have done to you. 45% chance. We have more expertise to know not to do that, but push a visiting bat off the stone chin. The visitor is wearing all black and keeps reaching up to scratch under its bat mask. Deface the stone with new markings and print yourself on history. This will get you kicked off the island in all likelihood. Yes it will. We do not deface this. Silently observe the attitude of the visiting lion, displaying obstinance to the face. Or we can meditate on the meaning of the face. It offers many forms of inspiration. We could try this. Just meditate upon it. Flourishing in eternity. The citizens give many meanings to the face. Perpetual beauty, stasis, the idea of looking upward into an unyielding darkness. But most of all, they speak of the idea of someone above looking down. The face is not convenient to view from down here. It would look its best from the perspective of the ceiling of the undersea, beyond reach. Gained 1 times visage, expertise in parts. New total 7, aware of higher rolls, and we gained an intriguing snippet. And now we have but one option. Enter the hollow of the ear. It is a place of still greater pageantry. This is a journey of several steps and may conclude your current visit. Well, let us go. A proud nose, rather. It is a festival day. The great stone face has been illuminated from forehead to chin with blazing torches, so that the profile is visible from the side more clearly than you have ever seen it. Flourishing of years is awake, says the genderless figure in the crocodile mask. Festival of Flourishing. All the denizens of Visage are walking towards the ear together. There is a place in the proceedings which belongs by right to the wearer of your mask. Fall in line with the others? How else will you discover what lies within? There is a fall in line with the others, secretly breeding a flare with you. We definitely do not have one there. Perhaps you will need it in the darkness where you are going. Or strip off your mask and prepare to depart. With everyone distracted by this festival, your departure would not even be noticed. But really now, we're going to want to fall in line with the others. Among your own, you go as though you were truly one of them. You carry nothing with you but your mask and your costume. May your heart be light as a feather, says the woman in the lotus blossom mask as you fall into line behind her. An occurrence, ritual participant is now 2, empty-handed. Because we are empty-handed. Inside the hollow of the ear. The road you follow leads you through switchbacks along the side of the face, and finally to the ear of flourishing of years, and into the cave that is her ear. The tunnel bends back on itself, and all lights have now been extinguished. There is nothing to guide you but the hand of the person behind you on your back, and the movement of the person in front of you. The one who walks beside you wears a bat mask. Fortunately, the floor of the tunnel is very smooth, and presents no stumbling blocks. Sound carries strangely in this place, however. Sometimes you cannot hear your own footsteps, and sometimes a breath comes back to you, audible from someplace ahead in line. We go try to run. You do not really know what this festival is, or what it means, or continue. There is a secret in the dark. Surely we shall continue. Gone this far. In line, the footsteps of the people are steady and synchronized, and you go together. For how many years has this been done? And for how many will it be done in the future? Watch your step here, says Bat Mask to you in an under voice. Its accent is the accent of Wolfstack dogs. Floor is about to get squishier, and sure enough, it does. You have gained 4 times Visage, ritual participant. New total 6, empty-handed and brave. That we are. Or foolish. One or the other. Deep within. At last, the tunnel opens out. You and all the other congregants spread out in a cavernous space. A voice speaks in the darkness, a ritual preparation. Here at the new year, we gather under the one mask of flourishing of years. Her face is turned to the gods. Protected by her mask, we may remove our own. Protected by her script, we may speak outside our parts. Here and there is the sound of people fumbling with ties and strings. Your own face feels different with the mask off. We have a couple options here. Wait, listen. There are things here to learn, perhaps to your advantage. Tell one of your own secrets. All this time under the mask. It would be freeing. Fight the urge to giggle. Because we're at 6, apparently. What curious practices they have here. Receive the confidence of a stranger as holy. Those who come as spectators may remain as participants. Ooh, which one do I want to do? Ooh, that is a good question. Debating between 2 of them, effectively the first and the last one. Which was it that I wanted? It's one of them. Ah, yes. Convenient. The one we want is the one we want. Yes. I think we'll do the last one, though. That one seems cool. There's tree, receive the confidence of a stranger as holy. Truths. In the deep shadow, you hear things that you will never repeat. They are not the most dreadful of secrets, or the most evil things you know, but they are entrusted to you as confessions. You needn't guard your face while you listen, because no one can see you. You needn't scheme about how to use the information, because you do not know whose secret this is. It has no use to you, except as a token of connection. You've lost 5 terror. You've gained 1 memory of distant shores. You've gained 50 fragments. Rituals end. The hour of confidence is drawing to its end. If there's anything else you need to do, now is the time. Do nothing. Let the ceremony end according to the proper rites. Now, if you had brought a flare in here, you would get another option. We did not, so we shall not be just shooting a flare in the darkness like you're very much not meant to be doing. Last bell. At the end of the hour, there comes a woman with a feather of shimmering silver, which she tucks into your hand, symbol of the innocent heart that will not be eaten by the jackal. Then a bell rings, and the time of speech is over. You all begin to put your masks back on. It is possible, you cannot know for sure, that in this cover, someone has exchanged a mask with someone else. It is an orderly and perfect line that emerges again from the ear of flourishing of years. If anyone watches from above, they must surely be satisfied. Our occurrence. We are now a respecter of the sacred mysteries. We now have 1 captivating treasure and 1 secret. And now, we have an option. End your performance and leave the island. You can't stay in character forever. Calmer. When the other citizens are distracted, you find your way to the familiar customs house and rid yourself of mask and robe. There's satisfaction in laying aside a role well performed. Our mask quality is gone, and we have lost 10 terror. And now, if you want to go again, you would need another something weights. But that is a lot of the mysteries of Visage. You can do plenty of other things. There are other roles. You could be shooting a flare up in the darkness and be damned the consequences. Good luck with that. Tick that off my list, because I found Visage. No ships or anything, but... And now, we shall continue east. Like I said, not the place I was expecting to find, yet a place I did need to find. Visage provides. Case in point, we got not only just a secret from that, we got a freaking captivating treasure, and that's... Money, money, money. Discovered Port Cavendish? Oh. Oh. Okay then. Once again, not a place I was expecting to find, especially just to blunder in like that. Because, oh dear god, did I just blunder into this without using my bat or anything? Yes, hi dog. Say hello to the Isle of Cats, where there are roses. I'm not going to delve into here too deeply because this isn't the place I intended to go, but we'll grab a port report. Is this one of my... No, it's not. I'll just note there's some things to do. Port Cavendish. A scatter of yellow-lit honey dens and brightly painted alehouses. To the southeast rises the stone tower of Cavendish Abbey, its ramparts hung with crimson and gold banners. There are sailors from all across the Neath hauling cargo, dicing and brawling good-naturedly on the docks. The air carries the sound of sea shanties, sung with more enthusiasm than skill, and the smell of roses edged with brimstone. There is a piratical welcome. We'll get back to that once we actually do here. Notice there's red honey, because this is the place. It is also a place to sell sunlight. A risky place to sell sunlight. Sunlight, that most dangerous of pleasures. Here in Port Cavendish, there's an appetite for dangerous pleasures, but will you be able to negotiate with the sippers of sunlight? It is risky. But at the very minimum, we are going to compile a port report. Though the Isle seems at present beyond the reach of the Admiralty's laws, that does not mean that the Admiralty lacks interest in their activities. Roses and Kings. You spend half a day observing the docks, and note an astonishing number and variety of ships. Was that a connate Charmaran nestled beside a vessel from the Iron Republic? The dockhands complain loudly that they have never been busier. The caddies talk ceaselessly and carelessly about smuggling and piracy, but even the most hardened sailors lower their voices when they mention the king. They go even quieter when they talk about the Rose Garden. You make careful notes. Perhaps the Admiralty will understand what they mean, even if you don't. Now have a report. Isle of Cats, a desolate smuggler's haven of alehouses and honey dens. What? I'm gonna throw it. Give it. Thank you. Alright, dog be dog. This does have a shop. It's for your most expensive version of everything, because it's harbor provisioners. You would not want to rely on that. So, yeah, Olive Cats. We'll, I guess we'll be back to that at some point. You'll notice that's the port. This right here happens to be said Rose Garden. There's something to the north. Isn't that Rack? I thought it'd be Rack. We've already discovered Rack. Could that be something else? Alright. We, however, need to keep going east. If it's not here, which it definitely probably isn't, Reef of Roses is some distance to the north. I think... Oh, so there is another thing. Okay, our bat gave us a more accurate version. Hi. Dive from the shark, dive from the shark. God damn it. This is the other reason I wanted to dive. There's a place here that we might as well pop off at, but as you can see, there's a lot of undergroundness, so I literally happened to be right at the edge of matters there. Go figure. Fortunately, the shark found me. That's a Z creature. We do not want to worry about that at the moment. Here's me, don't mind me coming through. Da-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo. Rose Gate. It's not so much a port as a shop with a dock. Colored ceiling lights shine onto display casings lining the walls. A large shop counter dominates the room. Cigars, ashtrays, guillotines, matches, and carved boxes are all for sale. Sorry, there's weird noises going on. It is all fine. Each step here transports you into a new realm. At one moment, the heady aroma of summer flowers, then the earthly fog of fungus, the bitter warmth of morning coffee, the sickening sweetness of sweat and midnight honey. We do have someone that needed to be here. We also shall have her. Let me get in there here. We don't really need to. We can, however, take a pamphlet. This is our port report. Neatly printed histories of the shop are stacked high on one of the display cases. A notice encourages visitors to take one. Self-published plaudits. The pamphlet describes Rosegate as a cigar shop with a factory on the upper floor. True. Here, they produce and sell an unparalleled variety of cigars. Also true. The tobaccoist is described as a world-renowned figure, respected for his dedication to his craft and the brilliance of his creative vision. The pamphlet boasts that his genius will forever alter the tobaccoist's arts. Well, that remains to be proven. We now have a port report, and I just noticed my camera was blocking a little bit of stuff. Oops. I have fixed the issue. Factory, emporium, and home of the underwater cigar. What's the underwater cigar? Well, we're about to find out the start of such. By witnessing a reunion, the crotchety tobaccoist bends over the shop counter, annotating a large sheet of paper. He glances at the dogged apprentice and bites down on his cigar. His face is blackened with soot. The last batch blew up on me. Welcome back. A man's hope. The crotchety tobaccoist reaches across the counter to shake your hand. Our patron has forsaken us. He's only interested in his project to the south. He left my apprentice to starve, and he hasn't arranged a delivery of the materials I require. I've run out of rubies to try to convince him otherwise, which makes your intervention all the more prosperous. He puffs a great ring of smoke into the air above your head. Takes several moments for the halo to disperse. Citizen, we're on the verge of a tremendous breakthrough. I'm about to create something beautiful, something noble. A cigar which will burn underwater. I think I've finally found the right mixture. He taps the sheet on his counter. It is covered in incomprehensible scrawling, equations beyond the mathematical. 3 flavors. Something robust, something bitter, and something luscious. Once I have them, I can finally complete it. The Topago's impatience. Quality is now won. He won't wait forever. Convolting a robust flavor, the taste of kettle steam. Cultivating a bitter flavor, the taste of mild coffee. To sustain, to ignite the mind. Cultivating a luscious flavor, the taste of a stale pastry. To burn. That's what they are currently at, aka not very much. Cartoon Pacos would like you to aid in the creation of his underwater cigar. Well, let's see what he wants. The creation of a cigar. The crotchety tobaccoist has a dream to create a cigar that can be smoked underwater, and with your help, it might come true. Bitter, luscious, robust. 3 flavors, and we'll have the cigar. In pursuit of 3 flavors, the crotchety tobaccoist mutters to himself while fussing with his notes. Occasionally, he glances over his shoulder to the stairs running up one side of his shop. They ascend to a room marked workshop. We have straightforward challenges on all of these. We, however, do not have all the ingredients. Laboring for the robust flavor, the crotchety tobaccoist glowers at the rumbling crate. We'll need to shift the bloody thing up the stairs. Help us get it up there, won't you? Our iron qualities gives us a 100% chance, so we might as well, eh? One labored a step at a time. The 3 of you carry the crate up the stairs. The apprentice takes heavy breaths. The tobaccoist swears so often you're uncertain if he breathes at all. Eventually, you make it into the workshop and chain the cargo into the corner. You unfinished. I'm pretty sure they mean bastard on that one. The tobaccoist huffs, stretching his back. We got you now. Succeeded. Cultivating a robust flavor. The taste of watery beer. Not very robust, but I guess more robust than kettle steam. So what do we need there? We have the qualities. To progress, we'd need 2 ambiguous aeliths. We do know a place to get those. Let's back up at Neath. So, keep that in mind. In fact, I'll add it to the list. Tobacconist. Robust is 2 aeliths. As for stoking a luscious flavor, we need 3 romantic literature. Ah, lovely. Luscious, 3 romantic literature. You'll note it does not have an improved option here. This one we do have some solemn weight for the bitter flavor. The dogged apprentice sits by the hearth, pursuing his journal. The master wants this cigar to have a certain weightiness, wants to make it something that'll stick with you. Do you have anything that might work? Well, we happen to have an unread log. We have 2 of them now, in fact. How convenient. The dogged apprentice flicks through the book you hand him. It isn't long before he closes the book, with a grin. This is exactly what we were hoping for, citizen. Tragic and hopeless. This should prove potent indeed. Thank you. Our bitter flavor is now the taste of sharp chocolate. What's needed next? 3 lamentable relics. Well then, I guess for our, was it bitter? Yes. Bitter, we need 3 lamentable relics. And, well, not much more we can do here. We've done the 2 challenges we can do, and now we know the other ones. You'll notice here is it interesting in testing the limits of flammability. We can buy fuel, we can also sell fuel for not worth it and not worth it. Although there's 3 things you could sell. The Hunter's Eye, that we got up and we changed in for our Pelican, which was much more worth it than selling for 100, but hey, I suppose if you happen to get your hands on another Hunter's Eye, this is where you'd probably sell it. There is Heart Metal Ingot for 120. We got one of those doing our shindig there. Not sure what other use they could be used for. I really don't. There's also the Uttershoom Sporal, which sells for, honestly, quite a bit. 750 echoes. A fruit, a jewel, a tear. Leave that distinction to the botanist. It tastes a little like pine nuts. That is, you'll know as Uttershoom, so this shouldn't become surprised. That's something you get from the Uttershoom. It's one of the potential rewards of propagation. However, it is not the reward we'll be picking up. There is another one we need that will further our goals. But for now, well, that is all we can do here at Rosegate. We happen to still be on the hunt. The hunt for, well, that's a bomb. We are definitely 100% not hunting for a bomb. That in fact looks like a giant sea mine. I would much prefer not. I'm not gonna tempt fate with that. That sounds like a good way to explode. We have to have some self-preservation here, and that'll be our self-preservation here. Not running ourselves headlong into a bomb. An unexploded sea mine, quite potentially. Let us, not. And proceed on our way to continue to look for the place we've been looking for this entire time and keep on getting distracted finding other places. Hello. Undersea. Where is it? Not here. There's a ship there. Pirate frigate. Oh, that's not so bad. Another place I was not looking for, but hey, we found it. Say hello to the Mangrove College. Mangrove College. The wise and the wicked seek sanctuary here, where the fruits are plenty and the woods wild. A steaming sprawl of parasynthetic vegetation and a village. Barely a village. Old walls, roofs in disrepair, stilts leaning dangerously. It looks to have been assembled by drunks in a hurry. Dock carefully. An intense stare. There's a gentleman watching you rather closely. He may be mumbling to himself. Why it seems to be someone who wants to go somewhere under the Z. There's also someone else down there. We'll get to them in a moment. An intense stare. Well-intended questions. The impolite investigator shakes your hand with extreme vigor. Good day, citizen. When do we leave port? Can your ship outrun the Khan's best? Not that you'll have to, but it'd be comforting to know that you could. Take his hint. He needs to escape, and you can get him away. Or ignore his hint. His incessant questions are irritating. You don't want him aboard. No, we shall take his hint. I'll welcome myself aboard. Where is my bunk? He heads up the plank before you. He continues talking, expecting you to keep up. The Kanganians didn't seem to like me asking questions. Not many people do. It's made me unpopular in most ports. But there's still one I haven't tried. Could you take me to Hideaway? It's beneath the waves, on the back of a gigantic beast. You cannot miss it. He has asked you to take him to Hideaway. A man with many questions is on your vessel. Well, we'll need that for naval. There's also engage an officer, maybe's daughter. Hello, where are you headed? On second thoughts, I don't mind. And can I come aboard? Yes, I'm an engineer, but I'm an engineer in a hurry. Maybe's daughter is an engineer who increases veils, iron, and engine power. Sure. Welcome aboard. If anyone comes looking for me, well, I'm not accepting callers. Can I trust you to pass that on? You don't want them distracting me from my duties. We now have a new officer. Maybe's daughter. A smile, a wink, a butterfly tattoo. An intense and detailed knowledge of weaponry and engines. We can also pick up a passenger. The Mangrove College is named for its scholars and philosophers. They have long abandoned civilized comforts for the life of the mind. Sometimes they want those civilized comforts back. We might as well. That works out well. A checkered character. The principals, Port Cecil, black and white and silver. Please, take me there. Sooner, later, it doesn't matter. I know how complex the moves can be. You now have a checkered character. This dreamy, furtive fellow is traveling to the principles of Coral. You'll notice he does indeed take up one of our slots. That is fine. Ideally, if everything pans out right, we'll be stopping our way around there at a moment. There's some options. Eat, drink, be merry. We could gather supplies, which we definitely do want to do. Gather supplies. You don't have time to stop and rest, but you can gather plenty of supplies. The college members will grumble, but there's enough to go around. You'll note this option is unlocked with propagation. The Mangrove College no more than 0. Hint. Take the hint. Do not propagate the Mangrove College with Blemmingans. This is one of those places where it is a capital B, capital I, bad idea. Just don't. Wonderful things. Your crew strips a stretch of shoreline bare. It'll have burgeoned again by next week, no doubt. Just free 3 supplies for our event. You can compile fragments into various fragments and various story items into secrets. Notice 77 fragments, 7 distant shores. Same deal with that. It's not very worth it unless you for some reason have a desperate need for secrets and have a lot of story items. We don't want to use us up like that. We do, however, want to compile a port report. Sages, scholars, philosophers, naturalists, poets, dreamers. here to pursue their rarefied ideals in a land of muddy fecundity. All shall be well. The thinkers of the Mangrove College continue their untroubled and sedentary existence. New schools of philosophy are born and die like bubbles. Extraordinary poetries are written in water. The occasional retired pirate tries and fails to get invited to salons. I'll have one port report. The philosophers of the swamp debate, squabble, and pray. Our hunger quality is gone, and we have another supplies. There is, you'll note, this option. It is similar to the Godfall one in that it's effectively an expedition into the Wispways. The swamps around the village are full of mud crocodiles and vegetable treasures, including the notorious parasite called Sunless fruit. The fogs and spreading branches occlude all light. Take plenty of candles if you venture in. Also, take plenty of crew if you venture in. Yeah. You could put a Fleming in short. Don't. Just don't. College is already a crumbly mess. More plant than village. Unleashing booming here will only hasten the decline. No matter. We don't. As I have said. Notice we now have Maybe's daughter. 6 veils, 3 iron, engine power plus 100. In comparison to just 8 veils and efficiency. It's interesting. She is another increased veils person. And, need a strange catch to dine with her. Okay, then. Noted. Alright. Now, can I find this place that I'm trying to find instead of literally finding every other place? Because, dear gods, I keep on finding literally every other place. Melting Islands is somewhere to the northeast. Hey, it's okay. Oh, that's this place. I'm not looking for the place I've already found. Hey. What? What do you want? Making noises at me. A roof? A roof? What? What is it you could possibly want at the moment? I don't see the ball around, so you're clearly not gunning for that at the moment. Autumn Islands. An actual place, or is it just a discoverable fragment? It's that. Bat! Not what I'm looking for! I mean, yeah, fragments are fragments, great. I just got a secret from it, I think, too, but... Still, not what I'm looking for. Bat! Bring me to places! Alright, we'll see where this leads us. It is, of course, gonna just wind up being, like, the furthest east I could need. It's not gonna be as far as there. We know spiders lie right there. Bugger that noise, by the way. Luckily, I bought plenty of fuel. Like, I am very much glad for that. Yeah, you're okay, Nitro. You're okay. And I've been picking up supplies where I can, which is also beneficial. Alright, that way, and we have this way. Could it possibly be? Yeah. Effectively in the middle zone at moment. We also seem to be effectively in the middle of freaking nowhere. Dear gods. You over here? Please? There's a tiny, itty-bitty freaking speck of land. Bravo, bravo. We have found speck of land. We have literally found middle of nowhere. Ah! I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I don't remember that. Bleh, bleh. Got an achievement for it. For what? Fuck if I know. Something wakes. Flee its gaze. Quickly. Tear. I don't know what that is, but welcome to All the Nope. Population, me. Yes, hi. You responding to my noises? My noises of, oh gods, what the fuck have I found? Ooh, this is promising. The Promised Sea. This is 100% promising because this is 100% what we need. Also, there's a Thornfluke in the way. Hello. Say hi to something we do actually need. I am gonna try my best. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, getting closer. Halfway through it. Thornflukes deal a lot of damage when they charge you. I do not want it to charge me. Wait, Thornfluke, come back! Yes, yes, like that. Okay, not quite like that. They're now underwater. Come back to the surface, you coward! Careful does it. Excellent. There's an overheard at sea. I will click on that in a moment. The Thornfluke is destroyed. Its pulpy flesh shivers with the energies of its failing language. Already it is disintegrating into the waters. Examine its corpse. Dangerous, but what an opportunity. We succeeded on that check. Hells yeah. The deliquescing body is full of incomprehensible organs that collapse at your touch. You sketch what you can. Cock an ear to the departing harmonies of its violent language. At its center, you find a vast lump of resin or congealed gall, the size of a barrel, flawed with darkness. In the false starlight, it is a deep violet purple. Irigo, your doctor whispers, the color of forgetfulness. We have succeeded. We have gained 3 secrets. We now have a colossal flute core. We need that for the principles. Excellent. Colossal flute core. Sentiments in history's coil. Prisoned by Irigo, as the Irigo is prisoned by Amber. Mourn the mind that has passed. Overheard at sea. Rivalry. Cannoneer. Hello. Mechanic. Hello. How are your boilers? Tolerable. We're trying a new diversion mechanism for the pressure from... But you don't want to hear about that. How are your guns? Wonderful. The crews are coming along nicely. The new practice regime, but oh, I'm sorry, am I boring you? Not at all, but I must get on. Have a pleasant afternoon. Dilettante. Amateur. You've lost a terror. Alright, we are in the right area, and if the messages hadn't clued me in about the Z stuff, what could very much clued me in was the presence of a Thornfluke. That was 100% our sign that we have found what we want to find. All through this place, the song of the drownies lies shivering sweet along the wind. Here is where I want to do a thing. Is it Lorcansport? Yes, it is. Très bien. And all we had to do was find the horrible, nasty, evil eye in the Z, because, oh dear gods, what the hell was that? That was new. That was new to me. Nope. A transition. I'm gonna check something here. Got an achievement for that. Ah, that helps nothing. Roaring Rise, discover the eye. Ah, yes, I could very much tell that that was an eye. But here we are, where I wanted to find, for some particular reasons, the Fathom King's Hold, Lorcan's Port, named for that most enterprising of drownies. Phosphor cells burn green. Somewhere below, the king waits. The Fathom King's Hold, like an iceberg, like a bizarre master's scheme, like the Neath pardon me, like the Neath itself, most of the hold is invisible. You only see a tiny portion of sculpted coral. The rest waits below the surface. The Fathom King's bone rooms and aquaria, his pearl snares, and his dining chambers. You could, with an event, descend to an audience with the Fathom King. The Fathom King is the lord of the drownies, those dead who won't stop swimming. By some account, he's the lord of all who die at the sea. Bring him a story to tickle his curiosity. Permit shore leave, perhaps your sailors would like to take the air ashore. You could trade for drowning pearls. The drownies have a peculiar appetite for skintillac, that silvery northern coral. They whisper and giggle as they haggle. That's 7 skintillac for drowning pearls. We do need a drowning pearl, but there's another way to do it. Trade for white mollyflower. It looks like a fish in water and a flower in air. The drownies recommend owning one if you're going to their cousins at the hot. That is 1 skintillac for it. We don't have any skintillac at the moment. We could also, and we are going to, put a Blemmingen ashore. It's dark and damp here, with many crevices where it can hide. The Blemmingen should flourish, so long as it avoids the Fathom King's notice. An unexpected welcome. A gift from the Myceligian mother, the porter says dispassionately. The Fathom King will be pleased. Here for your trouble. We now have a drowning pearl. Still chilly from the fingers of drownies. We have a propagation the Fathom King's hold. Our propagation is now at 2, and we have lost one of our Blemmingans. That drowning pearl we want. For a specific reason. And it is to facilitate for what the brisk campaigner needs. Because earlier, I believe, I remember us seeing a certain event at Gyre's Morn where you could trade a drowning pearl for what ends up being Sunless fruit, and we have a need for Sunless fruit. There's another way to get Sunless fruit. It's a bit trickier, takes a bit more effort. This, however, we can do because it achieves multiple goals at once. Compile a port report. The porter watches you write. She says nothing. Others who come and go. Those granted audience return dazed, awestruck. The king is not generous, but occasionally he is fair. Only a tiny portion of the hold is visible, but you can learn much from the comings and goings of those who visit. And there are no shops or anything of that accord. We are, in fact, done. Yes, we're done. Oh. And now, we want to go to Port Cecile, which, oops, I accidentally pressed E. We want to go to Port Cecile, which happens to conveniently be, well, right there. We can drop off this person. We can plumb for some more skintillac. At risk of our terror, but we shall do so. because we need money. We want money. We want all the money. And then we can deliver this fluke, this colossal fluke core, which is currently occupying a space in our inventory. But that is fine, because we are about to trade it. Ends up being really convenient that it's right near Port Seal. And it's right next door to the principals, makes this a very quick trip. Given I, of course, ended up exploring, like, all of this in the meantime and finding absolute terror. I have never seen a giant eyeball from the Z before. And I'm not sure I want to. I guess if there's something to it, I can go back to it. Yes, I don't want to go back there, Nitro. That is a fact. I do not want to go back to the giant eyeball opening up in the Z. That is just horrors. Horrors unimaginable. Yeah. Yes, they are. I really don't. That was just all the note of what I ran into. And shockingly, I've never run into that before, so... Hey! Welcome to a genuine moment of pure horror. Gather intelligence, another port report. Drop off the checkered character. He waits eagerly by the rail. He lifts his head to inhale. I can already smell the chess, he announces. Thank you? Farewell? He says neither of these things. He drops a sweaty bundle of banknotes in your hand, and hairs up off the hill, fingers twitching to begin a game. Game players, eh? Totally not a jab at any sort of gamer or anything. Anyways, easy 100 echoes just for buzzing around doing our own business. Importantly, we could explore. Nah, we can, however, explore for more Skintalak. We failed, which is fine, because that's only one tear. We have failed, and we have gained one Skintalak. How's our hold doing? Plenty. Alright, we shall need that. An extra move. As you reach, we shall go in. I was about to read, and it's like, wait, no, we've read this before. I've read this before. Give the principals a fluke core. Oh, my cousin, my enemy. I was of their kind before I began my descent. Now you see me as I am. But I would be so much less. I would dissolve on the waves like old foam. Help me end and kill my emissary. But not until we are ready. Here is your Skintalak. My emissary recalls how it burnt. See him flinch. No matter. He will end when I do. Now, your secret. These sea lords you slay. They give of themselves for the drowning feast. Kneel, and I will whisper you a fragment of the recipe. We've gained a secret. We've lost our colossal fluke core. Flucal. Oops. We've gained 7 Skintalak, and we've gained a couple of terror. And now, we have achieved all of these. And we remain now at the last game. I'll miss chess most when this is done. The black waves, my children's glows, let them pass. But oh, my sweet diagonal, it's time. Afraid, I find. Quickly, the board awaits. The emissary, trembling, takes his place across the board from you. He will dissolve with me, the principals tells you, consolingly. It's for the best. You must win the game. Defeat him, and he and I will end. I will leave treasure. Hurry, my thoughts go burdensome. We are given 2 options here. Win the match. The principals will be reduced as it desires to a mindless hump of coral. The outcast stands trembling behind the board, ready to enact the principal's moves. Its mind will be destroyed with its masters. That's our outcast. That's our guy. But we are given another option that does not involve reducing him to nothing. We could lose the match. You are enmeshed in an alien scheme. Perhaps you mistrust it. Perhaps you pity the outcast. Whatever your motives, you will throw the match on purpose, leaving the principals trapped in consciousness, defeating the purpose of this whole quest. Makes it sound bad, but we are going with it. For the sake of our outcast friend. Infinite regret. You make a foolish move. Another. Hope dawns in the outcast's moistly shining eyes. The principal's rumbles as it guesses your intent. The outcast twitches with delight. It moves its knight. Your cane is imperiled. Now I regret, the principal sighs. Now at last I regret. I regret trusting you, stranger, and you, my emissary, who was almost me. The emissary makes its final move. You topple your kin. The cave around you is silent. The outcast straightens, taller than you have ever seen him. It extends a slippery appendage to shake your hand. Together, you climb the steps back towards the seal. The principals never speaks to you again. A stalemate. You now have the Narcissus survivor. Pearly light still drips from its mantle crest, but it has survived the principals and won something in the process. We have saved him. We have gained a memory of distant shores. We have gained a searing enigma. And we have gained an Apocean chess piece carved from coral. It is the pulse of the principles it lay. That we want for our Vendervite fellow. And that is the end of that quest line. There's two ways you can do it. The other way, of course, something horrible happens to him. But here in his current state, we have 8 hearts, 4 pages, 4 mirrors. Yes. Very, very much yes. We definitely want that. Our hearts is now higher, our mirrors is now higher. And our pages, it's a couple higher too. And that is all very, very good. As well, the other thing is, you don't get much in the way of skin slag after the fact on the passing event if you reduce them down, because there's nothing producing it. We kind of want to keep things going there. But it's mainly because I like the Narcissus survivor. He has survived, and for that, we are all better off. So, let's see here. What does that need? You are done. What else is done? Just that. We do need... Okay, by there. There are some other things we need. And one of them... Yeah, one of them's up at Irene. That is a bit of a journey, but I think we should be fine to do so. Yeah. Oh, pardon me there. We might be able to. I do not know if we have the fuel for it or not, is what I'm worried about. Hello, eel. Yeah, yes, hello. I am do not want you here. Careful, yeah, I'm not sure on my fuel, so I think I'll go a route that heads me back to London, and then I can go... Yeah, then I can go bouncing, like, there, to fulfill some things. Yes, okay, that's my plan. That is my plan. Hello, suitable for smoking. See, supplies. There's actually a lot of opportunities to get supplies. Fuel, not so much. Fuel, not so much. We can bump our mirrors up a little bit and our hearts up a little bit if we wanted to. But I think that would cost most of my secrets at the moment. Only one way to figure out, really. That's fails. We have 10 secrets. Yeah, no, what? Sure. Who was? What were you? We could do that, but not right now. Ah, yes, you are our mirrors. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. And then get this one also to an interval. Oh, we can do that. I guess we could do that too. What happened to the Clandent lobe? If the Claddagh heir's mother cut off a piece of London's Echo Bazaar, where did it go? An awkward inheritance. Mother experimented on the lobe various ways, with Mr. Iron bringing her new implements. It wanted to be on the move, however, and in the end she put it on a ship, or built a ship around it, the Claddagh Heart, but it's got away from her. Gathering details on the history of it. Let's just increase our heart now before I forget that I wanted to do that. Well, where is the Claddagh Heart now? And would she care to claim her inheritance? Too casual. Last my mother heard, it was in Adam's Way, or somewhere further into the Elder Continent. It might still be seaworthy. In its day, it was a most unusual ship. Do I want it back? I try not to want anything too much, but if you care to travel in that direction, I could hardly stop you. When you wait long enough, she says a little more. I avoid obsessions myself, but I know one of these days I'll have to operate on myself. Remove some desire that has gotten too unwieldy. To Adam's Way. That is somewhere down here. I might actually take a gander at that. But for now, I do want to head back to London. And do want to do a trip to Forest up here to grab a number of items, because we do want our stuff to help out the Brisk Campaigner. And whatever we get next from that is going to be the... is going to be the coin flip on... Is it going to be simple, or is it going to be difficult? Jelly floor. Jelly floor. Hey, jelly floor. Want to give me a strange catch? Want to? Excellent. Thank you, Jelly Fleur, for your kind contribution into something we needed for the Brisk Campaign. I appreciate and respect your donation to the Saving the Brisk Campaigner cause, and I appreciate you giving me such. Have a good have a good death, Jelly Fleur? Something like that. So that was really lucky. You know why? Because now, in theory, I should be able to grab, hopefully, the deal I need from there, pick up the mother stop from there, and now I don't necessarily have to go all the way to fucking Irene just to purchase a goddamn strange catch. Thank goodness. Thank goodness on that. Oof. Had both options there because it's like Irene is a guaranteed way to buy a strange catch. It's there. It would have been purchasable. It's purchasable. For not a whole lot, it would have been needed to purchase it, but it would have been a voyage to get over there. However, the fact that I do not have to do such is, well, good. Ah, the crawling stars again. A darkness. 3 of the false stars wink out altogether. As suddenly as closed eyes, the pattern that remains is as hopeless and meaningless as cast ice. Somewhere, a sailor begins to sob. We've gained 2 terror. They did not like what happened, and for good reason. Because they just saw a very bad omen. Go figure. Alright, let's get back. Lug to London. We'll cast off our recent news. We do want a recent news for other endeavors, but here right now is not a huge issue. Because we're about to get another one. It's a good use of it. And I'll just note right now, because we'll see it anyway, so one shall note that there is an option to propagate upon the light ships as an option. Don't. A, you'll lose out on that option to trade in your recent news for a Z story. Second, you won't be able to buy fuel from them, which, in case you really do need such out in the middle of nowhere, it's good to have the option. You're effectively banned from doing services upon light ships, so don't put Flemingons on light ships. Just as you don't put one on Mangrove College, you do not put one on a light ship. Just, no. There's other places, better places. Do that instead. Do that instead. Definitely don't do that. Alright, hello, lightship. We are not putting the Blemingen on board you. We are trading in our news. Yeah, you'll lose this option, which it is an expensive option for fuel, but it's good to have. Definitely do not want to put one on board. Recent news. Lost Terror gains Z story. That is far more beneficial than propagating. Pardon me. And there are plenty of other options for propagation that won't get you in trouble. So, just don't restrain yourself. Don't put Flemingons everywhere. There are good places and there are bad places. I mean, if you want to experiment with it free will, well, go ahead. Play the game how you want, but, yeah. Beware, your actions will have consequences. Yes, that's right. Consequences. Actions. Do not run into Wolfsack docks. Let them do their worst, because I have nothing for them to take. Messages. Hasn't changed. What was the Rosers asking for? Ah, right, those. Okay, fair enough. On our ship at the moment. Stygian Ivory. We do not need Stygian Ivory. I need Stygian Ivory, so I'll sell that. 28. We will want to buy honey. I will try to remember to buy honey. You have use of that. We have Strange Catch. We might need 1 Skintilac, depending upon how things go with this ship, so I'll sell a few of those for a hold space. But not all of them. We do not want to sell all of them. quite yet. So we just might need one for a future step, so... I think we only need one. I'm gonna keep us at 3 just in case. I'll know in a bit. Oh, yes, you can sell Blemmingans on here, but we have need for the Blemmingans for other things. But there is a reason for it. Is there anything good from a new recruit? No, it's just a sailor. We do not have need for a sailor. So, we should... There's not that. We'll go here, read the morning papers. Lost terror, recent news. Time... Hey! What are you barking at? I threw the ball. I threw it. On the ground. It's not here. Nothing here. Just enjoy their company. And lose 20 terror because of it. Which is good. Dogs be dogs. Let's see here. Not that. However, submit port reports. Yes, that we do want to do. Port Cecile we have already talked about. Abbey Rock we've already talked about. Utter Shroom we've already talked about. The Mangrove College, though, is new. Ah, yes, the Muddy Philosophers. Do tell. Gain 50 echoes, a favor, and a few. Effectively, the normal deals. Isle of Cats. And what does the so-called Pirate King have to say for himself these days? Yes, well, we did rather know about his rose gardens. Not good news that they're prospering, though. Really should have nipped it in the if you would allow me, bud. And trading with the Khanate, with the Iron Republic, bother. I may have to have a meeting about this. 1 favor, 30 echoes, 1 fuel, and a noisy dog that does not realize I already threw the ball. Look around you. No ball here. I threw it. Visage. Ah, the island that looks up. I don't suppose you found out what it's staring at. 40 echoes. Favor and a fuel. The Fathomkeen's Hold. What's the old monster up to now? Again, 30 echoes, a fuel, and a favor. On with our survey accomplishments. Quaker saving is just a pittance, but we always do. Rosegate. I bought his cigars when he was still in London. What's he doing down there? 35 echoes, favor, and a fuel, and serving deal. And that is that on the port reports. Is that perhaps not? We have 8,000 now, which is going along well. It is going along very well. Let's see here. We want to remember to buy honey. What is the amount of honey we need? Although we don't want to accidentally fill up our slots too. I don't know how much of this deals at. You know what? We'll be back for the honey. We will be back. So I'm gonna fill up on fuel and supplies. Because that will benefit us a lot more. Excuse me, don't bite my pants. Pants are not for eating. Okay, yeah. First things first, we want... Honestly, we kind of want to scrunch around and hit up... Well, we want to do this in some order. We might as well do it in a safest route. So yeah, we'll head up to Venderbite first. Venderbite, we'll go to Wither, because that's where we need to buy our Mutter Salt. Venderbite is just cashing in on this deal that we have there. That chess piece we got. And then it'll be, hopefully, getting what we need at Guider's Moor. Then we could potentially see what the next step we need on that. Like I said, that one is going to be a toss-up. It's either going to be easier or harder, and more expensive. I don't know what it will wind up being. It's literally a 50-50 toss-up chance on this one. So, there'll be only one way to find out. And this poor ship is just gonna be because it's here. Hi there, baby pirate crew. I regret to inform you that I am just using you. Aw, free honey. Perfect. A free honey is beneficial for us. What? I haven't brought a ball back. Not that I see, anyways. Oh, you do. You did. Okay, fair enough. There you go. It's thrown now. Congrats, you almost had me. But I just threw it. I almost ran into Vanderbike to throw it for you. Look around you. Come on, you know what to do. Look around you. That 1 point of damage is on you. Hey. Hi. Hello there. You who's been a nuisance. Hi. Oh, now you realize? Dogs be dogs, and border collies definitely be border collies. That's for sure. How's our hold looking? 37. Okay. We have that honey, which is good, because that's one less honey we have to buy. Now I feel better about not having spent the honey. Alright, we want port report. Care to drop this Blemmingen here, because we need this Blemmingen for the campaigner. We can visit the first curator. And we can give it your Apple Scion chess piece. Oh yes, it also wants Cage Frail Fingers. The curator cups its hands over the soft glowing chess piece. Its face, you see now, is masked with copper. Its fingers wither in the light. A curl of smoke rises. But it only clutches the chess piece tighter. The sea, it whispers. I smell the sea. You smell scorched dust, but here's your payment in rubies of antique cut. The curator seems happy. We now have fulfilled that. We now have only two things left. Cosmogon and Violence. One I for sure know we are going to be going for because it's Cosmogon that is tied with our Blemmingen shenanigans that we'll be doing in a bit. Let us explore Vanderbite. An uneventful afternoon. Ah, we have another Soothing Cooper long box. Well, fair enough. It's not something for the engineer, but fair enough. Oh, right. I need to talk to Navy's daughter. I forgot about that. Also, Bat's one. There's no longer a Bat's one. All clean. Go in here and put them in the pot. And then immediately use that pot to talk with Navy's daughter. Invite her to dine. Oh, wait, no, that's right. That's why I didn't do it. Because we need the strange catch for other reasons. Well, maybe find a reason to... Might end up going to Irene after all for a strange catch for that, but... In due time, it's not an urgent matter. It is not an urgent matter. What is a more urgent matter is the brisk campaigner. However, I will not stop to say no to killing a lifebird. So a lifebird is money. Money on the Z. And come at me, lifebug. come at me. That was too close. That was way too close. That was terrifyingly close to ramming into me. Luckily, it did not. But it almost did. It almost did. Gathering treasures. We have more outlandish artifacts. And a hunting treasure. Alright, fair enough. Could potentially start taking off heirlooms, but I might also just be using this money. Might actually be sitting on a fair amount of money now. Between all that I'm getting. Which wouldn't be a bad thing. But we definitely want that merchant vessel because for now there's a lot of things we can do with a good amount of cargo hold. And it is the best cargo hold you can get. The best. And it is worth it enough in even that regards. Another Lifeberg there. I do want to battle it. Could give me stuff. It being further up is beneficial. It being fog is unideal. But at this angle, at least, we can generally tread back in a way. I should have been shooting there once it got up, but my breath catches in my throat when it's doing a charge like that. And boom. That was surprisingly loud. Ooh, a cache of curiosities this time. At the mark of the Iron Republic, Hell's client state. Oh, wow, that's a lot of fuel. Oh, wow, that's a lot of fuel. Waxy white lumps, it sheened like paraffin. Hell droppings, the boson pins. Don't know what they're made of, but they'll burn long and steady. Better than coke, much. That puts us over. We're gonna duck out some of that fuel. Because that's the cheapest thing for us to duck, but that was effectively a gain of 5 fuel. I was not expecting to get fuel from it. Just in case it uses up supplies, I'm gonna have our hunger tick over. Let's cover something in that mess. Huh. Oh well. Dock. Wither. Explore the town. Port report we definitely want. Lemmingen ashore we do not want to do. Might as well explore the town. We have Storm's attention. Excellent. The wind speaks. You fall into a reverie as you wander the shore. There are words in the wind. A story of sorts. Of a gate in the north. Of a pale light that began there. Of a round light that will end there. Of a high wilderness that other ships may sail. You lift your eyes. On the wall of a saltworks, someone has scrawled, "Is there a sea more sunless?" 20 fragments, Storm's attention, and that is all for now. And now, we go to the shop. We trade 5 of our precious Z stories for mutter salt. Now, we'll grab a codex, port report, because it is literally right there. And then head down to Guidon's Morn. And hope we can do the trade we need to do. Because, well, it's what we need. Suffice to say, it is just simply what we need. Almost all of those are multiples of 10. Multiple of 5 is fine as well. And we don't have the secrets to just be spending on that, but it would be nice. We don't want that. We want that. Now off to Guidance More. Off to the pirate area, which we will not be getting a port report from. That'd be bad. Let's see my list. See my list. We have mud salt. Yes, indeed. We have a strange catch. That, in fact, we have. Not running into anything. Good. And we have our one. Of that. What was our application then? I think it was just 2, so we need that many plemons there. Hi. Hello there. You? Pirate? No. Come back. I need to shoot you with the big gun. God damn it. Pickings? Oh. It's Parabola. Parabola is the serpent place behind the mirrors. Or someone made that up. But in that case, where do they weave this sleek and ambery glittering cloth? Who plucks the flax from the banks of rivers that flow through sleep? I was disappointed because, despite this one being a more expensive game, technically, you can sell this for more profit. It's not spider silk. I have a need for spider silk. And that is the same trigger for spider silk as parabola linen. It just happens to be on. It rolls at first, it's some sort of wool fabric, and then it rolls again, effectively the chance for parabola linen or spider silk. And it was parabola this time. Unfortunate, but I'm not too surprised. Something awaits us in port. Let us hope it is the event that we need. Explore. Flamigans, no. Excellent. Here it is. A gleaming marauder is assembling an immense hoard of drowning pearls. His teeth are gold. His rings wink with scintillac. A locked box sits beside him, containing delicacies retrieved from the wispways. Trade a drowning pearl for 2 soulless fruits. You have unlocked 1 drowning pearl. Unlocked with another day. Time the healer, 50. And the right, something awaits you. We will do that. Another pebble for the mountain. He is ambitious and plans to marry a princess of the leopard clan. How many pearls would be an appropriate offer, do you think? 10,000? 100? Fathers can be prickly. You take a pair of solace fruit from his trove, their flesh plump and glistening. You've lost your drowning pearl. We now have 2 solace fruit. In smaller quantities, delightful and refreshing. In larger quantities, one of the very nicest ways to die. We have our solace fruit. We can sell stuff here. Don't really want to or need to. Alright, let's go to officers. The brisk campaigner. We have everything she needs. A care for omniscience. I have an idea, but I'm going to need fresh flesh from chillier kingdoms. Solace fruit from the melting islands where the Mangrove College lies. Which is the other place you could do it, but this way worked out in our benefit. And yes, more mutter salt. I regret that it's not cheap. We have mutter salt, we have a solace fruit, we have a strange catch, and we have a docile Blemmingen. Let us see what happens. Grim resolution. She returns from her works, eyes downcast. No. Still I feel that creeping fire. But there is another possibility. A species there is that understands fire better than any. Another step. There is an account in the journals of M. Jumur of a devil rite used for the extinction of flames, the substance called zoop. It can be eaten by the unwary, at least, but it can be turned to other purposes, too. Unfortunately, we got the bad one. 7 drowning pearls, soup, mutter salts, secrets. Well, unfortunate. That was the bad result. The unfortunately complex and difficult to acquire combination. Like I said, unfortunate. I'm not in a huge position to do that at the moment. I can sell my skunk at least. Well, I am on the hunt for profits. I'm just gonna stop by Neath to try to do some things. But, yeah, unfortunate. That was the unfortunate route. Alright, what are we at now? Alright, I have a list of ideas that I want to do, but first things first, I want to see if I can do. Since my terror is kind of a bit low at the moment, I want to see if I can raise my sharpness a bit. A couple things I want in my quest for sharpness. And I shall, try to go for such. Yep. Of course, that'll be all a matter on the checks. Jellyfloor. Jellyfloor. Jellyfloor, come back! Come back! Jellyfloor, where did you go? It vanished. Jellyfloor vanished. Sad days on us. The Jellyfloor has gotten away from our wrath. Pity. Pity. Not surprising, but a pity. Potentially gotten a strange catch for maybe Stalker on that, but alas, 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 alas. Nope, might be a bit too close. The answer is yes. There we go. A little bit too close. Just a little bit. Problem has been fixed now. Problem has indeed been fixed. The impolite investigator's question. The impolite investigator approaches you smiling. Now we're safely submerged. I have a question, citizen. I've discovered that several crew members are attracted to you. Would you become intimate with any? If so, who? How would you engage? And why haven't you indulged yet? We could refuse to reply. This is not a topic you wish to speak about with him. Respond with a secretive smile. Let him draw his own conclusions. We can threaten to keelhaul him. Does he want to play the voyeur? If so, you can arrange for him to be jettisoned from the submarine and dragged along. Maybe he can peek through a porthole and find an answer himself. Or, you'll know this one's unlocked by unaccountably peckish, which, if you'll remember, is cannibalism. I am hungry. Isn't he just delicious? Yeah, we're just gonna be coy. Raising questions, the investigator nods. That tells me everything I need. I know where to make follow-up inquiries, but before I go, I'd like some specifics. I already have some theories about your predilections. Would you confirm some of the details? You gave the impolite investigator all he needed for an answer. Alright. That was just triggered because we submerged with him aboard. For now, Aranth. Hello, Neath. We have considered our own condition and 36% chance. Let's... Oh, I did immediately. Unexpected. The environment is a help, but you must also prepare your mind and your will. Going sharp means giving away many sensations. So now it's a 28% chance. It's dropped less. 4 members on log. What were the things I wanted to potentially do? Ton and bones. Yes, I had these two options that I was thinking of. Undergo accumulation of the tongue. Give up a soft speech and slow words. Come to know poets, court jesters, liars, and artists in cipher. Tongue point and pinnacle. The sharp tongues gather on a point of rock. There is little room for newcomers. The wit is crisp and dry. The diction is precise. Nothing is slurred, and nothing said in error. Your tongue is transparent, and its edges are perfectly squared. Is your tongue a supple diamond? Does your speech glitter and stab? Port report, we might as well, while we're here. Let's see here. Consider your own condition. Let's see here. We're locked more because we don't have more sharpness. I'm gonna give this a... Oh, right, I can up my odds, can't I? Like, can I? Did I have some with hearts? You have a heart. Okay, fair enough. I'll try to remember to correct that in the meantime. Your veil's iron. 5, 6, 9. Okay, another literal by 1. Oh wait, no, this is our surgeon. So 3. No, by 3. Yes. I should have done that the first time, but maybe that's why I succeeded, because I was just blindly going loop. 30% chance. We have upped it by 2%. 7 terror. 7 terror. 7 terror. 7 terror. Okay. We have done all we can there. Unfortunate, but... Surgeons that away. Mascots that away. Story, and what we can do now, at least, is visit Rosina in her chambers. And we have an option that we can do because we happen to be in Visage, and because we have accumulation of the tongue. Provide a dry lecture on the social stratification of Visage. Obscure pedantry might be just the thing for Rosina. You have the tongue to tell it. We have everything here, so... Curative tedium. You explain the masks. You establish that the etiquette associated with each one. You rely upon the most technical of anthropological vocabulary. You allow yourself some reflections upon theories of equivalence as they pertain to performative duties in highly diminutive societies. Rosina's nurse touches your elbow. First sound sleep she's had in weeks, she whispers, with a nod at the resting patient. It'll do wonders for her, especially if she can avoid dreaming. We have gained 7 antennas. Rosina's health. We're up at 17 and nearly recovered. That went well. We can't immediately do it again because that was an event deal, but we can ask, find out what all the onlookers are for. They aren't assisting in any medical proceedings. And carrion birds, you put your question. Rosina glances over at the cluster of men and women. Her expression is blank. The motion that ought to be there has been controlled or wiped away. There are certain idiotic sects, she says, people who want to suffer what I have. They follow me around, hoping to be infected by my conflagration. We succeeded, and we've gained her acquaintance, but a bit more. Up the staircase, and out we go. Although first, we could buy 2 Eeliths. We probably should buy 2 Eeliths while we're here. Ah, that's skin tonic from Buttersalt. Meh. Since we're here and all, we'll pick up two of those deals. Let's see here, that's on my list. And that's on my list. I like lists. They're great. They help me remember things. In fact, I pretty much made... Oops. In fact, I pretty much made this list, like... I immediately thought up of everything as I was going on right after I finished stream last time. It's like, oh, time to do research while it's all fresh in memory. That's that one done too. I'm just kind of cruising the Z-bed a little bit because we don't spend enough time down here, although I'm not going to do that foolish thing again. But I wanted to reduce my terror a little bit since I was skirting the edges, so Frosthound is honestly a good place for it, because of that one event. You spotted a... Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Back up. Back up. I think this is something we can send on their way to the Gant pool. It's also, oh god, shooting us for so much freaking damage. Okay, this needs to die before it kills us. It's like, I no longer worry about the other stuff, I just care that it's dead. Okay. Oof. There is danger lurks below the Z. Because of that, we're going to be bumping our way back up. Dissected for knowledge. You have defeated a Thalate. In death, the Thalate looks like the grisly collage of an untamed vivisectionist. Mercifully, most of it has stopped moving. Again, dissected for knowledge, perhaps it will make more sense in pieces. Fillet it for supplies. Just close your eyes and hold your nose. Look, you don't even need to swallow, see? And down it goes. I think it likes the dark. Or let the beast go. The wound is fatal. It will surely head to the Gant pool. This will send the beast to the Gant pool. And that's what we want. We've gained 2 terror. A behemoth goes to die. The crew watches uncomfortably as the red wake spreads. Is this a mercy or cruelty? The murmured arguments continue on into the night. The looks they shoot you are all the harsher for their uncertainty. From unclear and get back to the surface because we are now approaching 50-50 on our oxygen. Oh, hi. I did not realize I was right in front of, right in this thing as I was rising. Oops. Ugh. Pretty furry. Okay, we're free. Not a Frosthound to try to reduce our terror by a little bit. Because, yeah, our terror is almost 50. This is not an ideal situation. But one I inflicted upon myself. Also, I forgot to... Oh no, I did remember to switch my officers. Yay! I wasn't completely foolish. We shall compile a port report, and then take tea with the squatters. That's supplies, fuel, and lost terror. Now let's see here. I want to head back to London. Yes, that is 100% what I want to do. First things first, I'm gonna pick up a con shadow report. Report, because I think, if I remember right, that reduces terror as well. Which is, ideal, to say the least. Oh, right, hideaway. We have another hideaway objective, which means I need to find hideaway first. Don't remember as well where those things could be, although I think the one time I did find it on a run, it was somewhere far, far east. So that might be where I look. Once again, one of those cases of only one way to find out, as we try to outrun a Khanate War Tremerian who has their interest on us. Ah, look, another one. This is not ideal. Just going to con shadow, damn y'all. Con shadow, then back to farm. I want to go back to Neath because there's other things I do want to increase my sharpness a bit more for other reasons, but yeah. We'll find out once we reach there. But I'm not gonna head straight back. Our situation isn't the best. Approach the man staring at you. His gaze is rather intense. What does he want? A commission. The severe chemist glares at you over his glasses. Beneath the Z, Captain, there is a city of murderers. Within it, a plant known as Tether. Bring me a jarful, and I will pay you handsomely. You can walk the way. Go into city of murderers on account of a weed. Doesn't he know people don't come back from death, said Z, or accept the task? You go get him a jarful of Tether, no trouble. No reason not to accept it. He smiles in the manner of a corpse whose skin has just dried out. Excellent. You'll find it in Rack, a city of pleasures. I'll be waiting for you on the other shroom, where my studies continue. Alright, report. Just like that. Ooh, that's an interesting proposition. Have a one-eyed shrimshander carve something from your hunting trophy. His tools are laid before him in a neat row. And trade a hunting trophy for 4 watchful curios. I might actually do that. That would tick over the Roser's Market. And also, I can get hunting trophies aplenty. You know what? Sure. He runs his knobbled fingers over the trophy, clicks his tongue. Good bone. He grinds, he chips, he engraves. He mutters in a half-dozen languages of the presbyterate. Soon, 4 little blocky figures of bone stand in a row before him. Their eyes are wide and angry. Saw these in the Elder Continent once. Still do when I sleep. Or when my mind wanders. He drops them into your palm. No charge. If they start watching you, maybe they'll stop watching me. A sinister little squatting image, but its eyes are pleading. We now have 4 of those little guys. And one of them being to sell. We picked up the report, right? Right? Yes, we did. Okay. Good. Excellent. We have indeed picked it up. Let us go back to London, where we can probably sell these things. We can effectively sell one of them to the market, and then maybe just sell others through other means. I can buffer soon. There's be somewhere to get rid of them. Generally, London will accept everything, or at least a lot of things of basic materials. Whether at the best price, generally not, but it is for a price. and a prize is indeed worth the efforts. Alright, we'll go there. We'll stop by there at the lightship to reduce a bit more of our terror. Then we can swing on in to London. London proper. And we'll kill anything that gets in our way, as is standard protocol. Fortunately, once we pick up the merchant ship, we won't have as good firepower for a time being. Because it just has a deck gun to my knowledge, not a forward gun. So we're not going to be selling the Memento Mori, but we will be kind of trucking it along until we get our next upgrade. But there are things we can do. There are very much things we can do in the merchant ship that are very, very productive in that regards. And we shall do so. I intend to do so. So why wouldn't I? One must be in the salt mines down there. I'm gonna fill up my hold with so much Sinkstone. So much Sinkstone. All the Sinkstone. And I'll get a little bit of profit from that accord. A little bit. Trudge. On the Z we go. Will we go faster with the upgrade? No, we won't. I have ideas for buying an engine upgrade with the merchant ship. It'll depend on the money. I've calculated the numbers in accordance with each possibility. And we shall see how that goes. Oh, hey, look, the Monkey Crag. That means we're getting close to London. Also means we're close to a crab, clearly. Hello, crab. The crab guarding the Monkey Crag. I don't think it's purposely guarding things in that matter, but it's here. It's aware of us. We should be back in the and shooting it. Mr. Angler Crab, I propose your death. That's Panic shot my more, right? The crab did not actually hit me. And I did not hit it. Butcher for supplies. One supply. And now 2 more supplies. Okay, fair enough. We have the supplies. Clearly. We very much do. Alright. That. So that's our minimal total. That's our minimum. Not accounting for our supplies and fuel. Of course, because supplies and fuels do account for things. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Hopefully. Hopefully. I picked up, I have 2 captivating treasure to sell, and potentially any outlandish artifacts I might want to ditch. You wouldn't want to ditch all of them because they are worth things, but they are a good money source. Oh yeah, there's a perfectly reasonable and rational explanation for that, my sailors. Yeah, it's just listen. Terra 49. We're right along that boundary. We are now less around that boundary. I was cutting it close by all the riskiness there and trying to get more sharpness. I really was. Luckily we have ways of reducing matters. And we have. We'll be crossing into London below 50. It's at 50 and above that I think you can potentially get nightmares. And nightmares Sunless is unideal, to say the least. Don't exactly want nightmares. Collect messages. Someone wants to set a board. Let's see here. What's that? Figure out in a moment. We want to sound. That's this Skintalak. Want to go in here. Read the morning papers. One less tower. Time with your family. Enjoy their company for even less terror. Go to London. A new recruit. Is there yes, there is someone. Engage an officer. The Presbyterian Adventurers. Afternoon, citizen. Looking for a gunnery officer. I'd like to help you blow up some monsters, if you'll have me. The Adventurers is a gunnery officer who increases iron and veils. Yeah, sure. Welcome aboard. Oh, hello, Captain. Is this one of yours? I had to knock her about a bit. She didn't like taking orders from foreigners. And still, we're good friends now. The Adventurers claps the black-eyed sailor on the back. Oddly enough, they do seem to be friends now. Presbyterian Adventures. Perhaps she's afraid of being forgotten. She's afraid of much else. Next, we go to the Rosary Store, and voila! The honey-addled detective is collecting watchful curios. Nearby, a puppet theater is performing The Gardens of the Serpent. The detective watches idly while waiting for sellers. A satisfactory exchange. They make good chess pieces, he says. He examines the figure's glaring eyes and clenched bead-sized face. I think I'll use this one as a bishop. Lost one. The 30 echoes isn't a whole lot, but echoes is echoes. And so we shall accommodate. Speaking of which reminds me, can I sell those other ones? Or have I made an unfortunate error? Might have made an unfortunate error. Maybe so. Oh well, so be it, so be it. There's, freaking of prisoner's honey. I need 5 of them. 2, 3, 4. I just want to be sure I can afford doing so. Oh yeah, the parabolan linen. I can sell that. I'll need the parabolan linen here. Sell for 60. Let's see here. I go to... Hold up. Okay, yeah, I have cargo hold. Submit port reports. Vendor bite. Wither. Frost found. Codex. Con Shadow for... Yep, lost 5 terror. Good, good, I did remember that. Anth for even more echoes. And that is that. As for selling things... Distant Shore, Z-Story, we need our lamentable relics. We need those things. I don't know if we need that or not, but... Ah! Pardon me. That's a place we can sell these guys. A watchful curio. Pitiable little thing. Inhaling deeply. It smells of the Elder Continent. Of wind, of light, of stone, of things without faces. Thank you. It's 20 echoes, so from the market we got 10 additional echoes from it. That's fine. And we increase our favors. We shall give you all of them. Favors increasing, 3 more needed. And watchful curio number 2. And now our captivating treasures has increased to 5. We have 1,000 echoes. We actually look to be doing well for our margins. Let's see. Captivating treasure number 2. Increasing once again the favors. We have 10,000. Oh wow. That puts us still technically 3,000 short on that, but it actually does put us at a good margin for our merchant cruiser purchase. Yeah, I like our margin here. Let's see here. I think I can get upgrades and stuff as well. Yeah. Okay, cool. I will get it. And the name it has given us, without us changing it, but I don't care to change it, is the Undine. Now have an Undine. The Undine, a Calico-class merchant cruiser. A ponderous, capacious vessel. In comparison to our previous Corvette, we have 100 more hull. We have 80 more hold capacity, which is amazing. We have 3,000 additional weight. We have 15 more quarters. We lose out on the irons bonus of 5. We get minus 5 veils, but plus 5 to our hearts. You'll notice we need more crew. We 100% need more crew. Interesting it came out like that. Okay, I'm gonna increase my irons a bit. Plus 5 hull, gain 2 irons. Okay, cool. 6 fragments. A little explosion. Oh, my word. We need to... Sorry about that. That's out. Only smoke. Okay. Look at there. All's well that ends well, and in the end, all manner of thing shall be well. I should have done this on the other ship. I should have done that on the other ship, but I actually wasn't expecting to get the rare clause on that. So you'll notice we're now carrying our Memento Mori, because unfortunately it was... That is a forward slot, which we do not have on this ship. But that's why I did buy the best deck weapon we could get. Other than that, it's good conjecture with it. But we can buy a couple other upgrades. If we go to Chemnus Yards of the dangerously jovial Mr. Fires, we can get an Avid Suppressor. Devours engine emissions, ensuring that your engine will never explode at full power. Also, slightly improves your chance of evading enemy attention. We have an Av slot now, we do want that. As for our engines, I have looked at the math, and our best bet for engines that isn't just gonna gulp up fuel like hell and back is going to be a good middle ground of the Leadbeater and Stainrod Boetissa. The Boetissa, more power, less subtlety. The best Leadbeater and Stainrod can supply, although as usual they've skimped on materials. This is plus engine power plus 1,500. We can buy it for 1,000 echoes. We shall. It is a decent upgrade at our stage. We'll put that in. We'll put our suppressor in, which will also help with our speed. And as for shops, well, surplus naval supplies. This where it was? No, it must be. Oh yeah, we could sell those torpedo clones if we want. It's not a huge deal. Go over here. Ah, yes, we can sell that engine for 10 echoes. It's not much, but we might as well. It frees us a cargo space. And the other thing we needed is we need more crew. And our best way of that is, well, through here. A 1 gives us 3. That's a 2. That gives us enough. We need a little bit more of a buffer, though. And that's a 2. Alright. That's effectively our safer middle point. Cost us a little bit, but that gives us 16 crew, which is not a bad spot to be in for how much that's going to rise because of it. And now we up our supplies a little bit. See our wonderful, wonderful amount of cargo space now. It is, in fact, very good. Go like that. That'll leave us with a little bit of space. A little bit of a space to go to directly towards the salt mines. For us to get as much profit as we can do there. Now you'll note with the Avid deal, you'll notice our fuel is going that fast, our supplies is going that fast. Both will increase because of what we've done. But if we use our Avid suppressor, it goes full power. We've used this before. Increases our speed, it gobbles down fuel, but it is indeed an efficient use of it. And because of the Avid suppressor, it will not explode, which means we can get to places quicker. It's effectively, and I forgot to adjust my deals otherwise to account for it, but it effectively means that we can buy more fuel and less supplies. And that is a good thing. Effectively, the faster you go, the less terror you get. Hells yeah, strange cat. The more fuel we'll use up, the less supplies we'll use up for getting to destinations faster, and the less terror we'll garner, which is one of the huge factors of it. Especially in that regards. Because this will take up at a set amount, no matter what, based upon the proportions of your crew. Alright, salt lines. You and I are going to have a word about profits. And that's another reason we wanted excess money on our way in. I think is Steam Pinnacle. I'll have to remember we do now have a reduced ability to kill things. Very much need to account for that. Stout crate. For supplies. Well, okay. That doesn't mess up my hold ratios. But yeah, our firepower is reduced to this, so we'll have to be careful. But our sheer ability now to get around and pick up a huge quantity of things is immensely going to benefit us. Immensely so. We'll just have to be careful. Which is why I wanted to fight that Lorne fluke and to complete that deal beforehand, because, well, yeah. It sees us. There's another ship over there, even. What is our hold at? 37. Excellent. Salt line. Compile the port report. And now we can buy a chunk of these to fill up our hold, basically. As noted before, the stones weep. Ignore them, unless they flood your hold, of course. You should probably jump them overboard. Don't tell anyone I said that. 2 more. I think I can reasonably hold 80. An 800 cost. Yes. Sphinx Unmakers have smashed these sad and ruddy remnants off the flanks of a salt mine. A contact in London will purchase them. And we might as well visit the Unmakers while we're here. Muscular pick-wielders rest on camp stools watching you approach, passing hip flasks around. An unctuous overseer beckons you to sit. Fungal tisane and tea cakes. We get funding from the bazaar, it's true, but Station 4? I wouldn't call it Station 4. It's a little grandiose. The stones are stuffed with secrets, but most of them are used as garden statuary or occult ballast. Most of them, some go down into the places under the bazaar. More tea cakes. We lost 5 terra. Gained a fragment. We do not have any more room for that, and we don't want to overthrow anything from that, so that's our reasonable list. We have ourselves another Alkeus class Corvette. It'll be slower, but we do want to still tackle it, and we know we can, because we've tackled it with lesser guns. I'm in a much bigger ship and you still miss me. Well played, well played. He's taunting it when I should have shot it. Once again, investigate the wreckage. Rescue the poet. 300 echoes. Beautiful. Fuel supplies and crates of more supplies. Artec and water and an unexpected box of nails. OB whip marks that the nails look tastier than the hardtack until officer's glare silences you. Ah, nice, and that did... Cool, and that didn't just reduce it. We actually were able to carry it all. Huzzah! Full power, go. Full zoom across the seas. For now we are the merchant of the Neath. Speeding along. We have a cargo full of Sphinx stone at the moment. There are other things we can do with it. I mean, with having this ship, and I will, in fact, do them. But the Sphinx stone is a good start. It's... effectively a farm that's kind of been awaiting for us. And now we have it. Me, I need to make sure I have everything ready. Oh, hey. Hello, Jellyfleur. How's it hanging? Can't escape me this time. I can get way too damn close. Fast, swing around. Hello, you. Scoop it up into the pot for more supplies. Now let's see here. We can get rid of our recent news again. That should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. We can tuck on. Merchant ship is great. It does lack that forward weapon slot, which is unfortunate. But the fact that we can hold so much is very useful. Will be even more useful. Bum, bum. Speak with the crew, reduce our terror, gain another Z story. Excellent. And we do have something awaits us. You'll note occasionally it's just you stop being able to see that. It's there. You can hover over and see it. It just does not show the lantern for some reason. Why? It just occasionally decides it's a little bit shy. Don't question it. We just let it be there, all shy and such. Swinging to the dock with our goods. Collect messages. Someone wants to sign on. London. Someone wants to sign on. A new recruit. With just one. Yeah, that'll be fine. 17 is a good margin for that. Ah. We have some new deals here. A starving poet is looking for solace fruit. I sold a sonnet, he explains, jingling a pocket full of echoes. Or the veteran privy councillor is seeking an outlandish artifact. He is there surveying curios from distant ports, with palace servants in muted slippers. The Empress dislikes loud noises. We'll do that. A collector of sorts. The veteran privy councillor holds a mirror behind the artifact and examines the reflection. Yes, inferior to London workmanship, obviously, but it will make an acceptable conversation piece nevertheless. He snaps his fingers at his servant and pays the captain. Lost one of our artifacts. We've gained 150 echo, which is a good return on that. I think they usually sell for like 100 apiece. So, more's the better. Can we snag any power boards? Yeah, just online. That is fine. The Admiralty. Deliver Sphinx Stone. Special constables, black uniforms, distinctive caps, the badge of the Ministry of Public Decency. Wait with the cards. Sell it. Sign, sign, sign. Here's a receipt. Here's a discretion contract. Here's a penalty contract. Your vision is blurred by the end of it all. The cart rumbles off into the coiling fog. Here's your reward. We spent 800 echoes. We have gained 2,000 echoes. For a profit of 1,200. Already good start. And considering we could sell it like this, it means that we still have this trade. There will be a time when we do not. But that time is not now. What else do I have in my hold? What else do I need to do? Just top up my fuel a little bit, honestly. Uh, 20, we will go to 22, because we'll definitely be using up a fair bit. Lodgings, London, Scholar, anything else? Ah, yes, of course. Before I forget, again. Speak to Maybe's daughter. Perhaps you don't entirely trust her, but she keeps engines turning, and she's hard to dislike. Invite her to dine with you. That's a lovely idea. How about a fish dinner? I do have quite particular tastes in fish. Supplies and a strange catch. A knowing smile. I've heard about you. You like to invite your officers to dinner. Learn their secrets. Well, you don't need to dig far to find my secret. I wanted to talk to you about it, actually. I've never met my mother. I know my father. I'm a countess on his side, actually. I'd like to find her. She's somewhere out at Z, if only... Really? You'd help me? That's too kind. If you insist, here, it so happens that I made a list earlier tonight. Her mother can be found in one of these places. Wither, the Isle of Cats, Irene, the Shelinate, Con Shadow, Port Carnelian, or the surface port of Nepal's. Review this in your journal, under learning about Maybe's daughter. Apparently, you've agreed to find the mother of Maybe's daughter. Just how far can you trust her? You've gained one secret. You've lost one supply, lost the strange catch. You have... maybe they're in those places. Maybe. Gunnery officers. If we want to talk to her... It might increase your irons. You ready for this? It might hurt. Spend a secret to improve your iron, unless it's higher than 100. It might hurt. You can't choose this option if you're badly wounded. Yeah, that sounds about right. It also invites her to dine with you as well. Captain's cabin, is it? Alright, but I want a coffee sorbet for dessert. What? I like coffee sorbet. No sorbet, no dinner. Excuse me, someone's caught fire again. Wait. Someone's caught fire again. Yes, quite so. We can just buy a coffee from here, and it's, pricey, but might as well. Just to further hers along a bit. A pleasant evening. Yes, I was in the Navy. Did you think I had stolen the uniform? I retired before they threw me out. She grins and spoons more sorbet onto her plate. I'm older than I look. We're all older than we look to you people. Awesome supply, less coffee. Gained a Z story, which is good. What else does she have? Sorbet and arm wrestling. Alright, won't do that quite right now, but that is indeed an option. Has an irons challenge on it, though. And, yeah, we'll lose a chunk of irons just there for our ship upgrade. It's fine, it's fine. Not as fine as I could be, but whatever. Our hold is 42. That is low. That is also low. Alright, whatever. It should be fine. We are about at the levels that we did last time around. Oh, wait. Did we get recent news? Oh, gods, did I forget about that? Alright, hold up. Might have forgotten something. Beep, 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 beep. This is incredibly wasteful, I know. Buy a couple more fuel just because. Lodgings. No, I did not. Okay. That was good of me to remember then. Free evening, enjoy company, lost all my terror. Perfect. Hold. Shops. Just buy some more fuel. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. We're good indeed. If we go across the Z. Burrow and, well, salt lines, of course. Why would it be anywhere else? Salt lines is where our trade route is. We will get as much as we can from it. Which is the, advantage of this. I'm just gonna cash that in now. We are going to be going, doing that no matter what, anyways. It's good to be faster. It is good indeed to be faster. Even if we're spamming our chat with full power. Full power. Saves a lot of time to get things done. Which is good. It's ideal. Now, it's not the best engine. There are ways for getting better engines. We have one quest on that with the tireless mechanic. The other is tied to the Geno Magician. It's a support. Instead of being just like a little bit distance away from port, it is all the way over here that we have it, which is good. Hello there, pirate ship. Wait, come back. Pirate ship, itty bitty little bitty pirate ship. we kill it? Not in one blow, because we have less irons now, indeed. Too fast. Yeah, it's something I'm gonna need to get used to. Just the difference in size of my ship and maneuverability of it. It's an odd equation. Alright, and we know also there's usually an Alcurious class ship around here, our Pirate Poet friend. And, look at that. Our daily monetary intake is indeed here. Not quite daily, but... it is indeed money. Actually got a shot this time. Back here, you. Luckily, we do have 300 more holds, so while we have that reduction on our firepower, we at least have a little bit more durability to take on matters. Cast a final flare before dying. 400 echoes this time. Nice, nice, nice. Fuels, supplies, and rich wild scent. Okay. We technically needed some of this for the... although I think we only need one of it. Zoop. Glorious Zoop. The only fine thing ever to come from Mount Palmerston. Do devils make it? Or dream it? Zoop. The color. Old blood on snow. The taste. The paprika. Mushrooms. Irony. The recipe. Closely guarded. There you go. Thank you for your donation of Zoop. How much Zoop was it I needed for our brisk campaigner? We only needed one. And a lot more other shit. But as far as the Zoop, hey, we don't have to buy Zoop. Like, we can sell a couple of these. Quite potentially. That's okay. That is okay. Let us board on into Zeal Vault. Those salt lines, we are back. And we can buy more of it. Report. That leave our hold at 3 slots, just like last time. Salt lines. Lose some of the terror we've gained. Gain 1 solitary fragment. And off we go with our next cargo load of Sphinx Stone. Like I said, like most good things that seem too good to be true. Like, say, that Neath deal in the Shellinate, this is one that will also end at some point in due time. But, well, we'll make good use of it while we can. And once that ends, we're gonna do some Blemmingen shenanigans. Those Blemmingans. Ship, sure. Hello, itty bitty baby pirate ship. I have words to speak with thee. By words, I mean guns. By guns, I mean your eyes. That's just parody. Pity. Once again, I was very much hoping So yeah, once this ends, we have some destinations in mind. predominantly the other shroom. And then we'll be bouncing around between some various places to deposit, well, said lemmings. It'll be worth it. Well, get some good profits. This time, I'm just zooming by this silly flow. We have no particular need for switch catches at the moment. Yay. Such is good. As we keep on full powering our way to victory. Because, you know... because Zoom. We have the Zoom. We shall take advantage of the Zoom. It's on our way here, so we don't need to worry about it. We have a lantern, which is good. This game's always so chill to do. I know it's a very niche game, but it's chill. I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. Honestly, I've been doing damn well, all things considered. I've been doing well, in that I've not died. And I intend not to jinx myself in that accord. I'll continue to be cautious, careful, and respect the Z for the measure of murder it can inflict on us in just an instant. Ooh, look at that. Something has changed. Someone wants to sign on. The Lying Scholar has invited you to call on him, at the university. And that's all for now. Oh, and we have the roses again. Well, you'll note that they called us along. And there's a reason for this. A little present from the scholar. You've been so very hopeful. I wanted to give you something for your next voyage. I bottled it myself. Dark glass, it smells pickled, chemical, salty. Once it might have been eel flesh, but the scholar assures you that it has vital and nutritional virtues, suited for an emergency perhaps. Our business is concluded with them, and they have given us 2 supplies, which is immensely generous of them. Ah. There we go. The tattoo courier will pay for Skintilac. Her skin is crowned with bright ink. Her smile is cocky. Or, and we happen to have one of these, a prim baronet is looking for an unread log. He brushes black rose petals from his shoes. The wharf is strewn with them whenever the rose market congregates. We might as well. His eyes leapt. Ah, I've heard of this, Captain. The baronet would never abandon his gloomy, ivied marsh mansion. But on long evenings, he lights a candle and reads accounts of reckless nautical adventures. Then he closes the book, shakes his head, and commends his own good sense. It's 30 echoes. And changes over that. For port report. The Salt Lions. Now our lodging, so I don't forget this again. Ooh, free supplies. Excellent. And time with your family. Just enjoy their company. Everything is serene. And deliver our Sphinx Stone. Is there anything new to recruit first? No. No, there is not. So, deliver Sphinx Stone. For another cool 2,000 echoes. And the fact that we've delivered this again, I believe means we can do another one. Yes, yes we can. Excellent. More profit. More of it. Which honestly means I don't want to sell too many of my things, just in case it happens to pop up in the Rosers Market, because we keep resetting the Rosers Market. Boop, boop, boop. Up our fuel once again. That we shall do. We're fine on supplies. Alright, another one! And this is the great part of it. It's like, that does have a limited amount of trades you can make with the Sphinx. I don't know what their limits are on it, but it means if you do smaller deliveries, like, say, on your smaller starter ship or the like, you're a lot less likely to get less sales of Sphinx. Which is why I saved it for exactly the reason of the merchant cruiser. And it is paying itself off. We have made 2 deliveries with it now. And those 2 deliveries have given us a profit of 2,400. And that 2,400 has effectively almost paid for literally half of the purchases. So, yeah, suffice to say, it has panned out well for us so far. It has panned out really well for us, just literally being a merchant of Sphinxstone at the moment. It is great. Usually I do that trade a lot earlier because you kind of just need the money more initially. This is one of the few times I decided, you know what, I'll save this until I have this merchant ship. Let's see how much profit I can get off of it. Well worth it so far. Well worth it so far. Are you the pirate poet? Yes you are, yes you are. You are our pirate poet. Hello. Well, you are your own pirate poet, but there's only one of you and you are a rival. Properly speak. She is indeed her own woman. She has made that a very clear. And that is fair. It is respectable. Oh my god, I'm Tokyo drifting this ship on my own. Deja vu. I am shooting you once more. That's a bit of a cluster, but yay! Rescue her once again. Fuel, supplies, 300 echoes. Speaking of which has been very profitable, just taking out the pirate poet each time we pass by. An intriguingly lumpy sack. It is probably not a sack full of skulls. Drop a coffee. We could run the boilers on this stuff, your second engineer remarks. If and we run out of coke, he sees your expression and hastens at, we couldn't. Please don't put the coffee in the firebox, Captain. It'd be a shocking waste. Oh, he has some coffee. Which, you know what? Conveniently means, we have something to start up that conversation. But for now, zoom on forward. Zoom, zoom, zoom. To buy more Sphinxstone. I want all the Sphinxstone. You shall give me more. More and more. Carry the Sphinxstone to London. One. And a two. And a three. And a four. And then a port report. And, chatting with these guys. And checking our hold, we are shy 1 slot. It's like, the other great thing about the merchant cruiser, it's like, it's not just that I can do things like this, this effectively, although that's definitely one of the factors. But the fact that I'm also, it's like I can just grab things off of ships, and even with this amount of dedicated hold, 80 of it to this, I can just have other things carried around. The fact that I'm a lot more speedy helps with that. I don't have to be as stingent on buying supplies. I need to be careful I don't run out still, but I can have... I don't know what the exact ratio is because I don't remember and I forgot to do that research because I'm a fool. But I can indeed just... oh, keep on going. Going and going and going. Picking things up and not having to discard them. Brisk spatter of spray. The undersea is restless. To the snares, that is fine. Try to get away from the jellyfish this time. Despite the jellyfleur not wanting us to get away, definitely can. Right, and zoom. Did we stop by here? I think we did. I'm gonna double check since it's just right here, but I think we did. Yes, okay. Cool. Now steam on into London. Confident and assured. And knowing how we're gonna take over that field anyways. I knew I did my math right. I knew my plan of action would settle well. And it did. Do their worst, because we have nothing. Messages. Let's see here. Port reports. We'll turn in our salt line one again. A little bit more echoes and the fuel. Ah, we are back on this crossroad. Which means we can stop by Port Seal for some skittle at some point. It's not a huge deal. There's something different there. I will note that in a moment. But not right now. You still have those signals. We're gonna put that at some point. Your lodgings. Morning paper. Hey, more supplies. Time with our family. Now notice something different this time. Deliver Sphinx stones to... A smiling woman in an elegant jonquil gown places a gloved hand on your arm. Are you waiting for the ministry men? They won't be coming, but I have a proposition for you. This indicates my trade with the salt lions is over. But there's one last thing we need to do because we still have a hole full of Sphinx stone. Bright gown, bright hair. Her skin glows with health. Her smile is wise and merciless. The bright-eyed sequencer. That stone's full of old memories. The bazaar has been drinking them. She nods at the spires that loom over London, the dark limbs that sprawl through the streets. I have a better destination. Help us bring light here below, and we will reward you richly. Accept, rich reward, light, these are happy words, or refuse. Those bright eyes, the unmistakable mark of the Dawn Machine. None understand the Dawn Machine, but all fear it. Who knows what its motives are, or hers? We will refuse it. A bright and brittle smile, not an admirer of progress, I see. Well then, keep your stone, keep your memories. None so blind as those who will not rise. Mysterious. Where must you take it? And there is a dusty gentleman. We'll ignore this because this one's a little bit bugged, and for some reason you can choose either option. I'm not sure if it's bugged or it's just giving you options, but we turned her down, so we'll go for the option that is turned down. A dusty gentleman. Captain. A moment. You turned her down, didn't you? That was wise. The power she serves is no friend to London or to the bazaar. I have a proposal of my own. Will you listen? Tired eyes, sallow skin. He stoops like a clerk and coughs like a miner, but that frock coat is of the finest fabric and the newest cut. My name is Penstock, he says. Penstock's plea. I like Penstock. He shows up in Fallen London. He's great. Doesn't show often, but he's still great. The bazaar has been feasting on old memories from the salt mines. It only makes her more melancholy, and that's worse for all of us, but especially those who love her. So you found another use for the Sphinx. So we found another use for the Sphinx Stone. We can set something right. Accept his commission and take it far away. We'll tell you where. You will be paid. If you've already arranged with the bright-eyed sequencer to take it to the Grand Geode, this will cause you to regand. You can also reject his plea. He smells of ammonia and sadness. You should go somewhere that does not smell of those things. But no, we'll accept him. I'm grateful. Here, he presses a crumpled note into your hand. This is where you should take it. You'll learn something, I think. I had to seek the Master's help for this. We will all be enmeshed in their plans, but it's worth it. I swear, it's worth it. He grips your arm and is gone. You unfold the note. Deliver the Sphinx Stone to the Flit in London, where the wind walks. This is a determinate thing. Because of our background, which is as a street urchin, we are delivering it to the Flit. If you have a different background that you started with, there will be different destinations where you have to take it. Now, I didn't plan out my background in accordance with this. I planned it out because that's what I wanted for the character. This just happens to be very convenient, in that the former street urchin one happens to be just directly in London, because this is where the Flit is. However, the downside, we need a little bit more. We need more veils, unfortunately. It delivers Sphinx Stone to the boy Slivy. Slivy is the fey and stuttering shaman boy who speaks to the wind. Slivy lives in the Flit, the rooftop kingdom of Fallen London, where urchins and anarchists lair. It's not far, but it is high. It won't be easy to get the Sphinx Stone up there. Okay, so we need 75 veils in total. Let us look over our officers. We have a selection of officers now. We shall try to find ones that give us veils. Gunnery officer. 3 more veils, by all means. First officer. 3 veils, 3 pages. Yes, please. I still don't know if this will even be enough. 6 veils, 6 veils. Chief engineers, 8 veils. We already have as much veils as we can from that one. First officers. That's what we're literally just on. Surgeon, that's 6 hearts, 6 irons. That is 3 pages, 3 irons. Ugh, damn. Okay then. That's unfortunate. I actually forgot about the veils requirements. Unfortunate because, 1, 11, 11, 11. Well then, we need a way to increase our veils to 75. Let's see here. Our hold has... that's 3 veils. That's just irons. This is an unexpected development that I should have done my research on beforehand. Lodgings. My study. Irons. Mirrors. Pages. It always comes back to strange catches. It always comes back to strange catches. Of course it comes back to strange catches. Okay, so, here's the thing. And, here's the deal. we, need... Our best and efficient route is going to be through that. It'll give us a permanent +7 to our veils, and then a +7 for having it equipped. Fortunately, we need catches for this whispering trophy case. We need 7 catches. More secrets would be nice too, because increasing our pages by more would also be great, and we do actually have the exact outlandish artifacts we need. For now, we need 7 catches. Strange catches. Our best method, of course, with this is going to be going up. Up to Ireme. We will need our cargo. We need cargo slots for it. Need an ability to do. What's in the roses here? That was this. Okay. Stack exchange. We are gonna sell 2 Zoop. We know we need 1. We will sell 2. I will sell 1 of those. I will sell a Parabolan Linen. We shall re-up our irons by whatever officers we need to do so, which I think is our usual conjunction. Boop. Oh no, we can upgrade our irons a little bit like that. That's fine. Fails, get pages back up. 3 irons from Surgeon, she's 6 irons, so okay. It's as highest as we can get our irons at the moment. So let's see what we can get from our 51% chance here. Because we have the copy, we might as well use it for this. Invite her to dine with you again. I've got an idea, she says. Sorbet and arm wrestling. Ooh. A closely fought battle. She's strong, but you're stronger. She's a good sport, but she seems more depressed than you might have expected. Halfway through the sorbet, loses the thread of the conversation, snaps her spoon in half, apologizes, stares moodily out of the porthole, flings the spoon fragments across the room, apologizes again, and pushes the rest of the sorbet away. Snuff it, she growls. I'm getting old. I shouldn't be. My bloody father. You know what the College of Mortality is? Our very own elected hell. They choose our king. They tell us when to die. He cheated them. So now I'm getting old. She drains her glass. Old. Too old for this. I'll see you in the morning. She rises to her feet with uncharacteristic clumsiness and stumbles out, but not before you've seen the tears in her eyes. A show of the dark side of the Presbyterian. It's not as grand as one might think. For our 50-50 succession, we have gained an iron, gained a memory of distant shores, and 20 fragments. Continue. Ah. A boarding action. A sudden boil of bodies at the rail. While the sailors were sighing over the sights of London, armed foreigners were slipping up the side of the ship. They wear tight-fitting dark uniforms and carry complicated multiplicities of blades. The Presbyterian adventuress curses apologetically. Out of time, she says. You could give her up. Assassins from the college. Yes, they're here for me. No, I didn't mention it. Yes, you're right to be cross. If you want to give me up, that's fair. She offers you her pistol. I listened to her, one of the assassins adds, in perfect English. This is a sacred duty. We'll pay you a sacred price. But we don't want to do that. Fight to preserve her. What's the gain of unexpected assassins between friends? Have at them. Probably not succeed, but hey. Blood on the deck. Yeah, we did fail. The assassins fight fiercely and in near silence. Your crew makes up for it with yells and shouts, and the adventurers outdoes them all with whoops of fierce delight. At last, you drive the assassins back over the side. They take to their corticals and wisp into the night, while you check you're wounded and you're dead. Alright, the adventurer says, lowering her blade. Alright. Oh, and thanks, she adds, almost as an afterthought. A Zaylor glowers at her from over the body of his comrade. We lost 4 crew, we gained an iron, and we helped the Presbyterian adventuress survive an attack by her assassins. So, a little bit more iron for us. And we need a little bit more crew now again. Luckily, we are here, conveniently, in London. We'll boop on with that. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button! Put your ship to dry dock. No, that's not it. Harem marker. That's it. That's what I wanted. And we're nice and even back up at 70. Huzzah. Let's talk to her now. Ask the... You can do 2 things. Demand that she leave your ship. You do have some unorthodox offices, but you draw the line at assassin magnets. Or ask the adventuress why you've been ambushed by assassins from her homeland. I owe you an explanation, don't I? What I'm about to tell you is a deep secret, a college secret. The people have died. I owe you an explanation. We have this because we fought in her defense. None shall live 1,000 years. In the Presbyterian in the south, we're close to the mountain and far from the sun. So we could live forever were that permitted. It isn't. The law is, none shall live 1,000 years. My father made it to 1,011. She grins with shamefaced pride. Good for him, bad for his children. The law for me is, thou shalt not live 100 years. I'm out of time. That's why I left the Navy. The college will get to me. They always do in the end. And I can't keep letting other people die for me. She stands to go. Will you help me find a way to die well? In battle would do. Or a duel. I don't want to be, just shot by a pirate, eaten by a shark. I want people to talk after I'm gone. She offers your hand. I'm sorry. The adventuress has asked you to help her die properly. We have gained a secret, and we've gained a pages. Oh, hey, a pages. I'll take a pages. Alright, let us switch our officers. You back to fuel efficiency, especially since we are going to it. And then not ship, that is fine. And now to make sure we are stocked up on supplies for our long trip to Irene. Our very long trip to Irene. Hold soup, there's our honey that we will need. Cask of that, 80 of that. There's that, which I don't want to get rid of. Okay then. I have a plan. I want to stop by Neath briefly. Because I want to try my gambit at my deal again. Try the sharpness gambit once more. I do in fact know where to go for her, but for the Presbyterian adventurers, but I don't want to do it quite yet. For now, away. We are here. We want to go. Whatever. Gonna have to awkwardly snake around this place in general. Anyways, we might as well see what we can do. Hi, bats. Goodbye, bats. I don't want to deal with y'all at the moment. Hello, ship. We'll do what we can. That is called a zoom. Go here. Kind of just take an opportunity to fill in some black boxes in the meantime. Because we might as well. Crack pirate frigates. And Armgar's Morgan, after all. Luckily, while we might be reduced in firepower, we now have speed on our side. And speed is, well, worth its weight in fuel, because, well, that's what we're using up. Worth our weight in all the fuel that we are guzzling. Nom 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 nom. Fuel go nom. Luckily, we can restock our fuel at Mount Palmerston. It is a valid option that we should most certainly 100% take. And it'll be slightly cheaper. Then it'll just be zooming off to Irene. Well, try not to be killed by anything. I'll just be rest assured things will indeed try to kill us. Because that also involves skirting by... skirting slightly by the Chapel of Lights. I might as well search here. Big old bulky submarine now, because big ship. But we are still smooth and sleek. And we can still overrun our engines like this. Just try not to run into anything. There's plenty under the sea to run into. Ah! Hello. It's a wreck ship. We'll just move along from the wreck ship. And report, because that's a little bit of money and fuel for our efforts. Want that as much as possible, since we definitely now need lots of fuel. Consider your own condition. That is 31% at the moment. I should look at officers. Arts. No hots. It's minus arts. 6, 9, yes, you. Alright, study. And consider your own condition. What percentage does that put us at? 33%. Okay, then. First shot. Seems to be a common knack of mine. I prepare for more and then I just get, that. But, oh well. What we can do now is to indeed mineralize your skeleton. Strength that cannot be seen is often the most praiseworthy. Walk among the laborers, the circus strong woman, the persons of iron will and unshakable integrity. The bone barrow. The room is oval in cross-section and almost 50 feet long. The walls are packed earth rather than stone. The inhabitants take turns to hold up the part of the ceiling that is in danger of caving in. I still don't recommend falling from a height, one of the old-timers is saying to a new member. True, you won't break your bones. Now, they'll break you. Tear right through your muscle and skin and stick out. Ah. Unless you go the rest of the way and grow a sharp skin, but a bit tasteless, that, isn't it? Your skeleton has sharpened and clarified. Is your skeleton as keen as it could be? We now have 4 sharpness. We are very sharp. We now have an option to set down claymen in the Travertine Vault. Claymen come from polythene to learn sharpness of bone and spleen. We need 6 claymen, or effectively the margin of what we get. We can practice holding the ceiling in place. Oh, good. On success, this will reduce terror. Care to bet on your strength against the other denizens of the bone barrow? 15 echoes. We can now do this. Chase down a polythreme exile. He is lurking at the back of the femur and lung. We might as well be working through this. This sharp flourishing is not for him. The Femur and Lun is a drinking house, 2 passageways along from the bone burrow. The tables are crowded with miners and fungers. The clayman is ignored by the company, unwelcome. He shows you the palms of his hands, where triclinic crystals grow every which way, ragged and disorganized. It is difficult for claymen to go sharp. Sometimes it succeeds, but the failures are awkward. Poly3 make it clay again, heal everything. An occurrence here, and the Polythreme exile is now 10, carrying an exile back to Polythreme. Well, we now have an option for that. Let's gather some more terror. Whee! Terror. Hey, there we go. What am I gonna do with this one? Well, honestly, go sharp in the liver. Take on a proud indifference to toxins. Fraternize with spies, assassins, professional poisoners, and those who need to survive on strange diets. Again, might as well go sharp in the liver too. Leaves us -2 on full sharpness, but we won't worry about that at the moment. We have places to go. The Salon of Silver Salts. When you have grown liver sharp, you may take the left exit from the main chamber of Neath and descend a staircase gritty underfoot. The Salon of Silver Salts is hung with small lights, and the inhabitants look ordinary. They are sipping arsenical teas and dining on poisonous toadstools. A woman in the corner offers a constant flow of wit at the expense of jaundice victims. Another wears the tattered remains of an iron and misery uniform. Your liver has turned to a crystalline sieve. Your liver is impervious to any abuse. We, realized we forgot to mark that. Or I guess we might have. We are spiny. We are sharp-spleened. We are, exile. Have number of sharpness. We are crystal-livered. We are barb-lunged. And we are hard-tongued. You are capable of being more than half crystal. And, well, we are indeed more than half crystal. Crystallization liver. Listen in on the nearest group of people. What do they speak of here? You always hear something. It's just a question of what? This is where spies gather, after all. Gather flourishing intelligence among the sharp-livered. Unlocked with Neath at Flourishing Intelligence 10, and Neath Flourishing Intelligence no more than 10. They know the contact you're seeking, but he's not here. He's gone sharp in the liver, no doubt, says the woman with the venom ruby ring, but he is also a student of codes and encryptions, and that has taken him to the chambers of the tongue. The man next to her makes a face. Those people are all terribly rude, he says. Stay here with us. You're achieving information from Neath for Khan's glory. Listen in on the nearest group. Seek your spy. Huh. In the granite corridor where the most linguistically skilled assassins may be found. You'll always retrieve information towards your quest, but you may also gain a bonus. This is new for me. I have literally a 50-50 chance on pages. Do we have anything officer-wise that'll get us more pages? You, first off. Most definitely. That guy gives 3 already for surgeons, so that's fine. Iron, mirrors, avails. Irons, just hearts. He has to do something with you. We'll do it in a bit. I'm sure that's your bet. Okay, 44 is the highest. Well, let's see what we can do. Seek your spy. Information in great supply. Your query answers your question in macaronic riddleverse. A lot of it isn't in English. Some of it isn't even in human words. You extract enough that you can carry your reply back to the Khanate, but to understand it yourself, less so. Has your spy gone sharp in the brain as well as the liver and tongue? We failed our chance, but you're searching and sharpened chambers for information to return to Khan's glory. Contribute to the celebration. The crystal liver drink and drink. Unquestionably, they trade ordinary food for your mushroom wine. Guessing that's like, yeah, deals. Share an enraging story you picked up in London. Something to share over drinks. Other sharp-spleened Neaths will greatly enjoy having no reaction. Stop by the smokehouse. A hedonistic sanctuary for those who have gone sharp in both liver and lung, and trade them some prisoners' honey for essential supplies. No need to do any of that, really. Can we visit Rosina to do anything? Aha! We can do this again. Provide a dry lecture on the social stratification of visage once more. She is at 24. And with that, we have accomplished something else. Sorry, just marking down my list. Witness Rosina's recovery. She has been looking better and better. Rosina's recovery. If you're hoping for praise, gratitude, and perhaps some thankful tears, they are not forthcoming. That makes sense, considering that's exactly all she's been repressing to recover, so... Bring my logbooks, Rosina tells her nurse. I need to review the records. She looks in your direction. Would you be able to replicate the treatment you gave me? Oh dear. 75% chance. Admit that you wouldn't. It really is a matter of chance that this works so well. Offer your services. If she would benefit from being taught the means of treatment, you'd be more than happy. This will be rewarding if you succeed, terrifying if you fail. We have a 75% chance. Odds I worry for 75% chances. Why, you may ask? Because they give me hope. Thank God we succeeded. In exact accounting, you explain everything that you did, the resources you used, the sources from which you got them. Rosina cross-references this information with her records. Line up temperature and state of sleep with each dose, she tells her nurses. Don't leave anything out. We will cure this in the end. You have succeeded. Yes. You've gained 1 extraordinary implication to now be up to 2. And an occurrence. Your aunt Rosina's fate quality is now 10. Recovered. Did she survive her amnescence? Yes, we did. She did. Rosina's chambers in health. Gone is the ice bath. Gone are the whispering onlookers. Gone are the attendants. Rosina has remade this room as a hospital and a place of study, and she has recorded all that she learned of amnescence from her own treatment. Speak to her about her history. How did she come to take amnescence? I ran the amnescence hospital at Adams Way. I was scrupulous, was never present when a patient burst into flame. When I felt too much pity, I would reassign staff, but I was less cautious outside the hospital. She goes to her stock of instruments and swabs, each in ice water. I received news that an enemy of mine was shamed and embarrassed. I was so carried away with angry pleasure. I actually think I was talking to myself. Of course, in that mood, I was far too vulnerable not to take the disease, when an innocent beggar combusted in the street. The Nidhanin sent him to infect me. Ooh, that's a huge revolutionary thing right there. The Nidahin sent him to infect me. Someone was out for her and purposely got her infected with it, had her soul start combusting, using a beggar who had already gotten it, and news of that. What news gave her such angry pleasure? She's being elusive about the detail. We might as well. You'll note you could also seek healing from Rosina. You've been wounded, and she's expert in these matters. You can offer her something for the sick room to make up for it. Basically, give her some supplies when there's a port event, and you can potentially reduce one of those. A savage smile. The Presbyteria do not share their immortality, she says, and she holds a blade in the flame. But one of them made an exception for his daughter, and broke all the laws of his kind to send her the gift, because he hoped it would reconcile the rift between them. Her face is blank where anger would be, if her spleen were not a prism. Mariam, the daughter, she gave the gift away to a Khakanate general to spite her father and punish the Presbyteriate, the last person they would have wanted to immortalize. I found that outcome satisfying. Quintus is now 70, and we have gained a secret. And that is that. We have boosted her back up to good health. And now we have the chamber in her description different. The rumor is that she has resumed seeing patients and working on the mystery of omniscience. Feet have learned where the treacherous risers may be found. Familiar stare? That's fine. Wonder if that influences anything with her. I don't know. Another step? Doesn't seem like it. Pity. I think those could be potentially tied together, but alas. We have 12 fuel. Okay, so we have done that. We succeeded on the whole treatment deal. So where to now? Apparently accidentally bumping ourselves up against Neath because I keep on cutting those corners too tightly. Let us get up to the surface and restock our fuel at Mount Paulston. There's no reason not to do so, and all the reason to do so. It's called our fuel count. Because we drain it like the rabid fuel fiends we are in this current state of being. But that is fine. We have hold space. Tons of hold space. Shops? See? Could have bought it there. Okay, the Eelith here is more expensive. That makes me feel better about buying it at the other place. Fuel. It's a little bit cheaper, but not much, but a little. And that works for us. Still, now we're not going to worry about that. However, we're going to snag a port report and then carry it on. Onwards! If I'm lucky, I can stop by Frostfound and reduce and recalibrate some things. That would be fine. I just need to have the event deal triggered. It'll reduce our terror, gain us supplies and whatnot. We just need something to await us at port. Frostfound, vast and chilly, a fortress sieged by questions, answers, and riddles. Come on, give it to us. Give it to us. There be something in port. I will futilely spin it in circles if I need to, game. Don't tempt me. I will do so. Alright, I'm doing so. Alright, go. We only need to make a very tiny loop. And we shall deal with the squatters and supplies, fuel, lost some of that terror we got, and a port report. How to zoom. Okay, I have to make the turn. The zooming doesn't work well this time. But we want to head to Irene for those strange catches. So we shall go to Irene for these strange catches. We want it. We need it. We must have it. That would be all the glad for it. Could stop by the chapel lights, but honestly, I want to stick a clear distance away. A very clear distance away. It'd be bad otherwise. I forgot to switch that guy out. Unfortunate. Do one more round. I'll have to do that at the next port. Meaning once we get to Irene. Switch out that guy. Switch out that guy. Switch out that guy. Ignore the Doom Whirlpool. Bypass the Doom Whirlpool. The Kisagad Vortex. We do not want to be in the Kisagad Vortex. I think once we pick up the catches here, I think I might do a cheeky drop down to Estival. Because that would do us some favors on our supply count. Or will be the zoom that we need. The zoom. The zoom. Yeah. Hello, we need catches. We need so many catches. 7 to be precise. Remember, you can get them here. Boop. Hello, shops. Nope, 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 bad, nope. Structures, definitely not. Threshold, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exchanges and switch-ups on that and whatnot. We do not care. You can buy secrets here. They're costly. You definitely shouldn't buy those unless you have, like, bukus and bukus of money. Kieran Session not yet acquired. The Kader Air will notice a riddle fisher in danger of developing an unhealthy obsession. We might as well do that. No reason not to. Preventative medicine. There will cut out something that is not there yet. She will come away with a sample jar of pickling brine. The specimen will grow there later, slowly. Layers of tissue gradually forming a missing kidney. The riddle fisher, cured in advance, will suffer no ill effects, except occasional lassitude and lack of purpose. We have performed a treatment at Irene. Trade a lamentable relic for 2 moves in the great game. We don't want to do that. We can try to search Irene for maybe his daughter's mother. She's known to visit. I think she must have come here when I was conceived. Let's go to Dreams. Inhale a gulp of air, eyes closed. I love this. It's like coming home. I don't want to worry about that at the moment. It can trigger things, and I'm not ready for things to be triggered yet. We have our Eolith. Have our hold. We have this. Okay. Now, do I dart down to Estival, or do I just get back to London? We'll just book it back to London. We should be fine. We should be fine. We'll be fine. Should or should not, or should be, or should will. All shall be well, and all manner things will be well. Yeah. Yeah. We'll go with that. Yes, love you. Oh, hey, look, it's a Lorn Fluke. We don't need to deal with the Lorn Fluke. Lorn Fluke can stay there. Especially since we don't have our increased firepower. It can barely stay there. Hey, we have cleared a huge swath of business here. Might as well snag a port here. It'll help make up for the fuel costs. Careful because we are being risky here. Without a doubt. Some report reports. The memory of distant shores. We shall return. We'll stop by and get Khan's Shadow because, well, it's another easy report. We might duck down to Dahat, because we know we can get both supplies and fuel there for reasonable prices. Yes, we will definitely stop by there. Maybe show some things off there. Just maybe. Now let's us zoom along. Zoom. I've got a thing that's close, but that's just fine. Yeah, the hut is down there. Underwater, but of course. But it shall be fine. I keep on forgetting to switch him out. I will do this here. Switch out the doctor. We need irons. Switch out the doctor. We need irons. Officers. Surgeons. Okay. Khan's Shadow. Pilot port report. Now down to Dahat, which, as we know, is underwater. Zoom. Going through things quicker than we'll go underwater. No reason not to. It'll help facilitate things a bit quicker. Because we won't have to just try to focus around things. And hey, you know, who knows? You can sometimes pick up supplies off the bottom of the Z. Oh, that's right, we're gonna be yelled at. Gosh, hello, faces under the Z. What's that? Oh, that's a bomb. Nope. Ooh, right. Oh, there you go. Terror, but minuses our hunger. Dock and shop. Remember, slightly cheaper supplies. Same cost fuel. There's no reason not to do this. And all the reason to do so. However, we can now do a port report here. Gain a little bit of clarity. Well, why don't I show... We have this recent news. Why don't I show off what happens if you stay a while? Stay a while. Bring the Drownies news of how London is now, and they will allow you to remain here for a time in exchange. Note that it is easy to gain terror in Dahat. Be careful. We'll take the risk. They call it the City of Peace. The Drownies make you welcome. They do not attack here. They do not even move quickly. They drift insane and sometimes dance. Your Dahat length of stay quality is now 1. You now have 3 Dahat enthrallment. The depth of your commitment to the beauty of Dahat. Dahat. Drownies built a copy of London as if it never was. A cathedral and houses and fields of flowers, all underwater. The water is cool and luminous, and at the same time, it is a breathable air. We have some options here. Observe the bonfire, mingle among the crowd, learn from them, see if you can observe without being drawn into the dance. A tough challenge. Accept a place at the meal. Most of the Drownies' food may be eaten with impunity. You just need to remember which. Tough challenge. Search for the secret places of Dahat. There are other humans here. You've heard voices and seen submarines in dock, but where are the others kept? Well, we have this one because we have some clarity. I might as well give it a chance. Probably gain. Ooh, we have succeeded. The staircase under the cathedral. If you stand at the bottom of the stairs and listen at the crypt gate, you hear sounds that do not come from the dead. At one moment, they sound like songs, at the next, like tears, and then after that, like meditation. Some rattle their bars, but most do not. Where would one rather be imprisoned than here in Dahat? The stay is up 1. We've gained 5 clarity and 2 enthrallment. That's honestly one of our safer options, but it's probably a terror potential too. Whatever. Oh shit, we did it again. Through a window, investigate the crypt of the Great Cathedral. This is a different option. Go figure. Can you see another prisoner within? Through a window in the stone, you see someone pacing back and forth, but you can't make out anything about them. Male or female, human, or something other. Succeeded. Our length of stay is now up 1, 5 fragments, 7 clarity. Our new total, 14. The ability to see through the glamours of the Drownies. Investigate the calendar. The dates in Dahat do not progress as they should. The seasons sometimes overlap. Sometimes it is no season at all. We failed this one. Gained some terror. Do not be foolish. The Drowning and the Vicar's caller peers at you. You've been here since January, he says, as low to a young child. It will soon be the Feast of All Shrieks, and then St. Agnes' Day. Gained 1, gained 4 enthrallment, gained 4 terror. You could say your goodbyes. You've been here long enough for your departure to be honored with a farewell party. But I don't know. I kind of want to try this one again. Boop. Do not be foolish. More enthrallment. More terror. More length of stay. Alright. And now we have, but only, goodbyes. Stay no more than 9. You have 5. You've been here long enough for your departure to be honored with a farewell party. And unambiguously with a small reward. It's 30% chance we'll probably fail it, but... As friends, you part on pleasant terms with kind words on both sides. They give you a necklace of drowning pearls and tell you to return when you have fresh news of London. It is now 10. Our clarity and enthrallment have gone. We now have 5 drowning pearls. We've lost 20 terror, gained 1 sea story, and gained 1 vision of the surface. Okay, drowning pearls. That's... that we need. Just simply that. That we do need. So, that works out. Alright, our holes is full of goodies. We buy 1 more supply. Be sure we are super full of goodies. Let's see here. Ah, right. We need something from Port Cecile. We needed... well, we needed Skintalak. I almost forgot that we needed a Skintalak there. So, we need that to pop up again, first off. Which is why I'm not super zooming along. And also because it gives us some chance to explore the undersea once more. Specifically in the Principles area, which, as you can see, looks a bit different. You know, you have all this coral around. We know what's up with that now. And the fact that it is probably very upset at us. You can notice those kind of raised veins and such. It really is almost reminiscent of a brain. Probably because it's a bit akin to a brain as we've seen. At least that's what I like to think. Have our vents. It's up. Because the dock is up. We're not going to zoom because it is way too damn narrow for that. So up and around and through. For Skintalak we do want. Oof, pardon me that. Gather intelligence. Seal, and we don't have that because we definitely did not do that. Gather Skintalak. We have succeeded. Ooh, in the worst way imaginable. Only 1 Skintalak for 8 terror. That is a bad ratio, but we at least have 1 Skintalak. Which is indeed what we need. Keep booping at the Roser's Market because might as well. It's money. It's money that we do indeed gain. No, you are not the accursed task. Now, you may be wondering, what is stopping you from doing more at the Salt Alliance? Well, let me show. Let me show. Let's go into port. Find out why. There's vast sorrow in their empty eyes. Oh, wait, shit. You can actually get more at the moment. Ah, that's, okay, I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that at one bit. Don't think I can exactly pick up more, though. It's like, to jettison cargo for another 20, I need a ditch 14, and, well, no. Anyways, I guess that only triggers once you fully complete needed it, but, well, yeah. You'll eventually not be able to do that, and at the moment there is really no need for us to pick up more, because, well, we wouldn't be able to. Not without sacrificing things we don't want to sacrifice, because we're trying to finish this deal off anyways. Huh. Where's the pirate poet? The pirate poet does not seem to be in house at the moment. Maybe they are further off this way? I don't know. That's interesting. Unfortunate. Kinda hoping the pirate poet would be here. Well, oh well. Up we need to go. Back to the London way. Before things run out too much. Because we have what we need to try to get. Well, what we need to do to get our veils up some more. Because we do want this Sphinx Stone off of our ship. And we want the rewards we get from such. Jellyfloor. Goodbye, Jellyfloor. I must go. I already bought all my strange catches. This, at least in theory, does benefit us because there's no harm in getting more stats. And these things are an efficient use to get stats. And if I had more secrets, I'd be tempted to do more things. Like it being one of the few ways to get your pages up. But I don't have that many secrets at the moment. I have but so many. We definitely need it for our veils at the moment. 100%. Now into them. Do their worst, because there's nothing for them to achieve. And now we are back here, back in London. Anything new in the new recruit? I don't think so. Nope. Visit the Rose Market. And get rid of our Skintilac. Satisfied customer. Makes admirable jewelry, she explains, but exceptional tea. To the market's horse-mast attendants help her wheel the box away. Skintilac for 105 echoes, which is good. Reports, Palmerston, Cecile, Unico, Frosthound, Con Shadow, Worry Them Over, Irene reports, Sun Lions, Hot, and Anthet. Excellent. As for our lodgings, shall get some supplies off of that. Excellent. Time with your family to reduce our terror down some more. Go back to our lodgings. Go to our study. And now, and oh now, which is, I wish I could do that one, but we need to do this one. Create a whispering trophy case. Yes, yes, when the bones are emplaced, you will hear them when you sleep. The process of creating the trophy case will increase your veils by 7, as high as 200, and the trophy case is an auxiliary item worth a further 7 veils. I'm just gonna double check that it is veils we need. Yeah, okay. I wanted, like, 0 room for doubt. Advice from the deep. It's only dreams, of course. Cities of pearl, towers of ivory, the spined and lanky creature that hisses advice in your ear, the chilly caress of currents. But each morning when you rise from sleep, the Z is a little more familiar. 7 veils and a whispering trophy case. Oh yes, the drowned man is humming tonight, a song in the water like the bones of fish. And now we can drag this over to our auxiliary for the moment. That boosts up our veils to that ridiculously high amount. Now we just need to shuffle an officer. Ah, hello, Presbytorate. Adventurers. And now we can do this. Deliver Sphinxstone to the boy Slivy. Slivy is the fey and stuttering shaman boy who speaks to the wind. Slivy lives in the Flit, the rooftop kingdom of fallen London, where urchins and anarchists lair. It is not far, but it is high. It won't be easy to get the Sphinxstone up there. Step by step, you still have contacts in the urchin gangs. You still have favors owed. Your skills and alliances and your knowledge of the Flitways is enough to get the stone up, though your sailors are green with terror by the end of it. I want to go back to sea, Captain, one moans. The urchin's Slivy has arranged cradles for the rocks. We're going to drop them on people Storm doesn't like, he tells you. Squash them flat. It's alright if a god tells you to do it. Is he joking? It's difficult to tell with Slivy. He leans forward and whispers the directions to the backmost stairs, the secret flit route that you've never traveled. We have gained a veils, we have gained a secret. You've delivered the last load of Sphinxstone. There's no more to that. But you'll notice we've gained 4,000 echoes, and that's what makes the final delivery very worth having a lot of. Your profits are doubled. And that means instead of the normal 1,200 we got off of it, actually our profits are more than double because of how it works. Yeah, we spent 800 to buy this. We got this much, so we got 3,200 echoes from this, profit-wise. That is, yeah, more than double, not quite triple, but still really, really damn good. We now have a total of 8,624 echoes. We are off some other things as well, but off of a huge back of this, we have gained back a lot of our profits. So much of it. And that is good. Let's see here. We can take this off, because we do not need those veils. We want the engine power and irons that We Are Clay provides. We'll keep this around if we need anything for a veils check that we are aware we need a veils check for. It is there, sitting here, taking up a cargo slot, but waiting patiently. In the meantime, we can proceed with what I intended to do, which means some bouncing around for Blemmingans. So let us stock up on fuel. Like, really stock up. We have the room. Stock up on some supplies. Just get to a flat 50 there. 40 there, rather. We might as well. There is not going to be any waste. We are going on an adventure. Oh, we are going on an adventure. That's 10,000 echoes, right? Ah, right. I keep on forgetting to do this. We might as well do it here, because this is a good point for it. An invitation to Benthic College. Your travels have caught someone's attention. This is for our Empire of Hands business. A delightful invitation. Benthic College is pleased to invite you to an exclusive and educational evening with Lady Agatha Treadgold, delightful adventuress and raconteuse of thrilling true tales of feist and spunk. On the back of is a scribbled note. Come speak to me afterwards, darling. Opportunity beckons. We have better things to do right now, but no, we don't. Attend the lecture. Opportunities are always worth exploring, at least. A trip to Benthic. Benthic is the most open-minded of the London colleges. You find yourself waiting for the lecture in a queue of students, devils, and bohemians, observed with some scorn by passers-by in Somerset colors. Somerset being the little bit more conservative approach university college. The delightful adventuress, her feet have trodden lands most in the Neath have never even heard of. Her eyes have seen every opportunity for fame and glory while there. An evening with the delightful adventuress. Whoever she is, she knows how to pack a hall. Not a seat is empty as she takes the stage. The fine cuisine of the Shelonate, the darling Clayman. All but a prelude, my dears. Her stories tend towards the fanciful, inconveniently unprovable, but the delightful adventuress has the credulous audience spellbound for hours. Many of her tales of monsters in lost cities have a common theme. She visited them ahead of a certain Lady Leonora Forsca, the quite adorable, darling archaeologist with whom she sparked a bracing rivalry back at finishing school. The rest are tales, bitter as the sourest grapes of being cheated of triumphs by the very same Fortescue, whose fanciful fictions are fit only for the penny dreadfuls. By the end, her stories are notably more bitter than boastful. She still receives a standing ovation. A business proposition. Delightful adventurous, masked clayman, Barnabas, escorts you to the principal of Benthic's study, where she sits sipping brandy by the fire. My dear Capitano. Firelight glints in her eyes as she raises the glass. I hear you are recently returned from the Empire of, monkeys? Hands, yes, of course. It is a rare breed that can make such a voyage. Foolhardy, too, perhaps. She sips her brandy. I wish to charter your no doubt fine vessel to that primitive little island chain. There I shall find what I need to show up the infernal Leonora Fosco once and for all, and you, the delightful adventurous, squints, sizing you up. Sufficient compensation would not be a difficulty. A most mutually beneficial arrangement, you will agree. You can refuse, you have more business, don't you, at the moment, but you can accept. It is a long voyage, but you know the way. Splendid. The delightful adventuress drains her glass dry. Then we shall see you are upon the morrow for the voyage. Barnabas, pack my valise. Adventure awaits. You now have one of the delightful adventuress. The Neath's greatest explorer, in her own mind at least. Take her and her bodyguard to the Empire of Hands. She takes up a cargo slot, hilariously enough. I will never not be amused by that detail. It's like, ah, yes, I am ever so fanciful. Hey, wait, why am I going in the cargo? Oh, God damn it. Oh, blast. I don't... We have places to be. And one of those places is very much the Undershore. that is our first destination, more or less. Actually, I'm gonna stop by up these really quickly. I need to... hi crab. No, I'm not here to deal with the crab. Onwards. Appease our hunger. We've lost hunger. I will stop by Mutton Island for a port report. First things first. And then I need to stop by the Kuna Canal very quickly to check something. I want to be sure of some requirements so that I know how to potentially properly stock up. Something has happened here. Bright-eyed men and women from the Admiralty work hastily to expand the dock. Hymns with unfamiliar words ring out over the fall of their hammers. Spheres of influence as you attempt to lower your plane. A fervent officer, escorted by a modest squadron of well-armed sailors, raises his hand and calls out to you. Ahoy, citizen! This island is now under the jurisdiction of Her Majesty's Admiralty. Depart immediately. His men raise their weapons. Best be off then. We now have a report of Quaker's Haven. Something different is there. And it is effectively closed off. Fortunately, and I'm not sure how to trigger it, but that seems to be the one I always get. You can get different results from there. You really honestly can. But I don't seem to. That's the one I have always gotten. Always. Which is unfortunate, but c'est la vie, c'est la vie. You know, I just realized I've had my gunnery officer all the wrong way as well. I've just had our Presbyterian adventurers out this entire time. Whoopsie. Whoopsie daisy. I, in fact, want my other gunner, because I want more irons. Because more irons is good. Bigger boom, go boom. Yes, yes. I do want to do something for that as well. We want to do numerous things, and there's a lot in the southern stuff that I want to do in that accord. Something I'm going to do my research on in between streams, but we will be doing stuff related with this. 22 fuel, 2 supplies, base requirements. But I want to do my research on that before committing to it, but there's stuff I want to do on the surface, without a doubt. Alright, switch officers. I want you back because more boom. We want all the earth-shattering kaboom. First campaigner. Sorry, I'm slowly gathering stuff, and slowly is not good enough. Have the Clandery Air perform an urgent intervention. A bandit-trapped sailor is trying to gain passage to the surface. He must stop desiring it. The trip would kill him. This will always produce a Clandery souvenir, and may gain a crew member. 53% chance. It's not huge, but we'll do with it. Failed, but that's alright. Bright shining. You offer the sailor passage upward and direct him to the Clandery Air's surgery. When he sees the operating table, he knows he has been tricked, but there is no fight in it. The clatter air extracts something from the Zaylor. It gleams with its own light. The Zaylor curses you for saving his life, and insists on disparking again, but the clatter air is pleased with the day's work. That's fine, it's the souvenir we definitely predominantly want. And that is a-okay. Speaking of which, air move back there. And now we want to go to the other shroom. Speedily. There is faster stuff you can get, and I probably intend to achieve it at some point. Especially now that I have this. But not quite. It requires judicious amounts of peril. A lot of peril. Oh, pardon me there. Alright, hello, other shroom. We are here for Lemmings. Also, I need to remember, I need violet color. And I also need to remember because I've actually genuinely forgotten what I need for that. But for now, it is most important for us to be Lemmings. Hello, other shroom. You shall greet me with Lemmings, and I shall be right to except for the minor detail of us having Lemmings. But, I mean, it's another intelligence, no free Lemmings for us, so we will have to do the full trades. I mean, at the very least, we also get supplies out of the deal. And that is fine. Always more Lemmings. Here are the piled slabs of mauve fungus flesh. Atop them, like an attentive dog on a plinth, a watchful Blemigan. They want new places, the Schumer explains. Too many Blemigan here. Plant them in 6 more new places. Mother will be pleased. Basically saying, hey, propagate more, and you will get more from your efforts. Yeah. Tale of Terror. The day of spores. The Uttershroom releases spores according to its own inscrutable schedule. Today, the air is soupy thick. They coat your hair. They clog your throat. They gather like sleep in the corner of your eyes. Conversation with the shroomers is impossibly hard. You return to the shrimp, where you find a tiny purple mushroom growing already in your ear. Terror. Tale of Terror. Yep. And we have a list of places I want to drop these ones off on. Which is conveniently line up with some deals. That is fine. Let's see here. Station 3. Hello, Station 3. We need to go to you. You are on our list. And conveniently as well, we also have a Lon and Cooper box, which we do indeed want to cash in to the station. Gain some favor with the folks there. That is perfectly fine. It'd be very fine. I forgot to speed up. I was just lost in the moment of the music, I won't deny. I was just lost to the Z. The vibes of the Z. It happens. Station 3. Hello, Station 3. You can do that. We don't care to do that. Turn later. Put a Blemigan ashore. shore. What will it do in this place of oil and metal? A creeping plague, the Blemmigan settles furtively into a pipe that protrudes from the wall. All is still. You see no more of it. As you turn to go, greasy smoke puffs suddenly from the pipe's end. You smell burning grease. Nevertheless, perhaps it survived. We have our propagation, Station 3. And we shall deliver another box. A faint smile. It's difficult to read her expression behind those goggles. Perhaps she's pleased to see you, or perhaps she's only eager to continue her work. 100 echoes. Lost our long box, and gained 2 favor from the acolytes. Your acquaintance with the austere acolytes. And that takes that off our list. Station 3, we have propagated you. And now our next place just happens to be right above us, the Shepherd Isles. Then we head downwards. Exactly for purposes of the Blemmigans, but for other needs. Okay, we need to be up there. That's fine. We can do with up there. We can do with up there in due time. We have some stuff we do want to explore at the bottom as... Oh, hi. Hello, little baby pirate ship. One. Yeah, that happens. 2 more supplies. Sure. Do more fuel, honestly, but c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Hello, Shepherd Isles. We have something for you. We have something for them. Picnic, various tales. The rest of the Z. I don't want to do that at the moment. The going-ons. Tentacles! Saw that brief. Tentacles. I can trade that for that. Okay. First things first, put a Blemmigan ashore. Dark and quiet, it should survive. A mushroom tail. These, the bearded watchman explains. We used to have these long ago. They raised the standing stones, you know, with poetry. We have propagated the Blemmigan some more, and the people here are shockingly happy about it. And we have gained a Z story out of the effort. Let's see here. Hunting trophy for another box. I will be heading down, so... A retired monster hunter wants something to remember his glory days. In return, he will show you a secret graveyard populated by curious corpses in curious boxes. The tomb. He takes your trophy and nods. Wrestled one of these devils once. I'd show you the scar, but decency forbids. He leads you to a low cliff. Leaning over, you see a grassy stair cut into the rock. Leads to a dripping cave. Against one wall, coffins are arranged in a careful line. Some la-di-da London family bring their dead here. Sail up in a black ship, they do. Help yourself to the oldest one. They won't notice. Now have a Sooth & Cooper lawn box in exchange for the treasure. That's perfectly acceptable, because we happen to have a desire to go back south. So we might as well get some profit off of the back and forth, because we have something we want to find down there, and it's in her case that it's been mentioned about trying to find, well, That's kind of hard, sir. We do indeed want to find a crab. Crab, 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 crab. Crab. Suffice my hunger, crab. Let me feast on your flesh, crab. Yes, yes. Shall feast on your flesh. Nom 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 nom. Fresh, glowy crab. To save us a supply. Delicious. Delicious. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm not crazy or anything. Nope, not at all. Not one bit. Everything is a-okay. Deliver a lawn box. There's also errands. I don't think any of these require... Yeah. Anything required about it here? No. No. Alright. Deliver a lawn box. 100 more echoes. And choose station earning the Acolyte's favors. We have another deal. Questions for the Acolyte. Perhaps, if she has come to like you well enough, she'll choose to answer some questions about this place. There's 2, 3. Ask why she sings. Ask how she came to be about here. Ask where the corpses come from. If you're involved in the trade, wouldn't it be better if you knew? A matter of indifference. Here and there, she says. It's not that she's trying to be coy. You don't think she much cares about the answer. Most are from the surface, one way or the other. You think that is all she's going to say on the matter, but after a long time, she adds, it's an old trade. They've been coming this way for generations. To judge by the piles out back, the masters made the arrangement. We are now at 4 there. We know a little bit more. We could have asked further things, but, well, honestly, it's fine to start from the beginning. And we'll just keep that in mind. First things first, let us head down south, where we want to find some new places we have not been at. We'll pick up a poor report from Visage since we're passing by. No reason not to. Deja vu, we've been on this boat before. Visage, don't need to go to shore. We can, however, then presume girls to place. What does it want? Well, this isn't on my list, so onwards. Onwards. We do want to stop by Rosegate because we have those. Yeah, that's okay. Yes, 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 indeed. Actually, let's go ahead and walk up. That is fine. With these 2 things, see what's next on the list as far as the cigar goes. What evil lurks right next to us? If you fail, you'll gain a wound. Fluke needles. A cluster of quivering spines shiver in the curds. A dead fluke's flesh dissolves in water. These brittle remnants, however, remain stony hard. You could remove something stuck on the spines. An unfortunate diver, bones hang impaled on the decaying spines. If you fail, you gain a wound. I really do not want to gain a wound, so, back up, back up. Avoid the evil thing that's just kind of waiting there, and zoom on into Rosegate. Our sonar is going crazy from all the things it's picking up. That's fine. Rosegate, I have some items for thee. Rosegate. Take a pamphlet. Arrangement prudent. The creation of a cigar. We now have two ambiguous illiths. Extracting the robust flavor. Delicate workshop tools won't do for a flavor like this, the crotchety tobacconist says. I'll need to make some new ones. Can you bring me some particularly sturdy materials? By all means. He weighs an illith in his hand before tossing it into the air. Dense, sturdy. He catches and licks the stone, and well flavored. Perfect. These will make fine tools. I'll get to work immediately. He turns and strides up the stairs to his workshop. Hammer strikes ring through the floorboards above. Succeeded? Cultivating a robust flavor, the taste of marrow broth. Lost our deals? And now it's just asking for a straightforward challenge. Helping prepare the robust labor. A thumping resounds from the workshop above. We need to open that crate, the crotchety tobacconist says. The clayman's already in chains, but we need him on the workbench. I hope you're ready. The clayman. The crotchety tobacconist and his apprentice stand by with chains as you pry open the crate. An unfinished clayman glares from within and growls as you begin removing planks. Once you've opened it halfway, he roars and hurls his weight forward. The wood splinters, the box breaks, and you sidestep his charge, letting him run directly into the workbench. From there, it's easy to bind him to the table with heavy chains. Well dodged, citizen. Reminds me of when I was young and spry. His apprentice stifles a giggle. Cultivating a robust flavor, the taste of well-aged wine. We still can proceed on with this. Harvesting the robust flavor, a chisel rests on the glass counter. The crotchety tobacconist smiles. We have the tools and the clayman ready, citizen. Shall we? Breaking down, the unfinished clayman struggles futilely against his bonds. He shouts threats he cannot fulfill. We will require both powder and shavings, the crotchety tobacconist says. He should provide everything we need for a truly robust flavor. You could refuse to assist, let the apprentice do the work. You'll have no part in this. Or shatter him. Take up the hammer and chisel, crack the clayman where the tobacconist has marked. Crack on. You work in a miasma of bitter dust and floral cigar smoke. At first, the clayman shouts to drown out the tap of the hammer. Soon, only the hammer rings out. The crotchety tobacconist grabs a fistful of clay shavings from the shattered left arm. He rubs the clay into a fine powder, sniffs it, and beams. Oh, this is it exactly. Robust, but with a fierce bite to it. This'll get into your blood. Thank you, citizen. This is magnificent. Cultivating robust flavor, the taste of fecund earth. I think... yeah, there's something there. Attend a free public lecture. Crotchety Tobacconist has been developing a series of lectures to share with the public, and now that the public has finally arrived... we can also challenge to a game of cards. Business is slow today, as it is every day. The ship's not on the typical trade routes. Tobacconists may well appreciate a game. I think all these actions, though, increase the tobacco's patience, so... But, most importantly, you'll note, we have finished the robust flavors. It is as robust as it will be. What we do need now is, yeah, that and that. That and that. Grabbed a pamphlet, right? Yes, okay. Good, good, good. Nothing in the shops to matter. Excellent. And now we head south. For south is where we want to be. Not near that evil thing. South. Not to the evil of south, but south. Excuse me, is this? Yes, that's what I was hoping to be. Hello, you again. Hello, Pirate Poet. Here to continue our rivalry. My prophet. They try to be clever. They try to. We just need to be cleverer. This is not exactly the best formation for that, but hey! At 4 damage, we can take it. Well worth the profits. Rescue them once again. 300 echoes, fuel, supplies. Some sort of barrel. Ah. We have more wine now. Fair enough. We have more wine now. Well, wine be good business. We'll pick up another port report from here, since we are literally here. There is no reason not to do so. Hello to you, Isle of Cats. I just want a port report and then to be out. Actually, good question. Is this actually... Hold up. I need to do a quick deal, but I think this actually might serve as a suitable replacement for one of the places I want to be. Let me just check real quick. So let's see. This Isle Blemigan. Hello, Blemigan. For ports. Is there an Isle of Cats? Yes, okay then. I will actually place one of the things that I have on here and put my propagation here. 2 other places, those are recommended places, but yeah, let's put a Blemigan ashore. What will they make of it? What will it make of them? Gone in an instant, the Blemigan disappears into the crowd, darting between legs in a violet flash. Pirates shriek, harlots curse. An hour later, you see it perched atop an alehouse roof, tentacles awave, slurringly extemporizing an impudent villanelle. A small crowd of locals is cheering. Aw, it seems to have made its home well here. Perfect. Glad I decided on that on the spontaneous instant. Yeah, see, it's well made its home here. The last 2 on my list are non-negotiable. They are highly recommended places to do so, so I shall in fact do so. But we'll need to go to that area of the map, so not immediately right now. You'll certainly notice our ratio of fuel and supplies. We've kind of picked up a bit of both along our routes each time. But yeah, we definitely drain through fuel a lot quicker. A lot quicker. Immensely quick. Horribly quick. Alright, Promise Rock. This is promising. Cryan Heights to the southeast. Is that where I need to go? No, it isn't. But if I had to make a likely guess, we need to go east. That give me directions to other non-fragmentary things. Out to... See, you will see. Do not let the parrots see me. Do not let the parrots see me. Hi. Well, what you saw are harbingers of doom and horror. Also called swarm of... They're effectively blue macaws, parrots. They foresee doom and are terribly, terribly violent. Speaking of violent, oops, here we go. Goodbye, fragments. Say goodbye to the fragments. And a little bit of our terror, but especially the fragments. But yeah, those birds can murder you. They are murder machines. I was not about to risk fate too much with them. But here's where we need to be. First, I'm checking what this is. This might just be an oxygen deal. I'm about to find out. Yeah, it is. Occasionally you can find these spongy, vent-like things, and they will give you oxygen. Don't count them to be. But more importantly, we have found Adam's Way. Hello to thee, Adam's Way. Hello to thee. Adam's Way. On a bed of monumental ruins, warehouses and way stations of strewn timber rise. It has a shop. You can sell casks of mushroom wine, buy fuel and supplies, buy coffee for, honestly, a really good price. Near Adam's Way. All ships that approach Adam's Way are intercepted by the Gracious, the Presbyterian's splendidly head-dressed coast guards. A quaint but inviolable tradition governs entry. You must tell them one of 3 stories. In return, you will be permitted to spend a single day in the port. Your options are an unread log, an unfinished tale. The Gracious lean forwards avidly. A tale of hell. This requires a port report of Mount Palmerston, interestingly enough. A tale of hell. The Presbyterian has never explained its interest in devils. They are keen to hear what you learned in Mount Palmerston. And recent news, a tale of a city recently fallen. Gracious are always eager for news from London. Pardon me, jeez. You can also ask them, why are foreigners only allowed to spend a single day in Adam's Way? For your own protection, one of them explains, kindly. Unsafe, the soil of the Elder Continent is dangerous to incomers, they claim. Those who linger can contract unfortunate conditions, hysteria, rapture, and nuisance. And the rumors that Presbyterian law offers no protection to foreigners after dark? Errant nonsense. Either way, we do indeed need to be here. A new day. Is their interest strategic, or do they just enjoy hearing about London's miseries? Regardless, they permit you to dock. The day has just begun. In the town square, a yellow-robed priestess plants a seed in a bed of black soil. No sooner has she patted down the soil than a tiny shoot pokes forth. By mid-morning, it will be a sapling. By lunchtime, a budding tree. By the evening's end, it will wither and fall. You must be back on your ship before then. So, we have some options. Adam's Way, and to the south, the Elder Continent, and the 72 cornucopian kingdoms of the Presbyteriate. Are the stories true? Rivers of honey, castles of ivory? Who can say? Foreigners, that's you, are forbidden from the interior. The closest most get is Adam's Way, a shouting, feasting, thieving riot of a port. The options available may change as the day progresses. You can ask storytellers about the Cladary Heart. The Cladary heir insists it was last seen in the Elder Continent. You could go ashore with the adventurous. I'll admit it. I would like one last look around. But we're not going inland. The college would sniff me out soon enough. Can visit an expedition of Presbyterian curiosities. For the insignificant price of a single echo, the sober showman will lay the wonders of the Elder Continent directly at your feet. You can assist at an admissions hospital. It stands apart from the port, on a lonely seaside bluff. Listen to a storyteller. Ignore the gaudy entertainments intended to defraud visitors. Past the street hawkers, they will only tell you what you want to hear. Shun the tavern gossip, most of which is fabricated by the Mithrite office, the Prester's propagandists. Guess the red table. And port reports. Oh yeah, that's port report. Can sit by the trees of a single day and let the hours pass, or put a again aboard. Surely a simple mushroom will not attract the attention of the gracious. We're not going to do that. We do want a port report. We do want that other option too. We have a lot that we want. The buzzing of the bees. Climb the stairs cut into the hill. Sit at the foot of the bee-capped stone columns. They will shield you from the southern mountain heat. Be quiet. Listen. Old storytellers share the shadow. The Prester is on the verge of declaring the Dawn Machine a blasphemy. London's bureaucracy is riddled with the children of the Thief of Faces. An expedition of foreigners recently put to shore to the west, then went south in search of the garden. They were discovered and given to the Red River. Gateway to the Elder Continent, devourer of the naive. Branches, tree of a single day is tall and strong. Its branches stretch over the rooftops. We have an option here. Never broker has a commission. His client has a task of modest but scriptural significance. He is conducting interviews. You can do that one. A matter of luck. Catch a nut that falls from the tree of a single day. And picking them from a branch is forbidden, but fallen ones are useless. You'll need to insect it between bog and ground. So this one is no more than 2. So this one's something we have to do now. He's conducting interviews. He made an interview with the avuncular broker. He meets you on the balcony of a shoreside coffee house. His handshake is effusive. His smile and cummerbund are broad. He urges you to squares of sticky baklava and a tiny glass of black coffee sweetened with a sprig of mint. I trust you won't mind answering a few questions, he asks, opening a notebook, to ensure we're on the same page, so to speak. The interview is scandalously personal. What business has he to ask such things? We can lie to him. There are things he doesn't need to know. We can depart immediately. How dare you, sir? How dare? Or we can answer truthfully, though means giving up a secret. An unexpected tactic. He blinks in surprise. Goodness. I must admit, I expected you to lie. Never mind, never mind. Knowing you as well as I do now, he studies his notebook too embarrassed to meet your eye. I think we can do business. You may accept the broker's commission in Adam's way. He has a commission for you. The tree of a single day is flowery. White petals drift across the square. So, we can't do everything we want to do here in a single day, but we will do what we can, and we'll be back later. No more than 4. So we should be able to follow that up at the end, maybe. Assuming this does not end our deal. Accept the avuncular broker's commission. He orders a plate of figs soaked in honey. Tell me, what do you know about the disciples of the Thief of Faces? Doing the Prester's work. Or snuffers to children and Londoners. Awful creatures eat candles, steal faces. Erasing them is a sacrament. An associate of mine recently found one in Port Carnelian, but before you could expose it, he disappeared. Maybe the snuffer got him. Or perhaps one of the port's spies. The place is stuffed with them. Your commission is to root out Port Carnelian's snuffer. Capture it. Bring it back here. I'd like to ask it a question or two. He pops a fig into his mouth. He wants you to catch a snuffer in Port Carnelian. Oh, okay, cool. It didn't knock down everything. That didn't cost us time. Excellent. I want to try this. This is our last chance to do it. And catch a nut that falls from the tree of a single day. And this is why I wanted to do it. I actually wanted to fail it. Fruitless. The branch is too far, the nut too small, your hand too slow. When it strikes the paved square, the nut bursts into brief, pointless life. Thread-like shoots squirm out, groping for water. Desperate roots claw at a crack in the stone. It's no good. Its strength spent, the shoot browns, stiffens, and expires. You've gained a lamentable relic. The tree of a single day is withered. Its gnarled trunk groans. There is a final deal here. It's like attend a funeral feast, a public square, a gathering of the bereaved, uncannily cheerful, a table shining with cutlery, white china plates, tall glasses. Limbs are rare, the square rattles with dead leaves. But we want to ask storytellers about the Claudary Heart. The Claudary Heart. Yes, it was here. A previous owner sailed it as far up the river as it would go, and then submerged it and covered its resting place in reeds. There, its ichors bled into the water. The river fish began to throw themselves on shore and hobble about on their fins. At first, the local fishermen welcomed an easy harvest, but in time they came to dislike the disruption and the permanent rotting smell. Then, but how the heart departed and where it went are another story. The Clatter Air listens without looking, her gaze fixed on the flowering of the tree. Blast. I do need to do it more. Well, shoot. We'll need to get some more to enter into here. Tree of a single day cracks and leans. It is time to return to your ship. Return to your ship. The day is over. It's time to return to your ship. Back to Z. The gracious comb the streets, ushering visitors politely back to the dock. So, now to get back here, we need either more recent news or a tale of hell. That is fine. We, for the time being, want to head north. We need to go to Nook and Nuniko. And so, zoom along we shall. Oh, right. That is the grown-up version of a Gillifloor. Yeah. Yeah. Away we go. And off we go, away from that gigantic thing. It is indeed gigantic. Yeah, let us not tempt fate here. Tempting fate, there's another ship here. We'll grab a port report here and we'll pick up a passenger. See if passenger benefits us any. Zoom around here. We affect the crew. Storm is watching, okay? Lovely. We have an event in port, which is good, because we're gonna snatch some more supplies from here. Because we can. We need fuel, which means we're gonna be effectively bouncing up to here, bouncing to Poly 3 to drop off our passenger that I just had for, like, ever. Ah. We have a different one. The Corsair's Forest, please. Guidance more. No, I'm not in a hurry, but I think I might stay below decks. I don't carry the fee on me. You'll have to trust me for when we arrive. Well, thank you. A pleasure. This tech-turned woman has business in the Corsair's Forest. And now gather supplies. 6 supplies now. That 3 was one of the lower values we could have gotten. 6 supplies, just free for good, is, well, good. Report. And another of those cases of, once again, do not put a Blemmigan ashore. It will mess up a lot of things for you. A lot of things. Alright, we want to stop by Rosegate again, because we have those lamentable relics for them. And then bounce off onto our diagonal to Poly 3. And to Fort Cecile, where we can probably just snag a Skintalak just for the hell of it. It's money. It's there. Kind of hoping we get the checkered person once again. Alright, there's a shark here. There's a shark here. Oh, the sea. Right, the shark. And probably find something even more horrible below. Because that figures. F for full power. I said. There we go. I shared F for full power. What is there? Is it evil? That is a crab. A rigid claw rises from the seabed. A colossal crab lies half buried in the sand. It is only recently dead, succulent flesh nestled in the brittle flesh. I'm worried that has a crew requirement. For the reasons that it might cost me crew on a 50-50. Let me check. Yeah, okay. I'm not risking crew. It's fine, we don't need supplies that badly. We really don't. Fuel, we do need. We are working on that. In due time. Hello, I'm back. I have items. Creation of a cigar. We now have more for this one. Something disquieting for the bitter flavor. The dogged apprentice licks his pencil and makes a note in his journal. We're making good progress, citizen. Next, we'll need something stunningly hopeless. Could I trouble you to put something together? We have the relics. You set 3 skulls on the counter. One is missing its jaw and has a few overlong teeth. One is missing a patch of bone in the back. Brains either blown out or bashed in. One still has an eye, not yet taken by the rot. The dogged apprentice grips your arm for support. Transfix. This is... Yes, citizen. I think this is what we need. Cultivating a bitter flavor, the taste of burnt rope. Search for a challenge. Helping prepare the bitter flavor. The dogged apprentice has set out paper and pen. I had an idea, citizen. Could I trouble you to write something cruel? Something to leave the reader speechless? I suppose it's an art in its own right, he says. Crafting an unkindness is still... Dear God, what did you just write? He snatches the page away and reads. He covers his mouth and whispers through his fingers. Everything I tried writing was just a blunt cruelty. But that's a razor to the soul. His eyebrows rise, delighted. This will finish it off well. Thank you. Cultivating a bitter flavor, the taste of winter wind. And finish off what exactly? Well, we're about to find out. Harvesting the bitter flavor. The dogged apprentice preens against the hearth, blazing at the back of the shop. We've only one last thing to do, citizen, before our flavor is complete. Let's go and have a laugh. A laugh. In the back of the workshop is a small cage surrounded by skulls. Inside, a once talkative Aratus Faber sits in a bedding of cruel phrases. We need to overwhelm it with bitterness, the apprentice says. Then we harvest. You could refuse to assist. This is cruel. This is wrong. We can sneer coldly at it. It's not so talkative now, is it? Its old friends would thank you for making it less annoyed, even if it's still ugly. Pretend to weep. Boo-hoo, the poor, poor thing. All locked up and all alone. Just look at the pitiful thing and laugh. Oh boy, which of these tremendously cruel options do we want? So yeah, if you happen to think that creating an underwater cigar would be kind of like a fun little experience or whatnot, no. Just no. No indeed. No indeed. Guess we'll just do the first one. I think they're effectively the same option, just a different route. The once talkative Aratus Faber does not even shudder at your words. It only lies down in its bedding and closes its eyes. The dogged apprentice nods solemnly and lays his hand on your shoulder. We've got it now. That's as much bitterness and contempt as it can hold. I'll remove the gallbladder in a moment. The master will be so pleased to have his ingredient. Cultivating a bitter flavor, the taste of brimstone. And that finishes that. Locks and things. Without their patron, tobaccos and his apprentice have to subsist on their stale foods of store. Even the apprentice is growing crotchety. They pay well for fresh rations. I wonder what that gives. Actually, no, I don't think I've done many of these other options that are just kind of there. But they're sort of there, basically. Just for 20 echoes, that is so not worth it. Pain is temporary, but doom is eternal. As it is. Hello, Geeky Dolphin. Welcome in. Also, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. Like, I try to do my best to present a good reading voice, especially for a game like this, which has, well, plenty of reading to do, so I appreciate the compliment that you think I have good narrative voice. I'm doing the best I can. And guzzling through water in the process. No getting around that. I am playing Sunless Sea. It's effectively a slower paced sort of roguelike sort of deal, where if you die, you kind of have to start over, although you can get benefits to pass over depending on factors you've done. But the greatest part of, and also the map will randomize, but the greatest part of it is that it's such a lore and store heavy game, Sunless Sea right here. It has so much story, it has so much lore, it has so much wonderful world building and mystery that it's like the roguelite options are there and I'm working around them and they're good to get around, but definitely one of the most enjoyable things about this is just delving into the mysteries of this game. And there are so many mysteries this game has, so much stories at the various ports you go with. It's such a unique game that I just had to play it on stream. Just show it off and find the people who may have seen it, or maybe show it off to people who haven't. And that is Sunless Sea. It's not only a kind of slow-paced roguelike, but it's an experience. It's a journey, and it's a fun journey. I've effectively been going around trying to touch off on some story stuff, like I was doing there, and also gaining money, because part of the way to advance, like getting a better ship, getting a better weapons, is, well, getting money. A lot gathers around money. Playing Doom Eternal because DRM on Xbox. Played on my Switch all day. Angel Gods one challenging. Yeah, I've heard that's a challenging game. I have a friend who is really, really good at Doom Eternal, and props to them. It's definitely quite a game as far as I've seen. I've been tempted to buy the Doom 2016. It's only like $5 at the moment. I've been tempted and seen about giving it a shot on stream at some point. I think I might. I think I might pull the trigger on that one, but yeah. I've heard on Switch it hurts to play. I was gonna say, are you trying to use like Joy-Cons or do you have like a Pro controller or the like? Because I could. But it's so intense and fun with motion controls. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sure that's definitely an interesting game to play on the Switch. But hey, if it works, it works. Although rest in place your fingers apparently. as a result of that. Dodge around the eel. But yeah, I have heard good things about both games, which is why I feel like I might give that to Doom 2016 a shot. Because I haven't played it. I haven't really played anything Doom-wise, so especially for $5, I figured that'd be a fair enough entry point to kind of just get into matters. Ah, we have another eel. Speed away. I just have to remember to buy it once I'm done streaming because, well, $5 is $5, and I think that's as low as that game is gonna get. Yeah, I might be finishing up a game that I'm streaming at some point, so it might follow on the heels of that. Yeah. I think I will. I think I've convinced myself into doing it. I'm sure it'll be fun either way. As a play on it, hurt me plenty for a challenge, but forgiving. Play Eternal after that one. Fair enough. Yeah, I definitely think I'll give 2016 a shot. I'll think on the difficulty because, well, I've not my usual forte, but hey, we'll see. We'll see. I'll poke around and see what might work, but I'll definitely be streaming that at some point once I pick it up because, well, have people that see me go through absolute misery of trying to play a game for the first time is always enjoyable. Right, gather intelligence. How's our hole looking? Very, very empty. Alright, carry Clayman to London. We might as well. And deliver the Polythrene exile. He stands on deck and cannot look away from the shore. At home once more. At the shoreline, the Polythrene exile plunges his hands into the damp mud and scrapes. When he comes away, his palms already look more like clay. Take a few days, he says. Itchy, but it will go back. He gets a box out of his traveling chest and offers it to you. Some things I got from the bone man at Neath. They thought they were stronger than me. They were wrong. You have gained 1 secret, and oh dear gods, 5 lamentable relics. Okay then. Hello, all the lamentable relics, replacing what I just got. Delivered in exile back to Poly 3. And we can do that ourselves, but we don't want to. We like our sharpness as it is. Don't want to sell that. Or buy another one for that matter. We want dots. Yes, we need fuel. Guzzling fuel like crazy. Might shuffle around days, but I do know that I'll probably soon be finishing up Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, because I've pretty well gone through that game, so maybe on a different day than the Tuesday for that, but that probably seems fair enough to move from that game to Doom 2016, just because going from one kind of action-y game to another. Yeah, I like that idea. You have convinced me into it, Geeky Dolphin. Now plans have been made. So, yeah, for being here, sneak peek of my thought process on figuring out games to do next. Known truths. Reports. Shops. Fuel. All the fuel. Getting much fuel. Alright, so that puts us into there. And we want to go up to Nook. Yeah, we need to go to Nook for Lemmingans. What evil lurks here? Oh, right. Bomb. Bomb. We do not want to go into a sea mine. Shockingly, sea mines are a bad idea to just run into when you are literally a submarine. Who'd have thought? What is that a thing? Ah, fuel. Cool. Free fuel at the bottom of the sea. Always gotta love it. And here's the big old mouth that is Nook. And I've already found horrors that are worse than that. Check the diving suit. No, we just want to return to Nook. You have the measure of the place now, and you've learned that the liberal ingestion of wine before a visit increases your tolerance for Nook water. Undressing for adventure. Again, you remove your clothes and put them safely in the watertight diving suit compartment. As the water rushes in, you're ready, taking gulps to speed the transition. It feels less like drowning now, and more like baptism. You swim into Nook with skin and mind tingling, reborn in the airlock's cold steel. Muscle mine. Compile a port report. Another one of those. And the place where we want to release another Lemmingun. Go, little mushroom. Be free. A place to thrive. The Lemmingun adapts to the water before it has even left the submarine's airlock. It bubbles contentedly and sinks deep down into the depths, where meat is fresher and the light is low. We have now... Well, we've gained another propagation, and it gained some stuff, which is good. And, that's all we need to do down here. Turn to the crew. How very, very refreshing. And And we can take Nook off our list, and now we just have Nunico. What was in the shops here again? Nothing really worth it. Alright, fair enough. Alright, and now to Nunico. We go there. Speedily. To drop off our last Blemigan. Because that will get us... Yep, that should, in theory, get us to that. What did my sonar just pick up? Probably that. Whatever that is. Probably something horrific and waiting to kill us. But I mean, what isn't on this Neath? Oh! It's fish. Fish. Also called response. From fish. Good old fish. Okay, good. I was afraid we were going to pop down on the vortex, and that would have been immensely awkward. Immensely. Clusters, Nunico. Let's see here. Symbol of port report. And we want to explore along the beach and seed Blemingans among the rocks. Perhaps they'll find the environment appealing. Rapid rewriting. The seed propagates alarmingly fast here. Within a few minutes, there are Blemingans scrambling in between bits of shale and over the faces of the scattered correspondence on the shore. They digest stamps, addresses, sealing wax. Where their tentacles pass over an envelope, they leave behind new replacement directions, deliverable directions. But who knows whether the new addresses are better than the old, blurred ones. We lost our Blemigan. Propagation is up. Our value is now at 7. We now have a deliverable post. These letters used to be dead, but they now have new addresses on them. I just picked up a dead post by accident. Oh well, that's fine. I forgot I was still on the docks. Whoops. Oh well, let's transfer that in. No, we won't do that. That is bad. We feed undeliverables into it. And that is all good. And your shift, Nunico. Can we do something with deliverable post here? Yes, we can. Hand off some deliverable post to one of the postmen. Give at least one of them a second chance, a reason to leave Nuncio. On the 5th explanation, she doesn't believe you at first, not even though you show her how the letters have firmly written clear addresses to buildings that definitely exist, or did when you left London anyhow. Valid stamps, no delivery failure markings. When she finally understands, she kisses your cheek. Then she dumps streams of rats and a couple of decks of cards out of her carrier pouch and fills it with the new material. Then she's off to the docks. She'll be back eventually, mutters the old man by the door. Then again, maybe not. You've lost 1 deliverable post. We've lost 10 terror, which is pretty good. And we have given a postman an opportunity to leave Nuncio. Oh, right. So is the world underwater or something? Right, the premise behind Sunless Sea. As you see, we are, in fact, the world is not underwater, but we are effectively beneath the surface in what is called the Neath. The Neath is this area of water and islands beneath the surface of the Earth. So we are effectively on Earth, but below the Earth itself. You can get back and forth between the surface, say, through the Kumian Canal, which will take you to the surface waters and the ocean and the like. But the entire premise behind what's going on here is that you'll notice a fallen London right here. This is, in fact, London proper. London was stolen away by bats. And then the bats took London below the surface of the earth here to the Neath. So that's the premise of it. We are in fact below the surface of the earth in this little pocket of what is effectively a giant cave. And on this undersea, as it's called, we sail the forth behind the islands that are here. Fallen London is London is the 5th city to be down here. The previous city before that was the 4th, which was, amusingly enough, the Mongol Khanate. They still have a presence here. That's why there's, like, Khan's Shadow, Khan's Heart, Khan's Glory, and the like. So, that's kind of the premise behind it. The world above is more or less mostly the same as, effectively, the Victorian era of history. It's just minus, at the moment, London, which has been dragged down beneath the surface of the earth, and is still very much the Khanate, I'm stumbling over my words, which is still very much Victorian-era London, just very much influenced by all the weirdness that happens in the Neath. It's got a lot of story behind it. It's tangentially tied to a browser game which is called Fallen London, which is, well, it's effectively a conventional browser game in that you kind of have time, you have a certain amount of actions you can use and whatever, but sets up a lot of the story around London proper. Sunless Sea here effectively kind of builds upon that in terms of the rest of the undersea and the like. Also, a game that is also related called Sunless Skies, which is a bit different and is a whole other bag of worms. But yeah, they have a lot of lore and story behind the setting that they've created, and it is very fascinating. And honestly, a really cool concept. They're working as well on a visual novel that effectively takes place around when London was initially stolen by bats. And, well, that's probably gonna clear up a lot of the lore around the actual falling of London, because that's part of the stuff is sort of vague in that you just know it's a thing that's happened. Ooh, peaches. Such peaches, amber and dawn, a Z-man snaffle spawn, and is caught when the taste makes him burst into tears. Pack them carefully, and don't bruise them. That is a lot of supplies. So yeah, hopefully that explains well enough without me accidentally overwhelming matters, but yeah, that's kind of the entire premise behind Sunless Sea, and all that you do amongst it. Music there. Oh yeah, and that's why everything's so dark and such, because the sun generally does not reach the Neath. And in fact, if you're down in the Neath long enough, the sun actually becomes very, very faintful. Alright, Frostbound. Give me some fuel and stuff. And a port. all this underwater stuff that I'm doing with this submarine deal is effectively what was added into an expansion into the game called Submariner. It's like the base game is all this surface stuff, and then the expansion just added everything below the sea level, which is a lot. That is moving. That is probably something that wants to kill me. To no surprise whatsoever. Ah, yes, it's one of you. Bye. No, thank you. I don't want what you're selling, which is pain and death. It is very much selling pain and death. I'm trying to remember where I've heard that string of numbers before. But I mean, as far as interest goes, I mean, the interest that a game has is pretty much all. Darn it, I bonked the dock. The interest in a game is pretty much all in the eyes of the unique individual. So it's like, sure, some people might not be interested in a game, but there's so plenty of other people that are very interested in said game that one should never, ever discount the matter. It's like why I'm playing this. It's like Sunless Sea is like a very niche premise for a lot of Accords in terms of interest and stuff, but I play it and stream it anyways because I sure find it interesting, I sure love it, so I spread it, and anyone who else might be interested does so. So, it's like, any game has interest in somebody, and the most important interest is if you're interested in it, then it's fine. If you're not, then, well, that's fine too. Just how it is. Actually, I do want to try some of these. Set down Claymen in the Travertine Vault. Claymen come from Polythreme to learn sharpness of bone and spleen. Finished, tidy, neat. A clay man who's gone sharp is a clay man you can trust. Respectable, solid-boned, patient, incapable of rage or bad manners. This is why they come here, to be certified trustworthy. To show that they're suitable for better jobs and better treatment. The Travertine Vault is full of such men, sitting patiently in rows, waiting for the crystals to grow. They don't talk. You put your 6 in the back row. They pay you as they would have paid you in London. And this other item, this thing that looks like a bench, you can have that too. It's in the way. Ooh. 120 echoes and a soothing Cooper long box. Oh, well then. This is just the place to drop off Clayman, because that's effectively another 100 or so echoes. What happens if we contribute to the celebration here? Well, let's find out. Ah, supplies. Okay. A pleasant lassitude. They drink from geodes. They compare notes on the Trere. When everyone is thoroughly intoxicated, they roll out a crate of dried honeyed cakes. The captain who brought it went sharp in the bows. She doesn't eat now. Help yourself. Alright, so that's effectively just trading in cask of mushroom wine for supplies. Not immensely worth it, but hey, whatever, it's fine. It is fine. Don't have that, that's also fine. Consider your condition. Do I want to just give that another shot for try's sake? Why not? We fail. Fail. I'll only try once again. I actually succeeded. Okay then. I have even more sharpness. Let your skin be as clear as water and as hard as armor. Or Oh, right, there's that one. People who proud themselves. Too proud to hide anything about themselves. I'll think on that one. That is fine. Anything from here? Nope. Ah, right, I forgot. We need to go back to Shrooms. Okay, so we stop by Guidance Morn to drop off our passenger, and then we just... Nope. Alright, our course of action has been set. There to there, and... Nyom. Fast we go, and fast we be. That. Alright, faster boat. Said faster. Alright, so we should be heading our way to Guidance Morn. Should be able to drop off our passenger. And then I'm gonna want to head to... I do need to head to the other shroom. I might as well take a stop at Fallen London. So Fallen London is, again, make sure I'm fully stocked and such. Yeah, might as well. There's my terror as well and all that accord. Alright. That is the plan. Some more. Guzzling through fuel. It's going faster. Faster being a relative term, but it's certainly faster than what we had been going beforehand. So I think there are other shorts somewhere. Which is probably gonna be like next up. So we can get what I need for that. Then, yeah, with the recent news I grabbed from London, I can then head on to Adam's Way to finish up my things there. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. Guidance Morn. Don't need that. Not gonna tempt fate there. Don't need to do that. Drop off the shady sword. She inhales the air and smiles, perhaps for the first time. As I remember it, she remarks, less mud, more rum. Business concluded. At the winch head, a deferential fellow in fustian waits. He bows to the shady sword. A pleasure, as ever. You he barely favors with a glance. He presses a heavy purse into your hand. Small coins stained with salt water, but together they amount to a tidy sum. Very easy, 120 for 20 deals there. 20 echoes. Alright. Boat. Yes, this is our current boat, and it is... We have a hefty boat. Once I stop by the London, I can show up the others, but at the moment we have a pretty... I got stuck in a boom of all things. At the moment we have a pretty significant boat. It's a merchant cruiser. It has a lot of hold on it, which is great for... great in the name of profit. Although, not as much to combat. But it is good. It's easy to get profits with the merchant boat when you know how to make the most of it. Otherwise, there's other boats that are better for combat and such. Also, very, very tiny boats that we've had in the past. that was fire boats. We have dealt with the fire boat. And scuttleburn. Ooh, 2 fuel, 1 supply. And stout crate with... oh wow, even more supplies. Well, we are super good with supplies at this point. Like, oh boy, are we ever. And off we go. Pass by poor Hunter's Cave. It used to be a lot less dilapidated, and then fire happened. Not our fault, though. Well, that circumstance, at least. Right. And here we are. Good old fallen London. Good old fallen London indeed. One safe port in a storm of madness. To go? Ah, hello, revenue man. I still have nothing for you to find. Messages. Ooh, Scholar wants me. Talk to me again. Yeah, this is fallen London. As far as ships go, this is not a boat you start with, and you would be foolish to do so. It is effectively a lifeboat. This is the one you start off with, which is the Gia class steamer. It's a reliable for a starting ship, but definitely want to upgrade to it. This one I never get. I always skip over to the Corvette, which I used for quite a while. The Corvette's a reliable combat vessel, without a doubt. This is what I currently have, our merchant cruiser. It has hold up the wazoo. And here's the effective next upgrade. The frigate is not only a very sleek-looking ship, but a good ship. And has very good, decent enough capacities for things to do. And here's the biggest and most expensive ship you can buy. It is overkill by every measure of the word, but that's what can make it fun. It can be very overkill, like, dear mercy. Alrighty then, let us submit port report. Get our echoes and fuel. And substantiated hearsay. Port reports are effectively your easy way of getting echoes and fuel. So you always want to pick up port reports when you can. It's literally free money. Visage. Frost found. Alright, this is like the one new one I have. Adam's Way, the Elder Continent. Elder than what? Pile of Mithridite nonsense, if you ask me. Port submitted. Quaker's Haven. The Admiral doesn't open your report. He merely waves over an underling. She pays you and escorts you swiftly from the office. Well then, not suspicious at all. Hot. Nook. And, yes, I'm very stoned at the moment. And we're good. I mean, Scholar has a present for us. We shall take it. And a lot of these are good sources for money, too. Just making sure you do everything that you can when you can. Read the morning paper for recent news. Read that. Ah, and for our Nuncio troubles, a neatly wrapped brown paper package. The corners are crisp and tight. The address has been printed in large block letters with scrupulous care. The sender has applied double the necessary number of postage stamps. They must have been very determined to get it here. There is no return address. Gratitude. The wrappings fall away. In a glass case, a stuffed postal rat is locked in mortal combat with a preserved Blemmingen. The taxidermist's skill is evident. There is tension and fury in each line of their tiny bodies. There is also a note. I was charged to deliver this elsewhere, but you did me a service I must repay. If the bazaar can abandon its duty for a greater cause, so too may I. A secret? You've been repaid by the postman that you saved, and an outlandish artifact. Huzzah. Good deeds benefit. Roser's Wharf. Okay. Outlandish artifact and soulless fruit again. I can get rid of an outlandish artifact. I just got one. And now it's paid for itself. Excellent. How's my hold looking? It is full of stuff. Not all the stuff, but full of stuff. That one skin to that I'm holding on to. Alright, bump up my fuel. Alright, now okay, yeah. Definitely what I want to do. Stop by Station 3 for this box. Then drop down for our rewards for spreading purple fungi menaces around everywhere. Plemmigans. They are weird and crazy creatures. Also, that one has a mascot. Although, that one has a bit more mind than its fellows. Just a bit. Station 3 is just weaving around through everything. Explored a decent amount of the map at this point, which is very beneficial. You stay right there, Jennifer. Honestly, I'm at a point in this run where it's going very well. I just have to make sure I don't get foolishly overconfident. Which is a thing that can happen, and I'm trying to avoid happening. For reasons of, I do not want to die horribly. This run has been going very, very well. And then go down. And oh dear gods, I just realized the time. What happened to everything? Where'd my time go? Where'd my day go? Into this. Very much into this. Not realize I was already over 6 hours into this game. That's... oof. But great. One of the reasons why I like this game. 219 kill streak. Nice. Very, very nice. That is... new choppers are pretty OP. I presume, based upon that sort of kill streak, that the choppers are pretty good, which means I'm sure somewhere on the internet people are complaining about them extremely a lot. Because that sounds about right for the internet. Right, cash in the box. Questions for the acolyte. Ask how the metal balls are formed. Surely they aren't the product of disease. They are too mechanical for that. Growth. Soothing Cooper's heart's tonic, she says. Take it when you're sad. Take it when there's something you don't dare speak about. And take it with wine or with laudanum. Or take it straight from the bottle. It goes down warm, but it turns cold in the body. It forms around the thing you don't want to say and holds it in. From there, her explanation becomes more theological in nature. There's something about the reaction of souls with a compound of silence and grief, and something about the circulation of the blood. She appears to believe these points explain why the metal sets are, and why it takes different shapes in different bodies, and why some users find it necessary to keep drinking tonic all their lives until the balls have grown as large as organs. That is all for now. Ooh, medical details from the Acolyte. There's a great deal in what she said that you don't think you've heard any doctor mention before. You could draw your own conclusions to some with sufficient knowledge. This is all quite enlightening. Or the straightforward challenge, make copious notes. This information might be valuable. We'll take copious notes. In quick handwriting. Fortunately, you are a quick hand with a pen. It might not make much sense to you, but to the right buyer in the right port, it's bound to be worth something. 50 fragments. Crab. There are tons of crabs here. Had fun. I got to ruin somebody's day and have a blast doing it. Fair enough. And those sort of games are where it's appropriate to do so. Because once you get into PvP, then you effectively consent to whatever torture you will most assuredly encounter. And oh boy, will you probably count torturing in those sort of games at some point. So you definitely take the good moments when you can, because you can very much be on the other side of the board very, very easily. And well, fair enough. That's just those sort of games for you. The crabs around here are all the tiny crabs. There are bigger crabs elsewhere. Worry about the bigger crabs. Now we can gather intelligence. Report. And this is the one I want. A gift. Zigo. Here. Shroom has something for you. Fell long ago. Best elsewhere now. A ray-drenched cinder? The Schumer won't touch it with her bare skin. Wise. Nor should you. It's scorched and twisted the fungus flesh that it lies on. Its cosmogon glow has dyed the air around it. Mother of Mushrooms is grateful, explains the Shroomer. You've cast her far. She gives you a jewel. Lost our propagation because that's what we cashed in for. And now we have one of our vendor bite items. A ray-drenched cinder, sizzling with cosmogon light. It has absorbed radiations not of this earth. Some of its colors can only be seen in sleep. Excellent. We wanted that. And now we go down to Adam's Way. And hope we find no birds to murder us. There are probably going to be birds trying to murder us. That's what they do. At least those birds. Right, zoom on down we go. Nice thing about having found so many areas on the map, I definitely have a solid gauge of where is where. Although there are definitely things we are missing too. Definitely places we're missing. We'll find them in due time. We do want... Okay, we want to go up the north way. The less we skim the coast, the less likely we're to run into the Doombirds. Doombirds. Hello, Wildcats. You know what, now I might as well do this. At least start doing all this. Sure, why not? Doc? Compile a port report. But we'll do this time, now that I feel I'm in a comfortable position. A piratical welcome. Welcome to the Isle of Cats, the wide-eyed dockmaster says brightly. Would you like to bribe me not to write down your details in this nice official ledger? Yeah. You hand over the coins and she tips you a sharp smile before waving you to the nearest alehouse. The entire process is straightforwardly corrupt and pleasantly efficient. We now have a menace suspicion. Yeah, that happens. Menace suspicion. Oh, you are Rapscallion. This will increase as you conduct criminal activities, or have contact with rough sorts. The higher your suspicion, the more fiercely the excise will search your ship. Be careful of that if you intend to do such things. We don't intend to do much, yet. The Rose and Tiger. The alehouse's sign is a tiger painted the color of rose petals. Someone has gone to great trouble and expense to gild the creature's eyes. They look out over the port, feral and unseen. A caged hive of lamplighter bees hangs from the ceiling like a chandelier. A few sailors give you hard-mouthed, assessing looks, but most ignore your presence entirely. Significant tokens. The caddies all wear a pair of amber stones threaded around their necks, or pinned to their collars. Cat's eyes, one of them says, for the Pirate King. As far as you can gather, the Pirate King's name is Leopold, and he controls all the trade on the island. Half of the caddies believe that he can take the form of a crimson tiger and creep into their dreams. The other half suspect, more precisely, that he simply eats those who displease him. Ah, well, that would be a simple way of doing things, yes. Clandestine doings, a whispered conversation, the clink of coins, an exchange of goods. The merest taste. You turn your head as though you are admiring one of the moldering draperies hung from the wall. A vial flashes in the buyer's trembling hands. He uncorks it and pours a few drops of thick, red liquid down his throat. The vial drops to the floor. When you look back up, he is gone. You blink and look around. Nobody else seems in the least perturbed that a man disappeared from their midst. You pick up the fallen vial and examine the traces left inside. Sticky honey gleaming with redness entirely unlike blood. Religious observances. Is that a crimson-veiled nun? But what sort of nun would be in a place like this? Mellifera's sister, of course, she responds, performing a complicated negotiation between veil, thick glove, and glass of mushroom wine. You ask what one of those is, and she snorts. I'm glaring at you underneath this bloomin' veil. You act appropriately cowed, and the mellifera's sister thaws a little. We are beekeepers and honey harvesters. The caddies owe their prosperity to us, and the Pirate King, too. She slurps the last of the mushroom wine behind her veil, and the barkeep glides over to refill her glass, eyes respectfully downcast. Then leave the alehouse. There must be more to the Isle of Cats than drunken sorts and Z-stories. Make sure you have learned all you wish to before you leave this place. We have laws of the land. The barkeep stops you before you reach the door and hands you a brooch set with 2 amber stones. He waits impassively until you pin it to your clothes. Everybody wears the cat's eyes here, he tells you, moving aside to let you pass, just a friendly reminder that the Pirate King is watching. It seems then that no place then is truly lawless. You are almost entirely beneath the Pirate King's notice. There are ways to increase that. We have places to be, though. Like Adam's Way. Oh, hello, shark. How's it going? I'm just gonna be up here. Away from your rammy, sharked tortureness. Oh god, I forgot how many tiny small islands are. That was the worst area to go through. The worst. My bat see anything? No, it does not. Downwards. To Adam's Way. Yep, slow down a little bit. We kind of nixed that weather deal. Not gonna breeze across that too often. Because it'll slow us down, which is not ideal. Alright, back at Adam's Way. And we shall tell a tale of this once more. And we shall finish off the other things we're going to do here. Ask the storytellers about the Clattery Heart's departure. If it's no longer in the river, where did it go? Hacked free, the people who lived on the banks of Adam's Way brought the Clattery Heart to the surface and made it fit to sail again. But there was no one who wanted to voyage in her, so they chose a crew by lot and chained them to the deck, ordering them to sail north until they had left the Elder Continent, and then to keep sailing as far as they could. The Clattery Air is still looking into the middle distance, but the corners of her mouth have turned down. The storyteller is milking the story, and she knows it. Learning more about it. Using up a lot of time doing it, you know? Ask the storytellers about how to retrieve the Clattery Heart. Is there any word of where she might be now? Khan's shadow. One can't be certain, but ships that cannot sail any longer often find themselves huddled into Khan's shadow. You might look there. Perhaps the presence of the Clattery Heart would even make those other broke-down ships eager to move again. Alright. Got what information we can from them. We want to go ashore with the adventurers. I'll admit, I would like one last look around, but we're not going inland. The college would sniff me out soon enough. A distant light. You both climb a hill to look over the estuary. The sea hurls below, smoke rises from chimneys, the mountain glimmers on the horizon. You call her Stone, don't you? The adventurer says. The mountain, I mean. It's as good a name as any other. We have too many names for her, one for every day of the year. I could never get them right. And I resented her. I still do. She has all that life to give, and none of it for me, because my bloody father got greedy. She snorts. The bazaar is the mountain's mother, they say. Or her father. I don't understand how these things work. I wonder if she ever complains about her parents. Lost 10 terror. Gained 1 memory of distant shores. 25 fragments. The adventuress has asked you to help her die proper. Trees go amidst a bit more. And we'll take our last day to get to get our port report. Return our ship before the Coast Guards have a say in matters that we do not want said. Alright, so that was Con Shadow. So we can go up to Melting Isles, Port Seal. We can take that gambit of a route again. It should be good. Is there anything extra to say to the Presbyterian Adventurers? No, there's just increase our irons. Ooh, I have 6 secrets, though. I don't want to be in combat. There's nothing to combat here. There's nothing here to do. Alright. Like I said, we'll do our normal rotation that we've done before. Melting Isles, Port Seal, Polythreme, Con Shadow. Then, oh god, that's the jellyfish. Faster, faster, faster. Because it has ideas. And they unsurprisingly involve ramming us in our ever vulnerable hole. Let's buy the ship. Grove College. I'm hoping for the Port Seal connection because that would be convenient. I'm not overly testing out stuff. Yep. Shady start again. Oh well, gather supplies, 5 supplies. Compile a port report for another supply, and then off we go once more. Port Seal. Seal, rather. Principles that lie within. Considering the time, this might be the last rotation I make. We will, of course, finish off in Fallen London, as is tradition, because there is no place better to be than to be at home. Is this an island I can get something from? That was Swelling Isles. That works. A little bit of bonus fragments on that accord. Excellent. We have a good amount of that area explored now. Unsurprisingly, it's not just the hour of that I'm probably going to stop, it's also my voice. Voice which is complaining every which way at the moment. It's fine. You can hold out. You can hold out, voice. Just for a little bit. Finish our last rotation. And all shall be well. For all matters are well. And there's eel up there, as is usual. Dock, Port Seal. It's a seal. Keep on missing that other C. Gather Skintilac. We have failed, which is fine. 1 Skintilac, 2 Terror. And now to Polythreme, and then to Con Shadow. Because that is the ideal route. Because then from there, boop, 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 and... oh, right, Vendormite, of course. Yeah, this rotation works perfectly. Very, very well indeed. All is clear. All roads lead to Polythreme. I think I stocked up on enough fuel that I don't have to stop by Dahat this time. Which is fine. I can just go straight on to Con Shadow. And see if we can find any rumors to that accord. Turn. Going a little bit fast. We can cure the sharpness, or we do not want to do so. We like our sharpness. And carry Clayman. Always carries some risk to do so, but it's fine. Worst gonna happen is just unfinished man ravishing our boat. We do not in fact want that. Shocking, I know. Alright, faster boat, faster. We shall make it to Khan's shadow. As things at the bottom. Oh. Hello, boat. I should probably deal with you instead of this, otherwise you're just gonna be a nuisance. Yeah, like that. I'm taking some damage from this unfinished pirate, so unideal to fight. But I already gathered the rules. Investigate. You've destroyed the unfinished pirates. Fragments of clay are littered across the deck. They crunch underfoot like potsherds. Unfinished men do not surrender. Investigate the hold. What treasure did these villains take? Cache a curiosity? Some sort of barrel? Ah, a frickin' of honey. Alright. Got some honey from them. Right, up we go. To Khan's shadow. Dock. Port reports. Shop. No, wasn't really. Nothing that we particularly care for, anyways. Alright. That is a mirror's challenge. That's a first officer. That's the same amount of mirrors. Chief engineer, that would give us a little bit more mirrors. To switch that out. Irons, pages, no. And unfortunately as best as we can get. 50-50 chance. Seek the Cladary heart among the abandoned holes. If she is here, the Cladary heir will recognize her. A memory of a memory. The Cladary heir walks the docks, watching the holes and the outlines of the ship. She moves slowly so that she doesn't look too eager. You probably won't find her here, the heir says. I don't expect to. I don't believe in clinging to specific hopes and expectations of my kind. It's just the sort of obsession that ruins lives. Just the kind of thing I'm always having to repair. You don't find the ship, though you walk the dogs 3 times over. It doesn't matter, says the Cladary heir. I don't mind, but surely there's more you can do. And there is. Ask about the Cladary heart among the shipwrights. If the stories are true, they must at least remember her. On to Frostfound. She made the other ships restless, says the Kaganian shipwright. In the end, we had to repair her enough to let her go on. She turned north, with the last of the crew that still lived on her. But she sailed too close by Frostfound, and the ice swallowed her. At least, that is the story that has come back to us. Alright, we are looking now in Frostfound. That is fine. Let us get our proper chief engineer back. Because fuel efficiency. And now we head up to Frostfound. On to Frostfound we do go. And we might as well clear up this box that we have not explored. You see nothing. Nothing. I specifically remembered to turn off my light that time. And they didn't see me. Oh god, there's another one. You see nothing either. Huh, it's almost like I'm in their home waters. Who'd have thought? Oh, wait, me. Anyways, please zoom faster. And faster, and faster, and faster, and let's turn the lights back on. To Frostfound. Also, is there anything to talk to her about? There are some things there. Not to worry about that. Speak to the heir of the Cloudberry Heart. At Calm Shadow, they said to look at Frostfound. Dead or merely hibernating? If the ship is in ice, then perhaps the Clandan Lobe has frozen. The Cloudberry Heart might be no more than an ordinary vessel now. Still, even if that is so, there would be much to study. Whatever she says, the Cloudberry Heir plainly hopes to find the ship alive. Yes, indeed. And thus, here we are. Ah, with another mirrors check, it seems. Alright, first things first. Do our normal one here. For reports, supplies and such. Switch to you, Genial Magician. To be up, and let us try. Might have to do this multiple times, and we'll probably lose things in the process, but hey. Extract the Cloudberry Heart. The Cloudberry Heir leans over the deck rail, there, in the ice. The searchlight catches what might be a hole, or it might be a very large gizmo. Pardon me. Aha! Preparing an approach. The Cloudberry Heir presents herself on deck. She carries a bag full of sharp blades and serrated blades, short, strong blades, tooth blades like saws, long-handled shears, knives whose edges are invisible. She is ready to cut with glass, or with diamond, or with fire, as required. Ah, that kind of had a little lyrical feel to it. Heart. The Cloudberry Heart in the ice. The Cloudberry Heir has sliced away great blocks of Frostfound ice and piled them into a wall. Behind them, the shape of the Cloudberry Heart is evident, but the whole flesh is blue with coal. Bring it back to health. It is shocked, she says, and numb. It will need a cure. Give up on cutting the ice for now. There's still some ice between you and the Cloudberry Heart. Who knows how much longer this would take? Is that just putting it back? Or is it something that I can do free of charge to switch to hard lanes? I don't know. Cloudberry Heart in the ice. Of Frostfound. That just... Okay, that I think just bumps it back. I think we're good. Alright, let's, I think we can just go back and do so. I'm just making sure that's a thing that's possible. Otherwise, actually, no, we might just have to take the chance. Okay. Let's just give up on cutting on the ice for now. Perhaps some other time. The Clatter Air packs away her implements and shows no disappointment on her face. There is one blade that has been ruined by the ice and salt. She flings it away into the ocean. Ah, okay, yeah, you have to keep on going through the check to do it again. Okay, that is fine, actually. Let's, reorganize some things. We do want those 3 mirrors because it very much balances out. I would actually want to replace with you. The good, determined doctor right there. I think that's the best odds we're gonna get in terms of setup. At least that's what it feels like. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, success again. It's up to 46. Succeed. I'm trying to figure out if there's, Ah, here we go. Light glances off again. The clatter air returns away from the shape in the ice. No, it's just a boulder, she says. And probably we won't find it here. It doesn't matter, of course. You've gained a terror. Investigating with the clatter air. Have you and the clatter air been looking for something? I guess that makes some checks easier. At least that's what it seems like. And that might make the subsequent deal easier too. I mean, worth a shot to see. That's 60%. Succeeded. And that's at, ooh, 61%. Okay, then. So, we do indeed want to just kind of, boring as it is, as much as I keep on succeeding, apparently. Apparently, the investigating on this deal influences the other check as well. Give up. Gain a terror. Investigation further. And now that's at a 90... That is at a 90%. So, actually, yeah, we do want that offers back in, because we will definitely want the hearts more than anything. That's 85 now. That is fine. And that is 94. Let's see if we can't cut one more failure out of this, because that would get us into comfortable 100% position. Which, would be, well, comforting. Because XCOM's taught me anything, if it's not 100%, it might as well be 0%. There we go. Terror, straightforward challenge to find, straightforward challenge to bring it back to health. Bring it back to health. It is shocked, she says, and numb. It will need a cure. Implements of warmth. The clatter air builds a fire. She whistles an infuriating popular tune. She massages the whole flesh with brandy and piles otter pelt over its raw, frostbitten flanks. She speaks to it in the native tongue of the first city, a language cluttered with velar stops. In the 5th hour of these rituals, the heart begins to thrum again. It wants to be free of the ice. It wants to move. It wants to swim. South, says Lier. Wait for us in Port Carnelian. It isn't safe to change ships here. The heart beats twice before taking a new heading. For now, the Cladary Heart waits in Port Carnelian. If you wish to make it your ship, you will have to go there and come to some agreement with the air. You've grown closer. Is that safe? The Cladary Heart sails south. Excellent. That is... Well, that is that for the moment. We can go down there. I need to do some research on that. And there's probably some other things we want to do on that. Research on Cladary Heart ship. Search that. Okay. We have that all going well. We have that all going well. We can stop by Neath to deal with these claymen of ours. We picked up. Water to make it more straightforward. Drop off our passenger at Guidance Morn. Go to Venderbite to deal with this ray-drenched cinder, and then to Fallen London, where we will call it. Phthalate? No. No, 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 no. Flee before it starts shooting stuff at us. Like it did the last time I engaged it. Sonar finds something, but that's no matter. Have something awaits you. That's... Hey, we didn't bonk the side of the dock. This is an achievement. It is very much an achievement. Gather report. Set Clayman down in there for a little bit more money, and the long box, which will give us even more money. Just holding the ceiling in place. To your own condition. You can hold 7 sharpnesses. 7 is the maximum. So, I mean, we can get these other ones now. We'll think on it. I have never gotten full sharpness. I will debate on that matter, although the thought is amusing. Alright. Now to Guidance Morn. So I guess to figure out what this thing on our map is. What have you found? What horrors have you found, Sonar? It's a ship. Discovery. A wreck. A wreck waits below. A dark shape in dark water. What caused it to sink? And does anything salvageable remain? Rescue a survivor. The wreck is recent, and rhythmic knocking from within indicates someone is alive down there. Huh. Interesting. Is that at a risk of our own crew members, though? I do not know. But, I mean, we could indeed give it a shot, and honestly, I we might as well, because I don't think it doesn't mention our crew number, so we should be fine to at least try. Unfortunately, we failed. Burial by Z. You and several crew don diving suits and hurry to help. As you try to clear a safe path to the survivor, though his struggles grow frenzied. By the time you reach him, he has foolishly consumed the last of his air. There's nothing to retrieve except his remains and last belongings. I failed to check. I gained a supply, a terror. Discovery quality is gone. Wreck quality is gone. I've gained, well, a lamentable relic, being the poor dude's remains. That is a crab. We do not need to bother with that. We are so fine on supplies. We do not need to take that risk. Do not need to take that risk at all. Alright, come on. To Guidance-Morn, to Venderbite, to home. We are almost there. Well, I've been streaming for a solid amount of time by that point. Oh boy. Seems like I'm running into underwater, and we're here at the dock anyways. Rope. It is us. Returned to drop off another passenger for small amounts of echoes that we're just doing because they happen to be on our route. Oh, Guidance-Morn. Definitely death trap of a place. Just Lemons. Drop off the shady sort. Another easy 122 echoes for just being along the right, correct route. Venderbite, and then down to London. And, oh boy, what a stream this has been. I pretty much tackled all my deals on the list. We have, plus amongst other things that we have completed, we've gotten this merchant cruiser, which has been the huge find, and we got a lot of profit from the Salt Lions because of it. And there's something else we can get a lot of profit off of it too, while we have it. And I will be doing that once next time we go off, and I've done my proper due diligence and research on the matter. It should be good. Be exploring some new places. More specifically, a predominant new place. Let's see here. Gather gossip. Because we want to take advantage of the merchant ship for the main things we can. And we're definitely in that position at the moment. Explore vendor bites. Ah. A raggedy fellow. A citizen. I'm a good seaman. I'm yours if you'll have me. Will you have me? I'm hungry. I'll work hard. He seems likely enough, if a little ragged and sorrowful. We'll take him with us. You could use an extra hand. We could leave him here, but pay his passage home is really expensive. Taking a chance. You won't be sorry. I'll work double watches. Ask anyone. They'll tell you I have a good name. Yes. Eventually you get him to stop talking. His enthusiasm is promising, if a little pitiable. There may be further effects from this decision. Welcome aboard, stranger. You've welcomed a stranger aboard your ship. This may lead to complications. You've gained a crew. A skilled crewman. This is the sailor who came begging to you for a berth. He's done good work, this one. But he's keeping a little shrine to the salt, the nameless god of the horizon, at the back of the hold. We could forbid it. You'll have none of this nonsense aboard your ship. If the salt even exists, its attention is dangerous. Or we will, which we will definitely do, permit it. Out here, a captain needs all the help he can get, even from sad, strange gods of farewells. A breath of air. You let him keep his salt circle and his chalked arrow. That night, as you stand on the forward deck, a soft breeze comes out of the east, the salt's direction. Tousles your hair, passes. You now have the god of the sea, salt's attention. A certain matter has become clear. That's all fine and dandy. So visit the first curator and give him your ray-drenched cinder. I smell stars. A cavity. Beside the curator's couch waits a humped machine of iron and brass. There, it wheezes, straining to raise its arms. A recess, approximately the size of the cinder, waits. You place the cinder there and close the lid. Faint atonal music, like the prickling of starlight, drifts from within. I will never see Parabola, the curator wheezes, but perhaps you will. Take this mirror, it was born in a volcano. Dark glass, serpent carved. We have finished our cosmogon, we've lost our radar and cinder, and we now have a captivating treasure. That leaves us with but one color, of violet, which is the last thing I'm gonna be researching because I don't remember that one. But it is indeed very much the last color that we have right there. Right, it's in our hold, wasn't it? V marks violent when blood is shed in a spired place. Violent ink is deployed for the most desperate treaties. We shall, like I said, I'll do my research to remember where it was. It's literally like the one deal I can't remember. Go figure. It'll be a task for next time. Definitely next time. Because completing this will be, well, a good deal. Hello, Pirate Steam Pinnacle. Are you getting back to my side? Yes, yes, perfect. It is now very dead. Bolts of fabric? Hey! And right at the end, our second spider silk. Right, that's something I need to add to my list too. Spider silk for Venture. Because that's the thing we need to account for as well now, isn't it? Excellent. Our event is back at you. Something awaits us in port, and that port shall be London. As we zoom on about. To the corner very, very closely. And then near. I thought there's something on my screen for a moment. And then I realized, oh, right, that's the bats. Yeah, it's late. Let them do your worst. Roam your deck like wolves. Last they leave. Messages? What is at the Roser's Wharf this time? Ooh. Okay then. I think we might do it with that, because that gets rid of it out of our inventory and cuts over the Roser's Wharf again. A jovial contrarian. Wonderful guy this one is, by the way. I love the jovial contrarian. He is great in Fallen London. Is purchasing lawn boxes. His wheelchair squeaks through the crowd, as all visitors to the Rose Market must. He carries a mirror. He's painted over the glass, though, with the face of a bat. How much? what? For this, allow me to explain a fundamental principle of economics. He argues over the cost, the box's condition, and whether the wood is walnut, poplar, or elm. Then he shakes your hand enthusiastically and happily pays every penny of your original price. A pair of market attendants, puffing beneath their unwieldy horse masks, help him carry it away. That's a glimpse of the jovial contrarian. He likes being contrarian, and arguments, and all that jazz. We have gained 50 extra echoes. We don't get any accolades because of it, but hey, it's a reasonable deal. Go here, submit our reports. All of these report reports. 3 found shadow and that reduction. Lodgings, read the paper, spend time with our family, just enjoy their company. And is there anything else we need to finish off? Do not forget adventurous. Adventurous. Fire of hands. Don't want to forget that business either. I keep on forgetting this whisper box. I will add it to my list. Whisper box Irene. Let's see here. Counter his heart. There's heart. Porch Cornelian. Or however it's spelled, that's good enough. And yeah, that shall do it for this evening. We have made significantly good progress. Like, we are at 9,949 after buying this cargo class ship. It's not enough for that frigate, certainly not enough for the dreadnought, but it's a good margin that we have gotten. Like, a really, really good margin. I am very happy with the progress we have made. And the fact that even after all of that, I still have, like, now a new laundry list of things on my plan list to do for next time. Go figure. Welcome to Sunless Sea. We'll do Mr. Sex eventually. Definitely not now. Definitely not for a bit. But yeah, that will do it for this evening. As I said, this was our first go through with the merchant cruiser, and it has benefited us greatly. And it shall continue to benefit us for a little bit. And that shall be next week on next Sunday. Next stream up for me is coming this Tuesday. I'll be plugging through the DLC for Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. It might be the last stream of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, just because, well, I think the DLC is like one of the last things I need to go through, and then whatever else I might poke with at the stream at the time. But whether I see you then for my next stream, or whether I'll see you in a week from now for more Sunless Sea, whenever that be, I hope your evening goes well, that your days and weeks until we see again go well, that all shall be well, and all manner of things are well. I hope you have a wonderful time. I know I certainly did. And I hope to see y'all next time. Cheers. Have a good one. Take care.